The NFLPA has elected an interim replacement for Lloyd Howe. The union announced late last night that they elected David Whitt to serve as the interim executive director of the NFLPA. Whitt follows Howell, who resigned last month amid a scandal that rocked the union. According to NFL Network's Tom Pelissero, a voting member representative from all 32 teams participated in a vote last night to elect Whitt. Now, there were multiple interviews with internal and external candidates over these past few weeks, and it's still unclear how long Whitt is going to stay in this role. He was a finalist to become the NFLPA executive director in 2023 before he lost to Howell at that time. Moving over to Major League Baseball, the Nationals lost to the Brewers 14-3 yesterday. They've now dropped 5 straight matchups. Milwaukee swept the 6-game season series from Washington by a total score of 60-23. The Nats have an off day today, and then tomorrow they're going to begin a 3-game set with the Athletics. And keeping it in Major League Baseball, Julio Rodriguez homered to become the first player in Major League history with 20 or more home runs and 20 or more stolen bases in each of his first 4 Major League seasons. In that same game, even more history was made as Rangers starter Jacob deGrom became the fastest pitcher in Major League history to reach 1,800 career strikeouts by games and by innings. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
People answer why be so blind. You in the car, Cubans.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, west. We're out west, Ashburn, VA. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, brother. How you feeling, man?
I'm good, man. Good spirited practice out there. Got some notes, but I think we start with yesterday. You were honored going into the DC Sports Hall of Fame for that famous 91 Redskins team that was just one of the best ever. Just an absolute freight train. How was it?
That was fun, getting a chance to see Tim. I hadn't seen Tim Johnson in a long time. Getting that group together. It's like we just were together yesterday. We had Raleigh McKenzie, Gary Clark, Charles Mann, Ricky Urbans, Chip Low-Miller, Tim Johnson, as I mentioned earlier, and Mark Rippon. All of us was there to take the honor for the whole team, and it feels good. Like it's I've never been in a Ring of Fame or something like that, a Hall of Fame, where I'm in there as an individual and with a team.
Oh, yeah.
So that's fun. That's a lot
cool.
of fun, man. And then I got to see my favorite 2 girls yesterday, man.
So that was cool.
Shelby and Ainsley.
So we went to the Nats game yesterday, and B came and said hello to the girls. It was very nice. We took a photo, and in the photo, my youngest daughter was pulling down my shirt. So I look like I'm 600 pounds in this photo.
No, you don't.
And B-Mitch wants me to post it, and I will not.
6 months, that's all.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a 6 in there.
There's a 6 in there for sure. The Nats game, the weather was perfect. This is not you expressing criticism. This is solely me. If you're going to do that Hall of Fame thing, do it closer to the first pitch so there's people there. I actually arrived to a place early, which is pretty big deal because I wanted to see it. I wanted to see you. I wanted to see Locker, Alonzo Mourning. Like I just wanted to see it, and all of the people that got
Elena Beard,
voted in,
Mia
right?
Hamm.
Yeah, dude, all of it.
Shafakin, Rich.
Yeah.
Hoyas win. Hoyas win.
So we walked in the stadium at 1 o'clock. I'm like, all right, I'm 35 minutes before first pitch. Like, I'm in good shape. And then it was already over.
It had been done already.
It started closer to the pitch.
It was like 11 something. I think when it happened.
That doesn't make any sense.
I've done it before, and it was like that. And I think in previous years there were a lot of people there at that time.
Yeah.
Not yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, yesterday wasn't a lot of people during the game. Because I told Mark, I said, because I went to ride bikes yesterday, and I was like, damn, I just looked at this thing. I got to be there at 11 o'clock. So I said, but, bro, you don't have to be there at 11 o'clock. You come closer to 1:30. And he showed up right around 1:35. But, hell, if you'd got there at 1 o'clock, like you said, wouldn't have seen it.
And then, we had a full day yesterday.
But it may be a Major League Baseball thing by having all those different people down there at that moment.
Yeah,
So
that's true. And then we ended the night. We went over to MGM National Harbor, Mike Rizzo's charity. Mike and Jody Rizzo have this charity blackjack tournament every year where they raise a ton of money. Just an awesome event, really fun, and it was great to talk to Riz, and he's living his best life, man.
Oh, yeah.
Like, just having a blast. There were all sorts of players there, former players. We did not win it. I got to the second round, went down swinging with a – blackjack tournaments are very strange.
Yeah.
Because it's not how you would normally play blackjack. You know what I mean? Like you're normally when you play blackjack, you're rooting for the whole table. You're just rooting against the dealer. This is very different because you're like rooting against the people at your table. Shout out to Donna.
Donna was rolling, man.
I sat with this woman, Donna. I think it was Donna Preston. I don't remember her last name, but Donna was not a blackjack player. And at 2 consecutive tables, she advanced from the second round to take me down. At the first table, she went all in on the last hand. So these blackjack tournaments are interesting. So it's 10 hands.
Yeah.
And it can go fast, it can go short, whatever. And on the last hand at our first table, she was not in good shape to advance. She went all in, bang, got blackjack. Donna's through to the next round.
You gotta be able to lay it down, man.
Dude, she did it again at the second table to advance, to take me and this other dude out. And I was just like, I wanted Donna to win. It's my understanding she came in second.
Wow.
Couldn't have been a nicer lady. Just a really cool, fun night. The weather was perfect.
Totally.
I love MGM National Harbor. I just love going over there. I love Mike and Jody Rizzo. They're just such good people. You know, I think my stance has been pretty clear about everything going on with the Nationals. And I don't know. We were there yesterday, B. I believe they just set a record for most hits given up in a 3-game series. And Riz and Davey aren't around to kick anymore.
Yeah.
So I know what the constant is, and it's at the level above management. I'm rooting for DeBartolo. I hope everything goes great. But it's tough to deal with. The only positive I got from the Nats game yesterday, and I don't know if you saw it because I feel like I asked you about it. That catcher that came in, Millis, I'm not exaggerating. He's the fastest catcher I've ever seen. Like, most catchers are kind of built like Jeff, like a little thicker, big ass. I don't even mean to mean. Like,
you looking at Jeff like that now?
no, but like if Jeff told you he played catcher in baseball, I'd be like, yeah, that tracks.
Yeah.
The dude Millis was built like he looked like a fourth outfielder or something, and he was super fast. So that was impressive. I enjoyed that. Now it's back to football mode. Tomorrow, Brian and I will travel up to New England. I am really excited to see these joint practices against just see him against somebody else.
We just did a show talking about that. Both London and I was sitting there, and I'm like, listen, man, no matter how much you want to say it's not true, you get to a point in practice where the defensive backs, the defensive players, offensive players, they're no longer reacting to stuff. They know what's going to happen. Because if I'm around you every day, I know what the hell your offense is. I know what your signals are. I know what your calls are. Vice versa. Now, this is a time when you're going to realize, can people, take that, what you know from watching film, to the field, okay? Because when they go against New England now, they're not going to know everything. And they basically only practicing against them on Wednesday.
Yep.
So you don't get that second day of Thursday where now, I could jump some stuff. No. We're going to find out how they can really study and what guys can truly react, to what's happening out there.
Totally. And, dude, I think this rookie draft class is starting to impress me pretty good. I mean, I've been trying to slow the hype train just because you don't want too much too soon talking about young guys that are making plays in July and August. But the Bill Merritt stuff is very real. Every day he's making plays that you're like, this kid's got something.
Hey, I have a little thing I used to always say when I was doing this show, get your name called.
Right.
He does it every day. Lane does it every day. Sharon Steele does it every day. Jaden does it every day. You start to see those names. Owens seems to pop up very often, and it's great to see young guys getting that done. The veteran guys, you expect them to do stuff, but the younger guys are the ones that I want to see constantly make something happen. This thing is about stacking,
right?
And you do it for years and years and years. They getting a great start on it right now.
Madrano's been.
Cade has done. He's showing speed. Some tenacity out there. So I've been impressed with him.
Yeah, man. Me too. So today I'm actually excited. We haven't heard officially on the record from Cliff Kingsbury or Joe Whitt, I think in months. I'm trying to think the last time we heard from them. So both Kingsbury and Whitt will talk today. We're going to do our best to take those live, but you're going to get to hear them for sure during the program. I believe at noon, David Aldridge is going to join us, and then at 1 o'clock, the mouth of the South, Fred Smoot, will join us.
He's the mouth of everything, north, south, east, and west.
I'm excited for all of that. B, I'm curious, man, and I understand these are veteran players, but like Marcus Mariota and Noah Brown are almost ghosts out here. Like we just don't see them. Mm-hmm. And Mariota at least went a little bit the other day and then went back inside, and maybe that was planned for him to go back inside. I was a little surprised he went back inside. Players have talked about how DQ takes care of his vets.
Mm-hmm.
At what point, and I'm not saying it's now, but like, at what point is any of that eyebrow raising?
It's only eyebrow raising if you think there's some type of injury. I mean, if they haven't discussed an injury and he's not on the injury report, you can't worry about it because we've already talked about how much he takes care of players. We have watched them have practices, days where they didn't practice, and the next day the veteran get a day off. That sounds odd, but he's done it, So maybe, just maybe, he knows what those two guys can do and when they can help, and maybe they're just looking at other people. That could be it. But it could be as simple as that. Or it could be a lot. But, I mean, I'm not going to raise my – I think if it was Jaden Daniels going inside, it would be something that I raise my eyebrow at. Right now, I really think they're looking at the two other guys in Hare and
Hartman. I like just calling him Hare.
And Johnson. They're looking at those guys.
Who do you think starts Friday night? It's a game week, man.
If anything, I can see Mariota coming and get a quick little something, and then those other two take over the rest of the game.
You think?
I can see Jaden not playing at all.
I don't think Jaden plays at all.
Yeah.
I think that would be correct if this Mariota situation hadn't been a little odd lately. I almost think Hartman starts and it's just the two of them the whole time.
You think what?
I almost think Hartman starts and it's just the two of them.
It could be
the whole time. I'm not sure, but I think it'll.
Did anybody ask him any questions about Mariota?
Yeah, I did the other day.
And his direct comment. He gave you the Kimbe?
Hold on, I'll pull it up. What was the other day? Was it August on Saturday? It was.
Saturday was August
2nd.
Was it 2nd? Yesterday was the 4th. So Friday was the 2nd.
Today's the 4th.
Today the 4th, yeah, yes, the 3rd. So 2nd, yeah, 2nd.
Yeah. All right. So I asked, kind of what's the situation at quarterback beyond Jaden, and DQ responded, Marcus is back full at it today. So this was Saturday morning, and Marcus did team drills Saturday, but then left the field.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Marcus is full back at it today, and so that will adjust, but that is the silver lining that happens where Josh and Sam got more reps. They're certainly in their own battle as we're looking at the third quarterback spot. So often we say at this starting spot or this starting spot, but there's this type of competition all over, and there's a long way to go for that. But we're going to be creative in how we get the playing time for them. And some of that will include game time, and we'll look forward to that. But we've not finalized any of that until we kind of get ready for our trip. We're kind of in this space. We'll take a day, and then we'll begin to prep for New England and how much practice versus playing along those lines.
See, the fact that he mentioned those two guys in competition,
yeah,
I can see that being a reason that they're doing it like that.
I'll be honest. So last year with Driscoll here and Hartman being a rookie, watching practice, there was never a question to me that Driscoll was the third quarterback. There was never a question. And you kind of saw it in the order of reps and everything, right? I think this is more of a real competition than, frankly, I was expecting for the third quarterback spot.
You wanted to be right. I mean, did Hartman make a jump? Or do you go with a veteran guy? That's the thing of it. Like, if that young guy did make that hell of a jump, it's a little cheaper, you know, and you can make a move with it. You could probably begin to look at something progressing. But if he's not, I'm going to go with the guy I have to put less work into.
Well, and the other part of it with Johnson, I mean, Josh Johnson has been on a lot of teams.
He's probably been on every team here.
I don't know this, and these preseason games are really going to matter in this kind of battle. But with Josh Johnson, if you do have to cut him, you could probably get him back later. Like, I mean, he has been on Tampa, Baltimore, Washington, Jets, Bengals, Niners, Cleveland. Like, he's been everywhere for a lot of time. And that includes some stints in the XFL, the AFL. There's probably some practice squad stints that aren't even on here. Johnson's a total pro. Like, if you do decide to go with Hartman, and then you have to bring Johnson back in November,
He'll probably be there.
he'll be like, cool, no problem. I don't know that if you try to sneak Hartman to your practice squad, I don't know that somebody else. Hartman has looked good this camp, and I wouldn't have said that last year.
And I think he's young enough, and if other people who had a nice grade on him before, that doesn't leave.
Right.
And they may try and just say, let's pull him in and see what he can do.
The
New Orleans might want to call him.
The questions with Sam are physical, I think, right? Like, he's just, I mean.
He's better than Shook. I've been looking at the Shook comments all day from my whole Louisiana crew. They say that dude's trash.
I mean, when we saw him last year, he was terrible.
I mean, you throw it in the dirt. And,
I mean, who was it that came in the second half? The kid from
No, that wasn't that kid. I'm talking about Shook.
Right.
They
The
just
second
drafted
half,
him.
the kid came in and was good.
That was the kid.
Oh, no, Shook, you're talking about the Louisville kid. I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's
Who
the guy
was
they just
that
drafted.
dude?
The guy last year.
Remember his picture? Landfill, who was that dude that started for the Saints? Oh, God.
Oh, like
then they brought the other kid in.
or something? Hainer?
Hanner? Yeah.
Jake Hainer, says Brian.
Remember that picture?
It's a rough picture.
Yeah.
That picture was bad, dude.
Yeah.
It almost looked like he was, like, photoshopped in. Jake Hainer. Jake Hainer. That was a tough photo, man. Who's the guy that came in at halftime and kind of turned it around? I think he played at South Carolina. He was a rookie. Gosh, how are we blanking on this so fast?
Spencer Rattler.
Jake Hainer?
Spencer Rattler.
there we go.
Thank you. Now I got this Jake Hainer picture on my computer. I don't know that I can focus. I have a tough time focusing anyway. Yo, Landfill, CK made a funny joke Friday when we were in the office. He said, yeah, if you want to get on the B. Mitch and Finley program, just walk by the studio. Because I get distracted and just ask for people to join us.
I heard.
There's
It was
the Jake
funny.
Hainer picture. It was very funny. Been a good start to the day. We're going to have a lot going on here in a few minutes as practice will wrap up. Just a little one-off thing. Matt Gay's been quite good in live kicking.
Yeah.
And I think, last year they wanted to sign a veteran that they just trusted and not have a competition. And they thought they did that with McManus. And then obviously the McManus situation unfolded and they felt they had to just release him. Mm-hmm. I think with Matt Gay, there's clearly no situations. And I think he's the real deal, man. I think they are quite confident in him and for good reason.
Totally. I mean, I haven't seen him miss one yet, so I'm just going to stick with that.
Yeah.
If you see a guy miss it, then you start to ask questions. He hasn't, so.
Right. All right, here's the plan here. We're going to hear from Cliff Kingsbury. We're going to hear from Joe Whitt. We're kind of – so everybody understands, training camp is kind of TBD. We're all just kind of floating on the schedule of the football team to determine how we schedule everything else out. Then David Aldridge will join us at noon and Fred Smoot at 1 o'clock. Plus, we're going to be giving away some tickets a little later in the show. Before we go, though, got to tell you, about my good friend John Leahy. The housing market is getting a little complicated. All of a sudden, buyers have the advantage. Do sellers have the advantage? You need an expert. You need somebody that's going to take the stress off your plate and get your house sold for top dollar. You need John Leahy.
Just like Ashley. Ashley had purchased our Upper Marlboro home 2 years ago, but it hadn't gained any equity. For her, it had become time to sell. John Leahy and the Fine Living Group went right to work, and it certainly didn't take long. The property was under contract within 3 days and sold for the very price that John and his team had recommended in only 2 months. If you're looking to sell, take advantage of the John Leahy and the Fine Living Group's guaranteed offer. Start by finding out what your home is worth in only 30 seconds at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, John will let you out of your contract at any time. Nobody does that.
You know why he's not stressed? Because he's got 10,000 people on a list ready to buy homes, pre-approved mortgages, all of it. They are ready to roll. When they find the right house, John just calls them and they say, send the paperwork. It's that simple, man. He's got pre-approved buyers. That's such a huge difference. Somebody can come in and tell you they love your house, but if they can't get a mortgage on it, they're not going to buy that thing. John only works with the pre-approved so things can move fast. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com. Or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start back in.
This sports update is brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. The Las Vegas Raiders suffered a significant injury during Sunday's training camp practice when safety Lonnie Johnson Jr. broke his fibula after he collided with teammate Max Crosby, according to ESPN. Johnson will get an MRI to determine if there is any additional damage, but he's been competing for a rotational role in the Raiders secondary and received first-team reps when Las Vegas's defense lined up with 3 safeties, but now he will be out for an extended period of time with that broken fibula. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal. Call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a brand new garage door. Visit DoorProAmerica.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
When you gonna ring it? B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Live out in Ashburn, Virginia. Good crowd today, dude.
Yeah.
It seemed like folks were really into it. You know, Saturday, last time we were out here was Kids Day. And the kids were having a lot of fun. But this crowd today seemed kind of locked in.
They were.
So this is the last season ticket day, I guess, and there's only one day left. Next Sunday is Military Appreciation Day.
All right.
And that's a Sunday afternoon too.
They may move that steamy.
Yeah, I mean, dude, how great is this little stretch of weather though?
It's been good.
Dude, these last 3 days.
Yesterday was perfect.
Amelia was saying when I was in studio someday last week, maybe when the McLaurin trade request came down, Amelia was saying this is going to be the best weather weekend of the summer, and she was absolutely correct. Mm-hmm. Let's run through the list of folks we haven't seen, and B, you can give me your 0 to 10 concern level. And if I had to play a hunch here, it's going to be a lot of zeros. Guys not at practice today, Marcus Mariota.
0.
I think I'm at 1.
0.
Noah Brown.
0.
Samerstill.
0 still. He's had a great camp.
Yeah, I agree with that. Jordan McGee.
Not well, he was hurt most of last year.
Yeah.
So I'm always have some concern with Jordan. So it's 0 to 10, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to go 2.
I also was going to go 2.
You're getting smarter.
Just because you want to see him stack the days, right? Like,
exactly.
Cliche.
If you have injury concerns or it has been there in the past, I'm going to be concerned about it.
Javonte Jean-Baptiste.
0 at this point.
I agree there. Sometimes guys are just getting a day off. Maybe they tweak something. Brandon Coleman. I bring this one up because I saw him leave Saturday, and I don't know. Not 0.
3.
3? Okay. So it's been interesting with Coleman out now for the past – he came out Saturday and then obviously isn't out there today. So Wiley moved over, and then Allegretti's playing, and then you've seen more Connerly. Mm-hmm. As excited as I am to see Bill and Lane offensively, I also want to see Connerly in New England and see how he holds up.
Wednesday, I really want to see him.
Yeah, I think the level of – dude, like, when you're going one-on-one against Frankie Louvu, it's okay for a rookie to lose that and kind of got to learn and get better. You know what I mean?
I'm with that.
Today, when I was watching in 11s, they were doing what looked like a bunch of run install, and you could see the athleticism. His ability to, like, if it's a down scheme block and he gets, that first push onto the D tackle, he can get to the linebacker super fast. Mm-hmm. Like, you could see the athleticism with him, and I think that's exciting. The Jean-Baptiste thing I found a little interesting, just because the D-line, and you never want to be in a hurry to try to figure out roster spots, especially in the new era of what are basically 70-man rosters. But the D-line's going to be really interesting because you've got some vets. I thought Jalen Holmes was really good for them down the stretch last year. Mm-hmm. Farrell, you know who he is. Like, they re-signed him. JJB was a draft pick last year. Your boy Andre Jones still around. Jacob Martin was a guy that could pat. If you're Jacob Martin, Von Miller showing up probably wasn't the best news.
I mean, it couldn't. It could be though. What if Von like I said when I watched some film on that kid
I remember you liked
great lean. And what if Von helps him be even better?
Because
he might. Von is not playing the next 20 years, 15 years, 5 years. And if he helps somebody take a major step, that could be good for him.
Yeah, I mean, Martin's not a spring chicken, right? Like, he's turning 30 this fall, I believe. Mm-hmm. It's just going to be interesting to watch how some of this stuff shakes out. Unfortunately, the odds would tell us that injuries will play a role too, and kind of figure it out from there. But against the Pats, against a rebuilt Pats team, as much as you can rebuild it fast, it's I don't know, man. How excited are you that there's a game?
I'm very excited. I'm still. I have the mindset of players. As I said, the first day of training camp, you're excited as hell. By the time the second week comes, you can't wait for it to end. And because it's easy to play games, it's hard as hell to practice every day.
Right.
And when you're practicing, seeing the same damn people all the time. You know, as I mentioned earlier, the same guy that you're going against who already know what step you're about to take.
Right.
You know, so they get the jump on you, and the coach starts to worry about it a little bit. I'm happy to see them practice against some more people because it brings the enthusiasm back. It makes those guys have to up their game, and vice versa for the other team as well. And then you move into preseason, it counts now. It's all for the marbles at this point where you can't say what you were doing because you know what, the world's going to see it now.
Totally. It's interesting to watch it all and know how much needs to ramp up for the game and for guys that are not on the top line roster spots. You know what I mean? I do think folks should prepare. I don't think Debo, Wagner, Ertz, Vaughn, I don't think we're going to see some of these dudes at all this preseason. If we do, it would be that Monday night at home, which should be a good crowd, good time. I think it's going to be really – dude, I just got this tweet. I meant to tell you this. You say I never sign, which is completely inaccurate. I still think it's weird that people want me to sign, but I am happy to sign. I had an experience today I never had, B.
What was that?
Shout out to my guy, Chuck. Chuck has lost his leg and had a prosthetic.
Uh-huh.
And he
he
asked me to sign his leg.
Yep, I had that before.
And I said, sure. And somebody just tweeted me a picture of doing it. That was a first for me, signing a leg, B.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's funny when you're out there signing and, you know, a lot of people bring a helmet or a hat or a jersey to get signed. But some people just don't have anything, and then they realize they can get signatures. I signed a Gatorade bottle on Saturday. I signed, this kid had, somehow gotten a roster and just asked me to sign it. I was like, sure, dude, no problem.
I think signing a roster is cool because it proves you were at camp.
Yeah.
You know?
It's cooler than a Gatorade
that's
bottle.
Cool, yeah.
What's the weirdest thing you've ever signed?
Signed some arms, hands. I'm like, dude, you mean you sign your glove? No. I want you to sign my hand. I'm like, okay. Signed it. Knowing it's going to be gone. So,
right.
But, hey, whatever you ask for.
I'll ask that off air.
Yeah. Yeah. Asked by a guy to sign his wife. I said, nah, bro. I can't do that. What's wrong with you? No, it's okay. I'm like, nah, that's not going to work.
I am curious how excited fans are. Maybe we'll open the phone lines up a little later today. I wanted to talk about over the weekend, Terry McLaurin was here, and I posted a video that kind of went viral of Terry just saying what's up to Regina Jackson, Jaden's mom, and then Josh Harris. And it was just coincidence. Like, Regina and Harris were there talking, and Terry came up, and Regina was like, hey. And he's like, oh, hey, how are you? Like, and then Harris is there, and they say hello, and I did, in that moment, feel a little better about, like, when things are still civil and polite and there's mutual respect, like, clearly, I don't think Adam Peters and Buddy Baker would dap each other up right now. Mm-hmm. But, like, Terry and the organization remain good. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just think that we have to watch this thing because we're trying – the problem is we get to a point of trying to figure everything out. And as I keep saying, it's negotiations. Nobody wants to hear that. But it is. Over and over again, you're going to hear things, see things, it's negotiations. But it doesn't necessarily affect the relationships of the people that – like, Terry works with Dan and those coaches most of the time. Only time he really has to deal with Adam is when his agent and Adam are talking about contracts.
Right.
So for the next – if he were to sign a deal for 3 years, he don't talk to Adam.
Right.
You know,
like, they see each other and say what's up.
You
but
see
like,
him, you say, but the thing of it is what we are seeing play out is negotiations. We see multiple people ask for trades and end up back with their team. But those things, some of those things need to be done for people to get to a point. And it doesn't mean that you don't like the person. It just means that, you know what, I'm trying to let you know I'm serious about this.
Totally, man. I had a lot of people ask me about this over the weekend, the Terry situation, right? Like, focusing on AAV is so misguided. So DK Metcalf, right? That's the report we heard. He wants to be paid like DK Metcalf. DK Metcalf, the guaranteed money is not akin to what it's being presented to be. Okay, so this year, DK has $5 million in guarantees, but he just got a big old bonus, right? So that all came through. That's money in the bank. 2026, $25 million guaranteed. That's the real meat of this extension. Mm-hmm. In 27, when his AAV is $32 million, zero guaranteed. In 28, when his AAV is 34, zero guaranteed. And in 2029, when he'll be 32, his AAV is $41 million. Mm-hmm. I'd bet a mortgage payment he never sniffs a year of that contract.
What's the guarantee completely?
60.
So he basically signed a 2-year,
yes,
$60 million deal.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they can get Terry to 60 guaranteed.
You give him a 60, he'll take it.
2 at 28 and then convert some guarantees this year. The AAV doesn't matter because it's backloaded with fake numbers.
I mean, I understand.
You know who it matters for? The agents.
It matters for a lot of players, too. They look at it like that, and they get caught up in it. But education is vital, and guys need to understand that just because a big number is thrown out don't mean that's what you're getting.
Totally. So I'm doing. You wanted me to be educational, B. I'm trying to make sure at least the fans understand that if the holdup here is on AAV, the average annual value, for most people you can equate it to a salary.
Make the value,
right?
Make the annual value, whatever the hell you want to make. You make $35 million a year, but you give them the guarantees, and that's what it matters.
You can make the AAV in the 4th year of an extension $100 million because it's fake.
That is in that situation. That is what they should be trying to do. If that is what justifies a deal getting done, get it done. You know what I mean? So I know people want to blame one side or the other. Hey, I'll blame both damn sides. Work the thing out. Get it done.
Get it done.
I had people at the red light this morning that rolled down my window asking me questions. I'm like, damn, this is that serious?
B. Mitch and Finley. David Aldridge joins us at noon. You'll hear from Cliff Kingsbury and Joe Whitt soon. Nobody go anywhere.
Hi, everyone. I'm calling out all dads here in the DMV to tell you about a big event It's the Dad Games, the Olympics for dads. You can compete for $500 first prizes in events like trash can basketball, the Dad Joke Game, wiffle ball home run derby, and more. And JP and I will be there cheering you on. It's Saturday, August 9th in Upper Marlboro, Maryland, and you can register at visitdadgames.com. That's visitdadgames.com. Use the code 1067 for 50% off registration. Bring the whole family, and we'll see you at the Dad Games, the Olympics for dads.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thanks for all you've shown us. This album, the Blue Album from Weezer, woo! Your boy burned a hole in his Discman with that until Courtney Moore stole it from me. I remember that. 7th grade.
Who's Courtney Moore?
She asked to borrow it. I let her borrow it. I never got it back.
Did you ever ask her for it?
I am now.
Well, it's a little too damn late. You basically told her she can have it because you didn't ask her for it.
Had a good weekend. Got to see a bunch of the boys. Shout out to Bennett. Thank you for the tickets. Great. Mine? Great to see Bennett. Went out to the Eastern Shore over the weekend. Got to see the boys. Got to see Truck. I know you were impressed by Truck drinking out of that fancy glass, B.
Truck drinking that, man, Truck's too big for it. I'm just leave it at that.
I want to ask you something.
Yeah.
So we were going out to the Eastern Shore. I knew I was going to be drinking. Got a car service, right? I'm not messing with that.
That's smart.
Now, everybody at this barbecue knew that the three of us that rolled together were going to leave earlier. So we were at the house. We were picking crabs. We were playing pool basketball. It was a great day. And then a bunch of the guys were going to go to a bar in St. Michael's or whatever. Mm-hmm. And I was like, all right, we're going to take off. The next day, I get a bunch of grief about an Irish exit. I do not pretend that I don't Irish exit. That, however, was not an Irish exit. This was well established. I would like some confirmation.
Did you tell them,
bro, we all
leave earlier? Did you let them know when you were leaving?
I did both. We took photos. My man Hakeem came over and took the photo. The guy that was driving us.
And you told him, okay.
I dapped everybody up. I said goodbye. Like,
see, JB, you dap up people all the time, but you didn't say you. If you don't say you're about to leave, then they don't know you're leaving.
Brother, I made super clear I was leaving.
Well, maybe your people they were doing more than you were drinking, and they didn't remember. So that's their fault.
I think they went deep into the night. I was in bed the ride home was easy, and it was kind of sunset over the Bay Bridge. It was pretty. Sunset.
So in other words, you, Truck, and your boy got to look at the sunset over the Bay Bridge.
Nah, Truck stayed.
Truck's smart. Well, you and who? You just left by yourself?
No, it was a couple of us.
So a couple of y'all was like riding around. That's just like all y'all being together drinking mimosas.
Yo, the ride was fun.
That's like it's basically him and his boys had mimosas.
Nah, we had
mimosas.
Surfsides.
That's like a mimosa. So him and his boys sit there watching the sunset. What the hell?
We're driving.
What kind of crap is that?
We're driving home. Like,
I hear you.
I'm driving over the Bay Bridge. I'm not allowed to look at the sunset?
When you explain that to me, just tell me y'all were riding home in the car. I don't want to hear nothing about no sunset.
I'm a sky guy. What do you want? I like to take it all in. I like to feel grounded and understand the enormous.
God.
I try to remind myself daily of the enormity of the universe and how inconsequential most of what we do is. I feel like that's they call it grounding. I'm very grounded.
I don't know about all that, JP. You're talking right now. You're really talking, but I don't believe nothing you're saying.
Landfill
don't believe nothing you ever say.
Did my departure count as an Irish exit? B. Mitch and I both vote no.
Yes.
No chance, dude. One thing, and I said this on television on Saturday, seeing Terry interact with Harris and Jaden's mom, and really how he's interacted with everybody out here, seeing knowing that Terry's in practice in the rooms and everything, like he's in there. Fans are like, "Where's Terry?" I'm like, "In there." Juxtapose that with what's happening in Dallas with Micah, and like that Cowboys situation. Now, do I think Micah's going to get a major contract Labor Day weekend? Yes. Mm-hmm. I think that's going to be resolved. But that thing seems ugly. This just seems business.
It seems ugly because you got Jerry Jones dealing with it.
Right.
But it's no more ugly than what it is here.
You don't think so?
No. Because Jerry loves all of this. Jerry doesn't give a damn about what any of you all think. Jerry feels like, oh, they talking about my team. They talking about us. Hell, I'm going to get the deal done, but I'm going to get all this free exposure for a little bit. So it doesn't really matter. And that's why my mindset has been the same with negotiating. That's all it is.
So did you hear or did you read Micah's statement, for lack of a better word?
Mm-hmm.
what does it mean to, like, sever a relationship?
Dude, it's just making it sound more serious than what it is. You can't sever a relationship with every damn body. You're still going to talk to somebody. What is he going to do? Just leave from Dallas right now and never play again? Guess what? He'll never make no more money. He'll never work out again.
So I'm reading now from his statement. Unfortunately, I no longer want to be here. I no longer want to be held to closed-door negotiations without my agent present. I no longer want shots taken at me for getting injured while laying it on the line for the organization, our fans, and my teammates. I no longer want narratives created and spread to the media about me. It is
You know what's not being said? I no longer want all these things happening unless I'm paid a certain amount of money. Because Myles Garrett was a little bit more demure, okay, than what Micah's doing. But he basically told Cleveland he was gone. He didn't want to deal with them neither, right?
Yep.
He said, y'all not trying to win a championship. He's back on that team right now. He's
Yep.
making $40 million a year, right?
Yep.
I'm amazed how we get so riled up about this stuff when we know it's a game. It's not only football, but the whole thing around football is a game. And they're playing that game right now at different levels.
I agree with that. I do agree with that. Remember Katie Feeney? She was doing content for the Skins for a couple seasons on TikTok.
Nah.
She just got hired by ESPN. TikTok, man. The future, B.
I guess.
I'm talking my ass off these days because I cannot talk. When we come back, you'll hear from Commanders defensive coordinator Joe Whitt.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Indianapolis Colts running back Savon Ahmed suffered what is described as a severe lower right leg injury when he was hit by an illegal hip drop tackle during Sunday's practice. Medical personnel carted Ahmed off the field and took him to a local hospital for x-rays. Now, the NFL banned hip drop tackles during the 2024 season due to several injuries that occurred as a result of the play. The veteran running back was reportedly in intense pain before the trainers arrived. Indianapolis has only completed a few live portions of practice since Shane Steichen became the team's head coach prior to the 2024 season. Steichen recently revealed that he wanted a more active and intense training camp that included tackling. Keeping it in the NFL, the Dolphins are keeping a cornerstone piece on defense for the foreseeable future. Miami and defensive tackle Zach Sealer have agreed on a 3-year, $64 million contract extension, including $44 million of that guaranteed. In seasons in Miami, Sealer has developed into a full-time starter the last 2 years. Last season, he recorded 55 tackles, 10 sacks, 1 interception, and 1 forced fumble. It was the second straight season that Sealer recorded double-digit sacks in his career. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
All right, B-Mitchell Philly, 106.7 The Fan. We're out here at training camp for the first week. They're going to be going into preseason. They're going to be leaving tomorrow. They'll be practicing against the New England Patriots on Wednesday. And Joe Whitt had a chance to talk to the media. Let's take a listen.
Arlen, he's done a nice job of covering as well. So I've been pleased with that group.
Hey, Joe. Good afternoon. Who are some of the players you're sort of most excited to see playing guys in other jerseys in New England, whether it be practice or the game?
Oh, that's the whole defense. I mean, I want to see us just go compete against another group. So I don't have one person that I'm most excited to see. I'm excited to see the play style come to life, and can we continue to do what we're doing out here on a consistent basis against another opponent.
What do you make of Cam Medrano's skill set, and sort of how do you think he kind of fits into what you guys do?
You know, Kane is one of those multi-positional players that we're carving out a role for him. He's defining it himself. He's doing a better job of covering than he did in the spring on tight ends. He showed a level of physicality. Now, can he consistently do it? That's one thing that we need to see when we go to New England, because we know how they're going to try to be bully ball a little bit. So is he that slash between, like I said, Jeremy Chin or Frankie? We're still trying to figure that part out of it.
How have you seen Von Miller kind of integrate himself with this defense, both kind of on the field and in the classroom?
You know, in the classroom, let's start there. His first couple of days were like pass rush seminars, you know, and the guys were really being sponges to him. When you have a guy with a wealth of knowledge that he has, you know, the guys are going to listen to. And then when you get out there and we get into some of our known pass situations and you see the looks that we have, and Tap again and DQ have done a nice job of putting some packages together that gives those guys a little bit more freedom. And it's fun to watch those guys rush. He can still get off the ball. He can bend the corner. He can bend. He can spin. And then you see DA doing some really nice things in his rush. You see Jacob doing some really nice things. So it's been good to watch.
Going back to Marshawn, what is it that you're seeing out here that maybe you weren't able to see last year because of what he was going through?
Well, he's out there. That's the first thing, okay? He's consistently out there. We last year, he went and fought his ass off, and he didn't practice very often, and so that's hard on a player, but he's a competitor, so he was willing to go do that and not be afraid of the result. You know, he just wanted to go out there and compete and help us win. And I think people lose that sometimes when the play might not be what you desire it to be. But the dog-ass competitor you can never go away from. But to answer your question, he's a really good press player. That's who I am, who we want to be. Nice feet. He still can hold the vertical control, and he's very, very competitive. So I've been pleased with where he is.
Because of that, what you said with him and what you was talking about with Trey and Mikey and that group, what can you do up front that can add to what this defense does?
Right now, it's a combination, and I talked to those guys about it. So I don't want anybody to get lost in translation when I talk about the run game. It's 11-man football. It wasn't the issues last year. It wasn't just the front. All right, we didn't do a great job on all three levels. In the pass game, once again, it's 11-man football. The back end cover, that gives the rush a chance to get to the second rush, or if the rush can speed up the time clock of the quarterback, now you can play some more zone type coverages and confuse the quarterback. So it's all 11-man football, and we have to play as one.
Hey, Joe, obviously going back to OTAs, this is all about a progression, getting better all the time, hopefully. Who are some of the guys on defense that you have seen going back to the spring that you've seen kind of just get better and better?
Right now, I just seen the whole group get better. I was trying to think of somebody to really single out, but I talked to DQ yesterday about raising the floor, and I just seen the entire group get better, and that's what I want to see more than just an individual. If we can get better as a group. So I'm not trying to dodge a question at all, but the entire group has raised the level of play.
Johnny Newton, obviously he's had an off season this year as opposed to last year. Where is he at with his progression, and how closer do you think he is to getting to level you guys are hoping him to be?
I thought Johnny had a good day today, man. He had some really nice rushes, some one-on-one wins. He's healthy. His feet are good. So, we're expecting the guy that we drafted to really show, this year. He was behind the 8 ball some because he was dealing with those injuries last year. And so, knock on wood that he can stay healthy and we can get the best version of him.
Hey, Coach. So I asked Coach Quinn a similar question this morning. So when you look at practice, what kind of equals for you a good day for your defense? And then what would then equal we got to do better at the next practice?
When we go to practice, there's sometimes I know I'm making calls that are going to put them in stressful situations. And so, all right, can we just execute the call? Can we send the ball where we want to send it? There's certain calls that they shouldn't be able to run the ball. So if they run the ball on that call, that's a negative. There's certain calls, all right, if we have outside leverage in the pass game, they can't catch outside breakers. And so as long as we're playing the defense, and then when we get into our situations in our competitive periods, do we win? That's just that simple. Do we win those situations in those competitive periods? And that's what we look for. And when we go in there, we put it up on the board. All right, did we win? Did we lose? And why did we win or lose?
Good afternoon, Coach.
How you doing?
These joint practices throughout the league are becoming more common with other teams. From a defensive standpoint, what is the value of these joint practices for your squad?
It goes both ways. So, when you go against each other so much, they start to know your calls, you start to know their calls. You get used to the releases of the receivers, you get used to the sets of the blockers. So it's just good to go against new bodies, and now you can see, all right, are we doing what we need to do, or are we just used to playing a certain group of guys? Can we play our play style on the road? Can we travel with it? So I really enjoy joint practices, and hopefully, with DQ, we can keep it clean. The league has had a couple fights the last couple years, and we don't operate that way. We're a clean unit, and so hopefully we get up there and just get good work in, get quality work from both sides.
Coach Quinn had mentioned using the offseason for the coaches as well to kind of reassess and see what went well and what you needed to be improved on from last season. Is there anything that you as a coach, you looked at and said, this is what I want to get better at going into training camp? Yeah,
there were a number of things. To myself, and this might sound silly, my motto, and I have it on my board right now, is let's do what's right, don't necessarily be right. As coaches, you think you have all the answers all the time, and so I'm being very cautious to listen to everybody and make sure I'm doing what's right, not necessarily trying to prove that I am right, if that makes sense. And so allowing the coaches just to coach, getting out the way, putting the scheme in, detailing it out from a schematic standpoint in the meeting rooms, and allowing them to go do it. and focus on calling it in the right situations, and then making sure that we're putting the players in the best situation, utilizing them. I don't think I did a good enough job in certain spaces with Frankie and Jeremy. We did good jobs, but the whole 11, I have to do a better job of using people's skill sets. So those were the three main things that I really focused on my growth.
Coach, so much of this identity in this defense is fast and physical. What specific traits or habits are you emphasizing in camp to build that identity, especially with young guys, a guy like Jeremy Reeves, who the other day was talking about how the game has kind of slowed down for him after, a rebound year last year?
Yeah, we talk about mind speed. So if we can think fast, we can play fast. We go hard. We don't practice necessarily long, but we go really, really hard. And so make sure we're chasing the ball. Make sure we're being physical up front. We're not letting the ball get through. And you just have to practice that way. You have to live that way. This is an intense environment that AP and DQ have set, a very competitive environment, and you have to get used to living that way. And one thing I would say is, everybody in that defensive room lives that way for real. In the past, there might have been some resistors that, there's nobody. I mean, everybody gets down the way that we want to get down right now. And so, and that's fun. And that's fun to go. So I'm excited about this next pocket of going against the Patriots and being where our feet are and seeing how the next couple of days go. Yeah. All right, y'all have a great one. Hey, let's get the energy.
That's Joe Whitt Jr. talking to the media, and Joe Whitt Jr. he's very intense, and I smiled when I heard him say the exact same thing I said earlier. People begin to know what the guys in practice are doing against them, and it's a welcome to have them go against the New England Patriots. What you're going to see as a coach, these coaches are going to get a chance to now see who's retaining everything that they've taught them. They're going to see how guys react in different situations. Yes, guys get there and they start to cheat because they know what the steps are. They learn those things, but when you go against a new set of guys, you don't get that chance anymore. You don't get that little choice of, I know what they're going to do. You have to go out there and play all of your fundamentals and go all through your head and be able to make the thing happen real quickly. Now, they're going to find out which young guys really got it, which young guys have gotten this stuff and now can just go out there and play the game of football. I said many times, when you're thinking on the football field, you're behind. If you're not reacting, you're going to have problems. They get the chance to see that now. And I think as the offensive coaches and the defensive coaches, they both see it. And then the thing of Dan Quinn talking to the coaches about improving stuff, and Joe recognizes it, like it's not all about being right. It's finding the right situation, right solution. Coaches do sometimes feel because I said it, it's supposed to happen. And a lot of times when you say it, it doesn't happen. So this is that next step. They're looking at guys now. They're finding out who's doing things as they go against their teammates on a day-to-day basis, a daily basis. Hell, offensive players talk to defensive players after practice, and the defensive players are telling them what they're doing, so they're figuring those things out. Now you're going to be able to now take that next step and say, which guys stepped on that football field and ready to play? Which guys were able to just go out there and play the game? Which guys had to think about it? And if you start thinking about it against another team, because they are trying to make their football team. They want their coaches to understand. There is that thing when you're going against your own player, you don't want to hurt them. You don't want to do certain things to them. Even if you beat them, you don't want to embarrass them because that could be your friend. If your pass rush or your block can get that guy cut. So you pull back. When they go against the Patriots, they're not going to do that. And Joe's absolutely right. In these games, a lot of emotions flare. Hell, I'll be honest with you. I was in a lot of fights. Every time I thought somebody cheap shot one of my players, I wanted to get the player back. And if they kept doing it, then I felt then that they must want to go there. And I think the coaches kind of knew I reacted that way. I didn't just go out there and get into fights, but if you're doing something stupid and you're jeopardizing our season by trying to hurt one of my players, I'm going to fight you. I didn't care. And now the NFL has come down on people because of the fights. They're finding people and things of that nature, and I think Dan Quinn does run a good deal. But I say one thing. Dan is definitely telling his players, hey, we're not going up here to fight. but we're going to protect each other. And we're not going to take anybody's ish, okay? If they go out there and they bring something to us, we got to bring it back to them. Because not only are you trying to get better as a football team, you want to see how your team is coming together. Who's going to fight for their brother? Who's going to be there for their next man? And if you have to do something, everybody do it together. I don't want to see players in practice like that for sure. You know, and listen, I'm not saying go out there and do something stupid. You know, you pull off your helmet and start swinging your helmet, you're going to get in trouble. You're going to get in trouble from the league and everybody else. And you could truly harm somebody. Don't want to see that. But as we get closer to this thing, we upgraded offensive line, defensive line. The two positions that I think are going to make this team go or not go. And now we get a chance to see guys on that football team that we know are good with New England and watch our guys go against them to see how it's going to happen. See if we have improved. When I'm watching out on the field, I think the defensive line has improved. But are they improved because nobody can now cut them? And my simple explanation is when you are a D lineman, you are a pass rusher, you are a linebacker, and you're rushing an offensive player in practice for sure with your own team, you know they cannot go below your waist. They are not going to do it, so you have a distinct advantage. But when you get into those games, even against New England, they may tell them don't do it, but hell, if they think you got an advantage, they're gonna do the thing that they know can nullify the stuff that you're doing. And once the game come on Friday night, they damn well will cut you. And I think a defensive lineman, once they understand that, they don't come with the same reckless abandon that they do. They slow it down a little bit. They play it a little bit more cautious than what they do in practice sometimes. So I can't wait to see if our D linemen have made that major step. Are they a lot better than they were last year? Because Joe stated it. It's not about just the D line or the linebackers or the defensive back. It's all of them working together. Last year, there were times when the D line held stout. Running back gets through, the linebacker wasn't there to make the tackle. Other times, I saw Saquon Barkley run right out the field and had Jeremy Chin coming, should have had him, boom, dead to his rights. He did not touch him. Didn't make the tackle. So everybody has to work together. The pass rush, everybody thinking, oh, it's just about the outside. No. How about the rush up the middle? How about the defensive back holding it? Cover your guy just a little bit longer to allow the guy to get home. So it's a lot of things that I'm looking for, and then we flip it. I'm looking for the offensive line. We did bring Laramie Tunsil in.
Dude, he looks great, too.
I want to see him against somebody else now. I want to see Laramie.
That's a big fella.
He's a big dude. I want to see this stuff. So I was asked earlier, what are you looking for? I'm looking for the O-line, D-line. Because if I see them get some move, some push, and I think they've gotten better, I believe this football team can get better also. Because they lead the way.
For sure. I don't think we're going to see Tunsil.
We're going to see him in the practices.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Wednesday practice more than I am the game. I think you may get more. You and I will see more in Wednesday game that's going to be helping this team throughout the year. I mean, Wednesday's practice than we're going to see on Friday.
Totally.
Because on Friday, we're going to see younger guys getting that opportunity to go out there and prove they can play. On Wednesday, we're going to see the nucleus, the base, the foundation of this team perform.
Oh, yeah.
Those guys don't get that same opportunity on Friday. So Wednesday is going to be a little bit more, going to show me more about what this team is than Friday will.
Totally. Have I told you what I think our setup is for Wednesday?
What's that?
Not totally confirmed, but the Patriots have, I think there's 2 Boston sports talk stations. And I think those guys get to set up, because it's in the stadium. You know what I mean? They got space.
They're doing it in the stadium?
I believe so, yeah. They have a practice field, too, but I think it's in the stadium. And I think we get set up kind of on a club-level platform watching everything.
Oh.
So think about it. We'll be able to see everything.
Yeah.
You know, when you're watching from the field level here, you get a really good view, but you don't get kind of that all-22 look.
Yeah.
So I don't know for sure yet, but I think that could be pretty darn cool.
Yeah.
You know, one thing I'm also curious about, and it's somebody you know, What do you think it'll mean for Izzo to be back up in New England for practices and stuff?
Not much. This is preseason.
Yeah.
You know, and he's probably been there before since he left there.
He probably has.
Yeah, so it's not going to be that big of a thing for him. But I'm ready. I can't wait for it.
Dude, me too.
I'm going to take us a quick break here. And coming back, David Aldridge is going to join us at 11.
Is DA coming now?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I just said, right?
Correct.
I mean, you just left me and went off and did your other little 500,000 jobs. DA will join us when we get back. Be Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We'll be right back.
She doesn't like me posting the girls anyway. I was just going to do it.
This sports update is brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Browns quarterback Shedeur Sanders sat out Saturday's team drills with arm soreness as Joe Flacco and rookie Dylan Gabriel handled the main workload. But according to Cleveland.com, the 2025 fifth-round pick will be a, quote, full go today as the Browns prepare for joint practices with the Carolina Panthers on Tuesday. And when the Atlanta Falcons open their preseason schedule against the Lions on Friday, Michael Penix Jr. and Kirk Cousins will both be spectators. Falcons head coach Raheem Morris told NFL Network this morning that his top two quarterbacks will sit out that game and that Emory Jones and Easton Stick will both see quarterback action. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a brand new garage door. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Very excited right now to welcome into the program our friend and Hall of Famer, Mr. David Aldridge from The Athletic.
D.A.
What's up, D.A.?
What's happening, fellas? Y'all good?
We good, brother.
We're good. How are you?
I'm good. It's a nice day out here today.
Dude,
Beautiful day.
how nice is this
Beautiful
weather,
day.
man?
It's fantastic. What you showing me?
I'm putting you on the stream, man.
Oh, Lord.
Letting people
Nobody needs to see me while I'm on the radio.
You know what? I'm looking at you. You and Martin Mayhew, y'all look very similar.
We look similar?
Y'all look like each other. When I looked, I just saw Martin. I'm like, damn.
Nobody ever told me that.
I
before.
never thought it neither until I looked at you because I just was there with Martin.
I can see it a little with the mustache.
Yeah.
Who do people tell you look like?
Oh, shit. Wilbon. I shouldn't have said that, should I?
Yeah, you look tired, dog.
I get
Denzel,
Wilbon,
Denzel.
I get Carlton from French Prince. You know.
Really? I don't see that.
Yeah.
Tell me you get Denzel.
Oh, I can't lie, B. I'm not gonna lie about it. I get random people. You'd be like, really? Okay. Sorry about the cursing, y'all. It won't happen again. I'm a professional.
How much? So I would say, and I'm not taking anything away from Amos, who's had a really good camp. I think Madrano's starting to show, but Bill Merritt and Jalen Lane of the rookies have really made an impression.
I think so.
How much of rookies really making impression the first 2 weeks of camp do you kind of buy into and predict the future off of?
I mean, like I always say, show me why they drafted you, right? It doesn't have to be 20 plays. Just show me 2 in a practice.
Yeah.
2 plays, show me why they drafted you. And those guys are doing it. And Amos certainly is doing it way more than 2 plays, right? So, yeah, I mean, look, Bills look really good so far, like really good, you know. And I think
that run he had today, dude.
Yeah, I know,
the little jump cut in the hole.
Oh, he got that.
I know.
I've been watching
It's
him do that
there.
all training camp.
Yeah, right. It's there.
I kept saying his vision is impeccable, but he is the type of guy where when he steps, he moves.
Yeah.
Like a lot of guys get over there, rolling on their legs.
Exactly.
He's always on the inside part
Right.
of his, when he's trying to go over.
That's a skill, right? Like
Yes,
you got to
yes.
develop that. So he's been coached well because he doesn't miss the hole.
Yeah,
Ever.
yeah.
Like, you know, and that's a great sign. So yeah, I mean, look, I think Connolly's going to be fine. I know everybody's going crazy about it. He'll be fine. He'll be fine.
I thought Cliff said about him was really good. He's like, man, he's doing everything we want.
Yeah.
He's trying to learn a new position. It's
Exactly.
not easy.
It's going to take a minute. He's a rookie. You know, like in his first round pick and pressure and all that. It'll be fine. He'll be fine. But yeah, I mean, Bill has looked really good so far. Like really good.
The thing for me, like when they got these practices coming up against the Patriots.
Right.
I'm looking forward to it because now they're not familiar with what
Right,
they're doing.
exactly.
They now have to go out there and show that they now can take what they've
Right.
learned and bring it with them.
Right, and guys that, you know, you're playing against guys that want to make their name off of you.
Yeah, there you go.
Like New England ain't New England no more. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like they got to get back to the top. Well, Washington was in the championship game last year, so New England's like, oh, let's show people how much better we are.
Yeah.
So it's going to be those are live practices. I don't know why every team in the league doesn't do this every year with multiple teams, and just keep it like you can't play your divisions, but like them playing Baltimore every year. This makes all the sense in the world.
Right.
It's easy. It's an easy trip. New England's a relatively easy trip, you know. So yeah, you got to do this. That's the best way to get ready. Like live ammunition is the best way.
I still think the weirdest thing during the Ron era is we all had to go to Kansas City for a
Why?
preseason game without joint practices.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
that's travel,
That
dude.
doesn't make any sense.
Right.
None of this travel during preseason makes no sense. Just like in the NBA, it makes no sense. Why are you going cross country to play an exhibition game?
Right.
That makes no sense at all. Just keep it regional, so the travel is limited. An hour flight, okay, but there's no reason that anybody in any sport, if you're going to play a preseason game against somebody or have a practice, within an hour and a half tops, that's it.
Totally.
You know?
Yeah, I completely agree. I think, during the Bruce era, they always had that last preseason game at Tampa.
Yeah.
And that was just like a little vacation for the
Exactly.
boys. Like,
I
they just
know.
went down there and partied.
Right, I know, but that doesn't help you get, and it showed.
Right, exactly. Our friend David Aldridge is joining us here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow DA at David Aldridge DC. What's pretty remarkable is outside of the Terry thing, and we'll ask you about that, but there's not a lot of real storylines to watch. There's not a lot of roster battles. Like you get, position battles. You get further down. I'm really curious kind of what happens with the D linemen and stuff.
Right.
What, if anything, has caught your eye in the biggest way beyond the Terry thing?
You just look at their offensive line potential, and you just go, wow. Like they could be really good, like really good.
Tunsil looks really good.
He's just insanely big and just massive and just everything you think he would be. And Coleman, I know he didn't practice today, but being inside, you can see his size plays inside.
Yeah.
When he's in a phone booth with somebody wrestling, that could work. He's outside in space, that doesn't work as well for him. But inside, that could work. He's playing between Tunsil and Biotish. Like,
That's graduate school.
Yeah, you know what I mean? That's
Yeah.
pretty good. Like,
Yeah.
you know, right? And so the right side, I mean, it could be Wiley, it could be Allegretti. I mean, they got options until Cosme comes back. But then, I mean, Dan said it again today. Like, week one's not off the table for Cosme, you know, which is crazy to me,
Yeah, it
considering that was in January.
Late January.
Yeah, I mean, that was 7 months ago. Like,
And he hasn't practiced.
right. So let's just say he's back week 5 just to be safe. Like, that's still an amazingly fast recovery from that for a big guy, especially,
Right.
you know. So you think about him, and again, I think Coleman's going to be fine, or I think
Connerly.
Connerly's going to be fine at tackle. Is he going to make mistakes? Sure. If he makes too many of them, guess what? You take him out, you put Wiley back in. They got options. Their
Right.
options are good options, too.
When 2 of your starters from last year are now your top 2 depth guys,
Exactly.
that is really good.
Yeah, it's good.
Hell yeah.
I do want to ask you about Terry. I don't mean this to be overly simple. How much fun is it to watch Jaden Daniels?
Yeah.
It really is, dude. Every day. And you said that last year about
They
him.
give me one
You're
or two plays to see why they draft him.
Right.
He only did 250 of them.
Right. You see the throw he made to Debo on the sideline today. I was right in front of Debo when he caught that. And it was a great catch. Don't get me wrong. But it was a perfect pass. Like, it was perfect. Like,
You see
exactly where it needed to be.
And you see him every couple, like, it's a frequent occurrence that you kind of get
happens very
a
often.
jaw-dropping play.
Yeah, and this is where, you know, fossils like me, you start to write stories, not about the contract, because he'll get paid. But just, look, y'all need to appreciate how good this guy is. Like, don't
Totally.
take this for granted. Like, he's really good. You know?
We did a segment the other day on, like, who's catching your eye during camp,
Yeah.
right? And, like, everybody wants to talk about, like, oh, you know, the Kane Madrano, 5th rounder
Yeah,
out of
he's
he's
been-
got real wheels.
been terrific.
But, like, we can't lose sight of the dude that catches your eye most is
Jade.
5.
5.
You
5-0 also.
You can't stop looking at him.
Sarah still does a lot
Yes,
of great
yes,
stuff.
yes.
Totally.
You know, guys that have already done it. And I think, you know, when we looking for who's catching your eyes, people immediately go to somebody new.
Sure.
Now,
sure.
the dude that was here last year, he's gotten even better.
He's a real deal,
And,
man.
you know, hopefully, you know, Lattimore's been pretty good, you know, and that's going to be
Looks healthy.
huge.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
It's going to be huge for them. He doesn't have to be great. He just has to be pretty good.
Right.
And the other kid's
Amos
pretty
looks
good.
good, yeah.
And Sarah Still's pretty good. Now you got 3 pretty goods.
Yeah.
Whereas 2 years ago they had 3. Woo.
Bro, last year, week 1 was Mike Davis, Benjamin St. Juste, and Emmanuel Forbes. Those are your 3 corners on the field. Like, that's
So they're a little better now.
yeah. Talking with our friend David Aldridge from The Athletic. You can give DA a follow at David Aldridge DC. Read all of his work in The Athletic. Where are you at on the Terry situation?
I'm going to write about this probably I don't know if tomorrow or Wednesday. This has got to get done this week. It has to. Like this, the calendar. You got no more time. The calendar is going to start going very quickly after this week. He has to get in pads and practice against people. Ideally, it's not going to be this week in New England because this week's gone. Even if he signed in 10 minutes,
Right, he's not
playing
right.
this week. This week's gone for him. So next week you really want him on the field for practices in the preseason game against Baltimore because that's when most of the starters are going to play the most minutes. No, is it going to be a half? I don't know, but it's going to be whatever they play is the most they're going to play in
For Cincy.
any game.
Yeah.
You know, because preseason game 3 they're not playing. You know what I mean? So now he gets the week 3. He hadn't practiced. He hadn't played against anybody, and you're basically starting to shut your regulars down until the regular season starts. So it's got to be this week to get him ramped up to the point where he maybe can participate next week against Baltimore, which is the most important week of the preseason.
I think both sides can do better. You know, and I'm going to be totally honest with you. I know we've been hearing all these numbers, and me and JP talk about this on a regular basis about they care about the AAV, but if you get the guarantees that Metcalf got, you get closer to that,
Right.
you can get a deal done.
Yeah.
And I think also the player has to realize at this point, you got to tell your agent, look, bro,
Yeah, I know.
I understand
Yeah,
that
right,
what
right.
you want, you're trying to
Right.
get the biggest contract you can.
Right. And I want the biggest
But I
contract.
want
but I
the
gotta
most
play.
money that's going to go in my pocket when I sign this
right
thing.
now. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's ways to do that. You know,
Convert some this year.
yeah, well, you can bump them up, you can extend, you can,
Right.
you know, there's a lot of ways, or you can renegotiate and extend. There's there's lots of ways, and I'm sure they've gone through these, but you're getting to the point where you have to now pick one of these.
Yeah.
These are not 3 great options, but they're better than not playing. Like, you can't not play. That doesn't work.
And if you talk about your not great options, if the hiccup, or one of the hiccups right now, one of the holdups is his age. A year from now, you're only older.
Yeah.
Like, the guarantees will be less.
Right.
That's just the reality.
Right. Plus, I mean, look, I think Terry has value around the league, but if you start to really look at team by team by team by team, like, who's going to give Washington what they would obviously be asking for in a trade? And where does Terry want to go? Like, that's not with 5. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Interestingly enough, I think the team that would pay the most in a trade compensation and pay the most for Terry is the one we're going to see this week. I think New England.
Maybe. And again, no disrespect to Drake May. He's
who
gonna
might be a
pretty
good player,
quarterback,
right?
but he ain't
ain't
5.
five,
no.
Not 5.
No.
You know what I mean? So, like, where do you think you're going to go that's going to be better for you? Like, you need to, like, you did this for 6 years. You played with guys that weren't good enough.
Yeah.
Like, you made them better
And
than
then
they
you
were.
play 1 year with a guy that is damn good, and you know what your production was.
You know what
with
you're going
him.
to get, and you're on a team that's all in on winning this year, clearly. And this is where the team has to come correct, to me. Like, they're not building through the draft here. They're not doing, oh, we're going to be good in 3 years, check back. No. You just gave up 6 draft picks for 2 guys who can help you win right now.
Right.
And I get it. I have no problem with that strategy. But winning right now, you got to have 17 on the field.
Right.
So that's what you got to get this done.
To me, one, I think Terry signs. I think this all gets solved. 2, the question of like, oh, is this a playoff team without Terry? Yes. When you have Jaden Daniels, you're a playoff team, right? Like, you're in the playoff conversation.
Yeah.
But not having 17 limits your ceiling.
Margin for error.
Are you going to
close
the NFC
nothing.
title game without Terry? I don't think so.
Again, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago. The playoffs weren't 3 years ago. The playoffs were 6 months ago.
Right.
Touchdown at Tampa, touchdown at Philly, touchdown in Detroit.
50-yard house call on the street. Right.
Yes. Like,
He hasn't lost that in 6
no,
months.
not in 6 months.
And what I think everybody needs to understand is they started slow the first 2, 3, 4 games.
It was the touchdown catch against Cincy that kind of
Then all of a sudden,
going.
they went for it.
Right.
Yeah.
And they can hit the ground running this year.
Exactly. You hit the ground running.
Yes.
And you have a chance to now maybe have your playoff games at home instead of going on the road for 3 straight. Like, you can't afford to just give away 3 games in the first month and a half and go, well, we'll make that up in November. Doesn't work like that.
It doesn't work like that at all.
Totally. I would not mind not having to go to Detroit in January again.
It was fine. I mean, it was better. Well, I like L.A., but I wasn't really trying to fly out to L.A. for
No.
championship games.
Tampa was great.
Tampa was great. Detroit was fine. It's cold, but it was fine.
Yeah, we'll be all right. David, thank you very much, man.
Appreciate
your
it.
time.
Always a pleasure, guys.
Always appreciate it,
Sorry
man.
for the cursing.
That is our friend David Aldridge. Give him a follow at David Aldridge.
Just passionate, dog.
Read his work at The Athletic. And you know what else you need to do? You got to trust DA, and you got to trust the 5-star experts at Crop Metcalf for all your residential and commercial cooling, heating, plumbing, and pest control needs. We can use some pest control in this tent. I'll tell you that much. JB Finley here, and the summer temperatures. Listen, we got a couple of nice cool days, but it has been hot as hell this summer. You do not want your AC to tap out. My crew over at Crop Metcalf can hook you up with a brand new cooling system starting at just $186 a month. You heard that right, $186 a month for a new AC. That includes all future service repairs, plus your heating and cooling checks. One low monthly price. No curveballs, no nonsense. Maybe you got to check that water heater too, man. You don't want to get in the shower and it's ice cold. Crop Metcalf can install a new water heater starting at just $56 a month. Don't wait until it's too late. Do what I always do. Call the 5-star experts at Crop Metcalf at 1-800-GO-CROP or visit cropmetcalf.com to schedule your appointment today. Crop Metcalf is the home of the 5-star technician. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. About 10 minutes from now, Cliff Kingsbury addressed the media, and some pretty interesting stuff. One thing I love about Cliff, and I think players love this, dude is honest and himself.
Cool as hell.
And super cool, but also, like, will not BS you. I think players, and you know this better than me, Brian, but in my experience, players would much rather honesty, even when it's not great news, than BS. Maybe that's life.
Then I know I can deal with you. I know I can believe in you. I can trust you. I can trust what you say. If you're going to BS me and lie to me about something when it's good or bad or whatever, then you'll lie to me about anything. Then I don't trust anything that you say. Cliff has always been that way, and I think, over time, you get respect. Like the whole thing is, you got to stop living to be liked and start living to be respected.
Totally.
And if you're respected, that's way better than being liked.
I think Cliff, his command of the offensive side of this thing is really impressive and really important. And I don't know. We'll hear from him in just a moment. It was interesting with D8 saying, all right, they need to get this Terry thing done this week. If you do start to look at the calendar here, they've got the joint practice Wednesday, the game Friday night. There's no chance Terry is taking part in either of those, right? Even if they sign a contract, that's not going to happen. But you kind of start to play this out. You've got the joint practices against the Ravens. So Friday night preseason game. Then they have practice all next week, right? Mm-hmm. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, off day Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Then the following Sunday's an off day, the Monday nighter against the Bengals. I don't know that DQ is going to play many guys at all. Like, I can't imagine ESPN is able to pressure preseason games for guys to play, and I can't imagine DQ would give a rip. If you wanted Terry to get some snaps in that Monday night game, B, when do you need him in here? How much work does he need beforehand to be on the field for that Monday nighter?
The amount of time they're doing, he can come in there anytime that week. Anytime the week prior.
So Wednesday's an off day. You would even let him So here, what I do know is that Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 14th, 15th, 16th, they're going to run those practices like normal NFL weeks. Training camp, you start early because it's a long day. The practice portion during the regular season, like the actual practice, shifts to the afternoon because they come in and do more meetings and film, lift weights. So they're going to try the run-up to the Monday nighter against the Bengals to look like a real NFL week because the calendar kind of works for it too. It'd be like Thursday. So it's a Monday night game. They would go Thursday, Friday, Saturday, travel Sunday, play Monday night. So they're going to try to build that up. So I almost wonder if that Thursday the 14th is when you'd really need to see somebody because then it's like, dude missed a week for an injury. Now he's back. Get him back in there.
We've seen him walking on the field, and when we leave from here, he's on PUP, right?
Yeah.
You think they don't have him working out there? He's not just coming over here and just sitting around and not doing anything. He's rehabbing. He's doing all kind of stuff based off of the ankle being injured. He's running around. They know if he's in shape or not. And
he looks to be just fine.
If they were to sign him, then I think you can expect him to play that Monday.
Because if it's not there as far as actual game reps, Terry is not playing the third preseason game against the Ravens. And that's a weird short week where you play Monday night, Tuesday's an off day, Wednesday they practice, Thursday's the joint. That Thursday the 21st is going to be a big practice. And then Saturday is the Ravens game. And after that, it's not even training camp anymore. After that, we don't get to watch everything. It'll be very different. I think certainly the practice against the Ravens. So even if he's back in camp like 10 days from now, like Friday the 15th or something, and then he can practice against the Ravens, I do think that would be good. Jamar Chase talked last year about how he feels like he started slow because he got into camp so late. Like, clearly you don't want that.
That's something I'm concerned about. That's why I feel you get to a point where the team has to say, look, we got to get him in. We can't keep, you can't fight to the end and don't want to budge at all when you got a guy that can definitely help you win games. And you don't want them to come in too late because we know when people come in too late, they end up injured.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying it happens all the time, but he's a guy that don't normally get injured, but still, you never damn know.
Sure.
You want to make sure he can get that little base, that foundation.
All about that
being
base.
held. Got to get that in him now. So I don't know.
What you always say, nothing gets you ready to play football like playing football.
Playing football, brother.
Here's what I do know. The B. Mitch and Finley AAA Club Alliance poll question of the day is up. What offseason addition will have the biggest impact for the Commanders? You can vote at B. Mitch and Finley on X. You can also level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA plus exclusive experience, discounts, and tickets. Already a AAA member? Upgrade for free at AAA.com/Commanders. Cliff Kingsbury next.
Some news and notes coming out of training camp around the NFL. First up, Sam Cosmi is still recovering from a torn ACL, and Commanders head coach Dan Quinn said this morning that the guard might not be back in time for Week 1. Cosmi is a fifth-year veteran who started since his rookie season with the Commanders in 2021, but he suffered this injury during last season's NFC Championship game against the Philadelphia Eagles, and it may take him a little longer to recover from that torn ACL, so we may not see him for Week 1. Chicago Bears head coach Ben Johnson was not pleased with his offense's performance on Sunday at Soldier Field. Johnson treated the practice like a preseason game. Fans came in to watch the team prepare for the 2025-2026 campaign, but NBC Sports reported that the Bears attackers struggled to execute their plays. They were penalized for delaying and had timeouts at the line of scrimmage. Johnson said, quote, "It was sloppy, sloppier than we were hoping we would be at this point." And one final note coming out of Bills camp. Bills general manager Brandon Beane said that the team did not know that running back James Cook had planned to hold out as he continues to seek a new contract. After participating at practice since the start of Bills training camp, Buffalo's Pro Bowl running back showed up to Sunday session in street clothes. When asked by reporters why he didn't participate, Cook offered a one-word answer: business, which he repeated several times after a few more questions. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Shout out to Tom Petty. High noon in the District of Columbia. Points along the eastern seaboard, Canada, Puerto Rico, not just the East Coast, all the way up and down. Commanders offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury addressed the media earlier. We haven't heard from Cliff in a while. I always enjoy Cliff's pressers because he's just honest and direct. Doesn't do a lot of the coach speak. Like, where DQ will Dikembe you politely and just like kind of answer a different question than you ask. Cliff will just be like, I don't know, or I'm not going to talk about that. Like Cliff is like Dikembe was an elite defender, but Patrick Ewing at Georgetown was just like this athletic monster. That might be Cliff's sort of coach speak, just jumping over the top of the backboard.
Yeah.
Here we go, Cliff Kingsbury.
There's been a bunch of really good throwaways to keep us in manageable situations. So, carrying out his fakes at a higher level, he's just really treating each practice rep as a game, and that is showing up.
And with Debo, what have you seen from him so far? And just obviously moving around a little bit, what have you seen from him?
Yeah, incredibly competitive. Anything we ask him to do, whether we put him inside or outside, he's going to go at it 1,000 miles per hour, and has an ability to separate it. He's so strong. Running through, can play at a high speed that guys have a hard time staying with him. So a great addition for us, just his mentality, how he's been since he got here, the competitive nature in every drill, every rep. He's the first one in line on all the receiver stuff. It's been awesome.
When Zach was in here talking about you and the work you put in here and your like 3 a.m. arrival time, things like, I think he called you like a grinder. We hear players like Bobby Wagner, Jaden Daniels are here early and things like that, and players look up to them. Do you think like that could carry up, like someone on offense, maybe a younger player seeing you here early, you watching that much film, like can that maybe set the tone here?
Yeah, none of them want to be coaches, so it's more player-based. I think when they see Jaden is up here, whatever hour he gets, but early, Bobby, Zach, I think that is more impactful for those guys because you see guys that have done it at a high level, Hall of Fame players, and that's what it takes. If you want to stay in this league 10, 11, 12 years, get a gold jacket, it's going to take everything. It's a lifestyle, and when you can watch guys on your team doing it, it goes a long way.
Hey, Cliff, with Debo, however you may use him out of the backfield and what we've seen out of Bill, how do you think that helps your potential big play potential out of the running game that maybe was lacking at times last year?
Yeah, I like the group we have. There's no doubt. Bill's had some good flashes for a young guy. We'll see as we get into these competitive periods with other teams and preseason games. But the Debo, I remember being in Arizona, just the matchup issue where you don't know what personnel group they're in because they had McCaffrey and him, and sometimes McCaffrey's wide out, he was a running back and vice versa. It's just, you can do a lot of different things. So that to me is the most exciting thing when it comes to game planning and finding ways to get him touches.
And obviously, without Terry, you got other receivers who've been having more reps. For guys like Luke McCaffrey, where has his progress been since last year, since this offseason?
Yeah, that's been, if you're going to find silver linings, some of those other guys being asked to step into starting type roles, and us as coaches figuring out, hey, worst case scenario, if these two guys, Noah and Terry, got hurt, what would this look like? How would we play personnel groups? What we need to do to maximize that group? So we've been working through that. But Luke has really come a long way from last year this time to now. Just the confidence. We're playing him outside a lot for necessity. I think he can play inside as well. But he's made some plays. The young kid's had his number on some plays. But it's been a good battle, and he's definitely night and day difference from what he was last year at this time.
Hey, Cliff, what do you think of Sam Hartman's camp?
Yeah, I think it's been up and down. I think he has all the ability, smart, good footwork, solid arm. Just a couple plays, got to take better care of the football. But, he didn't practice much in the spring with his arm coming back off that shoulder surgery. So he's still getting back in the rhythm. But I'm excited to watch him in preseason. I think he's a guy who's always on game day. The lights are on. He's always played his best. So I'm excited to see what he does.
Hey, Coach, I know you mentioned Bill a moment ago after Ben's question. So what have you seen so far out of that running back room?
A lot of guys that can play. I think there's probably 6 or 7 guys that'll end up being on a roster this year out of that room, which is a credit to those guys and the job Coach Lynn does with them. But, Bill, for a young guy, loves football, competes, very explosive. He got ruled ineligible at Arizona and stayed and played scout team the whole year, which is nobody would do that, So that tells you right there the type of passion he has for it, and it shows up. So that was a exciting kind of pick for us and what he's shown so far. And then Austin Eckler looks as good as ever. We got B-Rob. We know what he is. C-Rod, J-Mac, Kaz, Felton's done good. So I think there's 6 or 7 guys that are going to make rosters, and so it's been great competition in that room.
Hey, Cliff, Coach Quinn had talked about the coaches using the offseason to kind of address areas that they could maybe improve on. Were there any areas for you looking at this offseason that you wanted to improve on coming into the season?
Yeah, ball security. I think when you're playing the Eagles, I think we turned it over 9 times against them the last 2 times we played them. We have to be better and give ourselves a chance to win. And then just really taking the next step. We got a lot of guys returning, so them understanding the offense in year 2 and really putting their own spin on it. That really makes them more comfortable, and the quarterback being in total command. I think just taking the next step, not thinking as much, and being able to execute at a high level.
Cliff, so you're going into your second season as the coordinator. Is there anything with your coaching style that you see yourself changing from last season to now this season?
I'm pretty consistent with the coaching style. I think we have a great group of assistant coaches that we all work really well together, but just making sure that we know that last year was last year, and this year is a whole new year and a new group, and it's going to be a tough schedule, and kind of keeping the standard. That's the biggest deal. Last year, you didn't really know what you had, and we were always the underdog, and we could just kind of take our shot at people. And this year, we got to be more consistent in how we do everything, and I think that's the biggest message I'm preaching.
Having a tackle as accomplished as Laramie Tunsil out there, how much can that allow you to expand what you're trying to do offensively?
You feel really good letting him go one-on-one against most guys. So a lot of times if you might have given some sort of chip or help there with the tight end, you can just let him eat, which definitely allows you to free release some backs, get some people out. So it's, for a play designer, what we do each and every week, it definitely makes it easier.
And with Josh Connerly, what have you seen out of him so far? What do you like? You kind of want him to continue to work on?
Yeah, a guy who's super talented. Has everything you want. He's made the adjustment from left to right tackle, and I think there's still some fundamental stuff that he's got to get used to playing over on the right side, which takes some time, but he's game. Asks great questions, studies hard, works hard, so he's pretty much right where we expect him to be.
Yeah, hey, Cliff, good afternoon. There's been a lot of guys who've talked about feeling more comfortable in their second year with your system. From the other side of that, how much more, or how are things different for you right now compared to a year ago? Sort of understanding the players, this whole coaching staff is back. How are things different for you right now?
Yeah, it's a huge jump. I think last year at this time, I don't think we'd even named a starting quarterback yet. So to go from that to where we're at, and understanding what a lot of these guys do well, like what their strengths are, how to motivate, and then just to be able to expand our offense and really get to the next level of it is exciting. We got a bunch of really high IQ football guys that are back for a second year in this offense, and so I expect us to continue to get better and really be more detailed this season.
Name a starter right now, a quarterback.
What's that?
I said, are you prepared to name a starter, a quarterback right now?
Yes.
Yeah. Jalen Lane, it seems like he's not playing like a rookie. I mean, what do you make about him?
He's been very impressive. He's a coach's kid, been around the game his entire life, and if you tell him how to do it one time, he usually nails it. And then if he makes a mistake, he'll come back and get it corrected. But super, super talented, very fast. I've been really impressed. I don't think I could see some of those things at Virginia Tech, watching the film and getting him here in person and watching him run around and watching the coachability and the route tree that he can run. It's been really impressive.
I just have one question, just about the receiving core. I mean, obviously, Terry's not out there, Noah's not out there, but beyond those two, what's your general feeling about the depth of that group?
Yeah, I think it's good competition. Like I said, if you were to lose Noah or Terry, you got to have some guys step up, and I think we're starting to see kind of who's making plays when they're getting their opportunities and who's not. And so I like the depth. I think they can all play in this league. It's just if we got in this scenario, somebody had to step up and be kind of the bell cow, and I think we're still working through that. Thank y'all.
B. Mitchell Finley, that was Cliff Kingsbury, Commanders offensive coordinator. A lot of interesting information. I wanted to ask him about Hartman because I think we're going to see a lot of Hartman. And kind of my point about how Cliff approaches everything honestly, he didn't just give Hartman – he wasn't just like,
up and down.
Oh, yeah, he's been working hard. That was a real answer. He's been up and down. And
got to be more consistent, basically.
And needs to take better care of the football. I think – for Cliff at this point on August 4th, looking ahead to a new season, to still be talking about how much they turned the ball over against the Eagles, it stuck with him.
Yeah, it did.
And
that's just ball on the ground, man. Just focus. But the thing of it with Cliff, his way, we're not talking to little league players here. We're not talking to high schoolers. We're talking to grown-ass men who play this for a living. Shoot it straight. And then they can never complain that you didn't tell them the truth. Either you're going to correct it and can play, or you just can't play. You know what I mean? And that's, you get to a point where you stop coddling people and you expect them to figure it out. Coach Gibbs used to say, man, I don't have rules. You all grown men. You know the right thing to do. He said, I don't have rules, but I have a fine schedule because if you do what you're not supposed to do, you're getting fined. Eventually you grow up. But if people always coddling you and making excuses for you, you don't correct the stuff. And then when a person treats you like a man, you become one. When they say you're a man but treat you like a little boy, you stay a little damn boy. You don't learn. You always look for somebody else to help you. And Cliff is basically saying, nah, I'm going to tell them straight. And I think players are going to respect that even more.
I loved what he said about Bill Merritt, that really showed him a lot when the NCAA completely hosed that young man. And frankly, they should be ashamed of themselves for a clerical error at an HBCU. It's just a joke. But for Merritt to stay at Arizona and run scout team, you know how good those looks probably were for that defense?
Hell yeah.
And that just says a lot about the human. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He's not playing on Saturday in that situation. He don't get a chance to go under the lights like all his guys were doing. But he was still saying, I'm going to keep myself in shape just in case an opportunity comes. And one did. And when you watch him, he's making the best of it. That's a kid that never let his dream go away. And hopefully he can go out there and have an unbelievable year. I believe the guy going to make the team, and I think they want him to play.
Oh, yeah. I think we're going to learn a lot about what they think of Merritt and of Lane by how much they play.
Yeah.
If they don't play a ton, that tells you exactly what you need to know about where they are in the depth chart.
If you've been out to practice whether you're in the media sense or you're a fan or whatever, you've heard those two guys' names being called. You've seen them make plays.
You probably shouted from the side.
When the coach says stacking days, they have actually stacked some days.
Totally.
They may, I'll say, like Dave said, get your name called. Show me 2 reasons why. Hell, they make at least 2 a day. So they basically are getting themselves so embedded in the coach's heads that the coach won't forget them. And a lot of times when you flash, the next thing is the coach like, let me see if he can do this. Let me see if he can do that. Then you start seeing them put you in different positions. And if you're on top of it and you're not making mistakes, all of a sudden you become like the natural of what they believe and think. And they want you involved with it. And those 2 guys have been doing that thus far.
Totally.
And then you flip it to the other side. Trey's been doing the exact same thing. And I tell people, like, people always talk about a guy's age. I don't care about your age. If you're at this level, you have shown that you can play. Right now, the next thing is that can you show you can consistently play?
I like how Mark, our friend Mark, talks about your age.
Mark,
that we were hanging out with yesterday.
You talking about the old dude, Mark?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's older than me.
Yeah, I don't think he is.
Yes, he is.
And I think he's got the accurate count on your age. I think you're short. You're like Danny Almonte, lying about your age.
August 18th, 1968, and that means I'm about to be 57.
All I'm saying,
Mark is just like you. He can't count.
There are people out there.
Y'all terrible when it comes to
numbers. There are people out there that think you were born a year earlier and you doctored the numbers.
No. So I doctored him on my birth certificate?
I'm just saying. I don't know.
I'm
Louisiana's a wild place.
I'm a badass man if I did it at 1 day old.
I also, it's funny, like how I like to keep pointing out how good Jaden looks. I think it's worth continue to point out how good Debo looks.
He does.
Like, all the talk about him being overweight or slow is so dumb. He looks fantastic. Then on Saturday,
people said that were people from other teams, bro. You got to forget about those folks.
Well, he said it. Now, Debo did own it. Like, yeah, I got pneumonia. My weight was messed up. I wasn't myself last year.
Yeah, and that's understandable. But when they showed the highlight this year, they all jumped on that.
That
again.
was junk.
That was stupid. So let's not give him any more credence.
But Debo on Saturday jammed his finger up a little bit. To open practice today, had it wrapped up a little bit. Mm-hmm. Not at all a factor.
No. Listen, man. Injuries on a football field happens on a daily basis.
Especially a jammed finger.
Yeah, some guys you're going to be able to tell it that they're injured or not, and some guys you won't be able to tell. I don't know many people that played this game of football and left completely healthy. Because if you play in the NFL, you've probably been hurt before. You know what I mean? And if you get in the NFL, you're going to be hurt again. And it's how you react to it. You know, does that jammed finger or that little sprained ankle stop you from playing? You know, we were talking with Gary yesterday, and Gary was like, man.
Hamstring limited.
He said, hell, I got out there, but I found a way to get on the field. You know, and Charles Mann said, yeah, every time I came up to you, I knew what you were doing. I knew what you had taken. You smell the garlic, you know what's happening. But the guy wanted to be on the football field. And a lot of times you find guys that will do whatever to get out there. And other guys, they don't care. They're not going out there, and they end up going home.
Can't go home, man. You gotta. I mean, it's a tough man's league. I don't think there's much secret to that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Really good day. I'm excited to get to New England, dude. See them hit some other folks. Like,
I think about this, man. God, that's a lot of days.
Yeah, we get to spend 5 days in Foxborough.
Thursday, Friday,
Tuesday,
Thursday,
dude.
Friday. We're leaving Saturday, bro. Getting out of there.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
We're out Saturday. It won't be Fridays. You'll get there Tuesday night, so you got to kind of like that.
We got the dad games on Saturday.
Like when you rent your car, you got to kind of like that.
I feel like I'm really well built for the dad games.
Yeah, you got those corny-ass jokes and stuff, and look, you might want to try to throw it. Yeah, but you should get in.
Why did the bicycle fall over? It was too tired.
Well, it's too tired or two tires. I mean, it's wrong. That's what it means.
Why can't you trust the staircase? It's always up to something. I'm ready, dog. I am ready for these dad games.
Well,
B.
to hell with it. Dad games, JP is now a contestant.
One thing I did successfully for my family, not telling jokes or singing, but I got us a new garage door, and that joint is awesome. If you're looking for a garage door or you just need some maintenance, whatever it is, you got to hit up my boys from Door Pro America. They are based locally. They've been proudly serving the DMV for over 50 years. They can do it all: repairs, maintenance, new installs, and set you up a new garage door opener. Last night I went to MGM. Me and B were playing blackjack. I didn't get home late, but I got home and my wife was still negotiating with the 6-year-old to get her to sleep. If I walk in the front door, it makes a lot of noise. That will only keep the 6-year-old awake. Coming through the garage door, that joint is silent. Sneak right out back. I'm watching this new show, Chief of War, on Apple TV. B's just over here flashing cash. B could get a new garage door for half that money that's in your pocket. Do what I did. Call Door Pro America and ask how you can save big on repairs and a Door Pro Advantage membership, which includes annual maintenance to keep everything on track. Right now, you get $60 off any repair or a tune-up for just $89. Whatever you do, go with the pros at Door Pro America. The number, 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Or check them out online at doorproamerica.com. Make sure you tell them JP Finley sent you.
Savannah McCann on the Fan. This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The NFL Players Association late Sunday night elected David Whitt as their interim executive director 17 days after Lloyd Howell Jr. resigned. A representative from each of the 32 NFL teams participated in a Board of Player Representatives vote late last night via video conference after conducting interviews with each candidate over the past 2 weeks. On the final shortlist of candidates, there were multiple internal and external candidates, a source told ESPN, declining to identify who they were. But last week, ESPN reported that a confidential league memo named 5 finalist candidates, including 3 union insiders and 2 outsiders, and Whitt was not on that list. NFLPA President Jalen Reeves-Maybin said in a statement that a thorough search process for a permanent executive director will begin soon. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
And they're only getting better. Doing all right. Getting good grades. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan, live, Ashburn, Virginia, Commanders Training Camp. I want to open these phone lines up for a minute here, Landini, and just talk to folks about where they're at for their expectations for the Commanders this year. To me, I think it's certainly playoffs. Once you get in the playoffs, it's a crazy game. With an oblong leather ball, things can bounce a million ways. But I think what Washington has built, the expectations are to be in the playoffs. What happens after that, I don't know. But that's where this organization is at for me. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. What are your expectations for this Commanders team? But I do want to take a moment. I just tweeted this out. I'm at JP Finley NBCS if you'd like to look at it. But so we heard the Schefter report that Terry's camp looks at DK's deal and thinks they should do that or better, right? And I think it's just really important to understand that AAV, average annual value, in NFL contracts is not the metric that should be judged, right? Because AAV is often driven up by years late in a contract that the player will never see. And here's my example looking at the DK Metcalf deal. So this year, DK got a big old signing bonus. He gets all that money up front, and then it gets prorated out over a number of years. But this year, his base salary and his guarantees are $5 million. Next year, that jumps. $25 million next year, $25 million guaranteed. So the reality is DK is absolutely playing in Pittsburgh the next 2 years and making a lot of money. But you get to the third year of that deal where his base salary is $20 million, and he would get a $6.5 million roster bonus if he's on the roster when the new league year opens. There's zero guaranteed money on that deal. That is 2027, he'll be 30 years old. Zero guaranteed money on that deal. His cap number is $32 million. Now, they'd still be upside down on the contract if they were to release him then. They'd take an $18 million dead money hit, but they'd save about $14.5 million against the cap. That year, assuming DK's playing well, playing healthy, everything's going well, that year looks totally reasonable. But you get into the fourth and fifth years on DK's deal, his cap number jumps to $34 million in 2028. No guarantees attached to it. You'd take a $12 million dead money hit, but you'd save $22 million against the cap. I don't know that the 2028 season is happening on DK's current deal. There's another year, 2029, where DK will be 32 years old, and he's on the books for $41 million. If they were to release him then, they would take a $6 million cap hit, unfortunate, and save $35 million against the cap. That hopefully this illustrates what I'm saying about don't worry about the AAV, because you can give him, I mean, his base salary is $30 million in 2029 with another $5 million roster bonus. So when you first talk about what this contract looks like, the extension he signed, and how much money it is, whoa, look at these numbers. The odds of 32-year-old DK Metcalf playing in Pittsburgh on a contract that has a $41 million cap hit with a $30 million base salary and another $5 million roster bonus, the odds of that ever happening are slim. I'm not hating on DK. Hopefully he plays it all out and it's fantastic. Honestly, a player like DK, maybe he plays on 27 with no guarantees, but if he's still balling, he'll be in the same situation as Terry, where he's like, I need a new deal. There's no guaranteed money on this thing. So hopefully that explains what I keep yelling about, that AAV should not be the driver that folks get focused on. I just, guarantees in the deal are what matter. I think Washington and Terry can get to a place where the guarantees are what he's looking for. And I want everybody to understand that. Landfill, how was my explanation there?
It was thorough.
Okay, thank you. That might have been the nicest thing you've ever said to me. All right, I do want to let fans weigh in on expectations for the Commanders this season. My boy Blake down in Wilmington. Blake, what are your expectations for Washington this fall?
Well, I think you got to go into the season with minimum 10 wins in mind, and I know that's hard in the NFL, but when a lot of close games last season, it's not going to be like that this year. I think the secondary's better. I think the O-line's better, and if we can just figure this Terry thing out, God willing, I'm tired of hearing about it and talking about it. We can just figure this Terry thing out. The offense and the wide receiver course would be better. I said minimum 10 wins, and I think we should be challenging, pushing the Eagles for the division those last 2-3 weeks of the season. So 10 wins minimum. Thank you.
Appreciate you, man. I mean, dude, this thing is very backloaded divisionally. The last 4 games are all division opponents: at New York, Philly at home, Dallas at home, at Philly. You get late in the year, hard to think you wouldn't have a shot at the division, especially when you play Philly twice. Everybody's got tough schedules. Washington's in a ton of prime time. Like, I understand all that, but I certainly think it'd be fair to say I want to get to December fighting to win the NFC East. And you got 4 games against these guys. You'll only play – they play New York week 1, obviously, and then Dallas in mid-October. Like, they're going to get down to the stretch run here and have a real opportunity. I mean, dude, so that is week 15. So they'll have played 14 games, Landfill, if my math's correct. Say they're, I don't know, what would you like to think, 9-5 through 14? If you close those out, like if you go 4-0 down the stretch, you're winning the division, I would guess, and you might be the 1 seed. You might get a week off. Nobody knows how it's going to shake out, but I think a 10-win season expectation is fair from Blake. For me, it's just playoffs. Like the answer is playoffs. Landy, what's your expectation? What do you go into the year thinking?
Yeah, realistically, playoffs. I would be kind of disappointed if they don't get to the divisional round too.
Really? So
Yeah.
they got to win the wild card round.
Yeah, or get a bye.
I mean, can you imagine if they were the 1 seed? Taking your calls, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. What are fair expectations for the Commanders? Coming off their best season in 30 years. They were in the NFC title game. It is important to point out they got their doors blown off in the NFC title game. Turnovers crushed them in that game. So did Saquon Barkley. He crushed them all season. But I don't know. I just think, like, NFL playoffs can be so random that you really never know what's going to happen. And because of that, I just have a tough time saying, like, oh, they got to win this, they got to win that. What would be pretty cool is if they get a home playoff game, but that means they're winning the division. Everybody's aware that the Eagles are in the division. I do think there's some real kind of questions about what they have in Dallas. Cowboys were bad last year, but if Dak stays healthy, that's generally a pretty good team. I think the Giants maybe improve. They should have better quarterback play. I mean, the quarterback play up there has been awful. I'm not entirely convinced Daboll is the guy, but, Vegas put out the odds. NFL teams play 6 division games. They've got the over-under at 3.5 for the Commanders. If you look back to last year, they swept the Giants and then split with the Cowboys and the Eagles. I think that Cowboys loss at home to Cooper Rush, probably the most disappointing loss they had this season, last season rather. And I think they can't have that. But the flip side of that is week 1, if Daboll was just cognizant that his kicker was hurt when it seemed pretty apparent and had another kicker on the roster, they might have fallen to 0-2. Those sliding doors are pretty dumb because they didn't. They went to 1-1, and then they won a bunch of games in a row. I do think getting Terry McLaurin in camp, whatever your expectations are, I think Terry is a huge part of having expectations for this team. And at some point, they got to kind of own that and try to get this thing done. David Aldridge joined us earlier. If you missed any of our interview with DA, I would check out wherever you get podcasts, Spotify, Apple Pods, Google Play, whatever. You can always listen to us there. You can go to the specific segment, or you can listen hour by hour. It's on the Odyssey app and the TuneIn and iHeart too. Wherever you get your content, we're there. YouTube, we're everywhere. That said, DA made a point that, we're starting to get to crunch time to get something done with Terry. They have their first preseason game this week, their first joint practice against an opposing team this week. The joint practice is 48 hours away, probably less than that, maybe 40. I think that practice will go on while we're on the air in New England. I think practice is slated to start at 10:15. I think, which should be pretty fun and cool to be able to watch it. But next week is going to be this randomly weird long week because Washington plays Friday and then not till the following Monday night. You'd love if Terry was in here by next Thursday as they gear up for the Bengals on that Monday nighter. And even if he doesn't play against Cincy, then he would get the joint practice against the Ravens. I just think it'd be really, really helpful and important and impressive for this team. Speaking of helpful and important and impressive, Fred Smoot joins the program at 1 o'clock. Smoot! All right, folks. Exciting stuff. Caller number 10 right now to 800-636-1067. You win 2 tickets to see Volbeat, greatest of all tours, worldwide. Thursday, August 7th at Jiffy Lube Live with special guest Hailstrom. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. Caller 10 right now, 2 tickets to see Volbeat. B, you know how I've been doing the, this player away from football?
Uh-huh.
So today is 34 days till week 1.
34.
Not a lot of 34s to jump off the page, Brian.
Not a Commanders 34. Who you got?
I don't know. I was going to let you weigh in here.
All right. We look back to the 91 team. I don't remember 34.
I don't see one. Martin Bayless. Do you remember him?
I remember Martin. Martin came on and talked to us a few times.
Did he?
He played with Kansas City as well. Remember we were talking about the Chiefs last year.
Brian Davis. He was before.
Brian Davis was the cornerback from Nebraska, second-round pick. I told you when we went to play against the Detroit Lions, he always came up hurt. And when we came back in the locker room that Monday, all his equipment was gone. He was gone, and that's when I realized the NFL is real, bro.
Yeah.
You can't play, you won't be here.
Eric Metcalf wore 34 here.
He did?
He was only here a season.
All right. But Eric's my dog. He came on and talked to us, too.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Sip Holmes. Remember Sip Holmes,
I remember
the corner?
Sip. Oh, yeah, Sip, my dude.
He,
Mississippi.
Yeah, I mean, that dude had an accent.
Not worse than Tanner, though. I mean, not Tanner.
Fred.
Not worse than Fred. I just finished talking to Fred, bro. Let me tell you.
Smoot's going to join us in a couple minutes.
Yeah, he's going to be coming. Man, I'm coming to your show.
Terry Hoagie? Terry Hogue?
Terry Hogue. T. Hogue could play now. T. Hogue was very good. That's early on. He was on that
he was on the 91 team.
Yeah.
The one dude that I know the best, just that I covered,
who?
Byron Marshall.
Byron Marshall. I'm trying to see who we're gonna go with.
You don't. Listen, it's not going to.
No, I remember Byron, but
it's not going to be Byron Marshall because
okay,
he was supposed to help on T.J. Watt when Alex Smith got his leg broke, and then if you remember late in the year when they were trying to make that miraculous playoff run in Jacksonville, he knocked out a punt returner that was about to house call it. I think it was
knocked his own punt returner.
Yes, I think it was Steven Sims.
We can't use him.
Nah. We might just skip today.
Nah, we got to go with somebody. We're going to go with Terry Hogue. We Terry Hogue days away.
All right, that's a deep cut, B. Terry Hogue days away.
Hey, he was a safety on the best Super Bowl team ever. Come on, dog.
What, did he play behind Brad Edwards?
He was behind Brad, yeah.
All right, let's see if I can find a picture. Terry Hogue. There's a lot. I guess he played for the Cardinals. Not a ton of pictures of Terry Hogue as a Redskin. B, I got to be honest with you.
Okay, well.
You randomly came up. I searched Terry Hogue Redskins, and there's a picture of you.
Yeah, probably hanging with him.
Nah, it's just you. Looks like you're on a punt return.
He probably was blocking somewhere in that picture.
I got one. I got an old Terry Hogue football card.
There you
go.
go.
That's what we'll do.
T. Hogue.
Shout out to T. Hogue. Hope you're listening. Going around the league beyond just the Parsons stuff, is there anything that has caught your eye, just kind of paying attention to?
The Shedeur Sanders stuff is catching my eye big time, where all the talk from Cleveland is he has been the best quarterback in camp. They still have him listed behind everybody. Shook was drafted by the Saints, and he sucks. And everybody in New Orleans, I know that's a fan, been saying they need to try and go get Shedeur. I'm wondering what's going to happen with that whole deal. And it's like it seemed to be a fight or a battle of the owner and the GM up there in Cleveland about the fact that kid is on the team. So what's going on up there? Like, if he is the best in camp, why the hell you not moving him up? And then if you don't want him, let him go.
That whole situation is bizarre, dude. Like, to take Gabriel and Shedeur when you already signed Pickett and Flacco, understanding you don't have, big money committed anywhere, it just is bizarre.
It is. But I just think that it became a spectacle in the draft. I believe the people that watched the draft beyond the first day would not have watched it if Shedeur was drafted the first day or early the second day. But they watched the whole damn draft because they kept the kid hanging out there. Now he's on.
Would you have left if you were Shedeur? I would have left.
Yeah, but you know what?
Maybe he did. Actually, weren't they at home the whole time?
He was at his own thing.
Yeah.
But he still showed a little class, just like Bill Merritt. After that situation, he was always there ready to answer questions.
Yeah.
And things like that. But they are talking about how accurate, how professional, how much he's liked by all of his teammates, other than the other quarterbacks, and still you sit in that place? Come on, dog.
I think let's get I can't remember, Landville, you might remember the name. The guys that do the Cleveland Drive Time show are really good. Let's get some Browns folks on and get an update on what's going on with that quarterback situation. Have you seen, much like it was, I think, pretty unfair to Debo, that one picture, that one clip that kind of went
Like
viral?
that picture that's unfair to you, that one you took, that you refused
That's
to.
a bad picture.
Send it to me.
No.
I won't post it.
Yes, you will.
I don't have a lot of followers.
You put Fat Tana Moss on the internet.
Hey, people would love that, dude.
That was funny.
He should have never told us his nickname.
Have you noticed? Yeah, he shouldn't have told us that. Have you noticed the videos that get floating around about Caleb Williams? It's like every time he misses a pass, there's Caleb Williams videos. I think we got to recalibrate our brain on Caleb Williams. He's not bad. Like,
I don't think Caleb is bad at all. I just say this, and I made this comment just now on that, what's it called? Get Loud. That's Jinx and Fred Smoot.
That's an appropriate name for
you
that.
ain't lying about that. So they were talking about Caleb in the NFC North, and I say it's not that he's bad. It's just that he does stuff so off schedule. He does off schedule when it doesn't justify that off schedule is there. What you do is you not only have people discussing it, but the people that job depends on you being on schedule, they get tired of it. And we saw the body language of his receivers last year. That's what he got to make sure he doesn't allow to happen continually.
Dude, if you look at – I just did Caleb Williams search on Twitter. Some of the problem with videos is that, like, some of it might be fake. I don't know. I saw a kid in my neighborhood. A kid in my neighborhood last night had a Caleb Williams jersey on.
Bro,
he was on an electric
bike
scooter.
Yeah, kind of.
Could be a Gonzaga kid.
Listen, bro. It's so much stuff on the internet that's so fake and it's AI driven that you don't know what to believe about a lot of stuff these days.
Now, I don't think this one's fake. This is from a fan that was at practice. I guess the Bears had a practice at Soldier Field. And the tweet is, Caleb Williams looks awful in Bears practice. Caleb went 5 for 17 with 3 interceptions at Bears family night. 5 for 17 is kind of rough, D. I don't think he's that bad. I think people got to chill.
Nah, not at all. And then again, let's be real. Just because he was drafted first overall doesn't mean he was going to just step in. That's what the expectation is. But there are a lot of quarterbacks that were drafted first overall, second overall that did not perform immediately. They came later and began to perform, and I think that he may have to grow into it some. Because the game of football in college is not necessarily what it is in the pros. Not everybody can have a type of season like Jaden did.
I think this is interesting. Orlovsky put together top 5 quarterbacks with the most to prove this year. Anthony Richardson, who, listen, it's unofficial depth chart season, and unofficial depth charts are incredibly unimportant. But Richardson is not listed as the starter. It's him or Daniel Jones. Bryce Young, who you and I have talked about, and he needs to prove it. That's fair. I don't know that Anthony Richardson is proving it. I think I might be. Not. I think I'm out on that.
And see,
that's a check please situation.
This is where I'm still troubled by the NFL per se. When Anthony Richardson was coming out, they basically told us how athletic he was. They never mentioned how good of a quarterback he was. There are quarterbacks drafted in the first round because they're very athletic and they have what they think could be something. And there are quarterbacks who are damn good quarterbacks who don't get drafted. So when you think about it overall, do you think the best quarterbacks ever are always just in the league or not? Because there are people that get missed, they skip over because he didn't look the part. but he might be a better quarterback because quarterback is a thinking game.
That's the theory behind Moneyball.
You know?
is people get so caught up in the size, the metrics
Yeah.
that
We talk about how fast Anthony Richardson, how far he can throw a ball, how fast he can run.
What is the route call when you have to throw it 86 yards?
Like
that's not a real thing. Remember Kyle Bowler?
Keep going.
Remember when the Ravens drafted Kyle Bowler and everybody was so excited because he could throw it. He could throw it through the crossbar from 50 yards out on a knee. Did that help him?
Not at all.
Was that at all relevant?
That's why when I hear a guy, man, he has a gun, and my question is, does he know where it should be going?
So this Orlovsky list: Richardson, Bryce Young, J.J. McCarthy, Trevor Lawrence, Caleb Williams. Trevor Lawrence got paid. Trevor Lawrence, like, the reality with Caleb is if it's another year and it doesn't look good, like, yes, it was the number 1 overall pick, but it's not going to kill them. The Jags are completely invested in Lawrence.
Yeah.
I think Lawrence might have more to prove.
Yeah.
Now, he has played better at different times.
But then again, him getting paid, was it more about his production or was it about the people that drafted him and wanted to pay him did not want to look stupid?
Self-Preservation League, baby.
You got it, son.
Fred Smoot joins us next.
There's some positive news up in Cleveland. Cleveland.com is reporting that Browns rookie quarterback Shedeur Sanders is expected to be a full participant for today's practice after missing Saturday's session with arm soreness. Sanders had reported some arm soreness during individual drills on Saturday, which caused the Browns to shut him down. With Kenny Pickett dealing with a hamstring issue, Joe Flacco and Dylan Gabriel have primarily been taking QB1 snaps with Cleveland's offense, but now Shedeur Sanders is going to vie for that QB1 spot. Some contract news: the Miami Dolphins and defensive tackle Zach Sealer have agreed to a 3-year extension worth up to $67.75 million. The new deal includes $44 million in guaranteed money. Sealer, who had 2 years and about $15.6 million in base salary remaining on his previous deal with the Dolphins, is now set to become the highest paid defensive player in Miami. And moving over to the NHL, some fun news here. Florida Panthers star Matthew Tkachuk will grace the cover of NHL 26. He's the first Panthers player to be on the cover since NHL 97. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Live, Ashburn, Virginia. Commanders training camp. Been a lot of fun, and it's about to get more fun. Our friend, Mr. Fred Smoot, joins the program now. Fred, how are you, dude?
I'm doing great, fellas, man. How about you? Me and B. Mitch been here since like 7 this morning, so we've been putting that work in.
I love to see it, man. I wanna start with you. These young DBs have been impressive.
Yeah, they have.
We know what Mikey is, and I feel like Trey Amos, the rookie, came in, just hit the ground running.
Yeah, oh, most definitely. He looks like he belongs. He understands. He's fearless. Like, this is one thing about a young corner. You want them to be fearless. You want them to say, I'm open for the challenge. I accept your challenge, and I'm going to make some plays while I'm taking your challenge on. And they threw at him 3 or 4 times today, and they had as many catches as a dead man. He's letting them know. He's letting them know right now that I'm going to stand up and I'm going to play. And when you got him playing like that, and you got Marshawn Lattimore healthy, like I urge the fan base to back down on the Marshawn Lattimore hate, because the guy came midseason. He came already injured. He wanted to get in there because we was on such a run, forced himself back in there. DB is a position, it's a flawed position. It's very much like James Wood going into the batter's box. Mm-hmm. If you can go 3 for 10 or 4 for 10, you all-star. Like, it's a position full of flaws, and I think we got the right guys back there. Tyler Owens is who I want everybody to keep their eyes on this year.
All right, but that was last year as well.
Yeah.
And has he taken a step for you in this year?
I'm seeing the process slow down for him. I'm seeing, like, this is when you know it's slowing down for a guy mentally. They're never out of position, and they're never struggling to get where they're trying to go. It's a smooth transition with him. I think it's starting to slow down. And B. Mitch, you've seen players like this. You know when you got a guy on your team, and you like, man, I hope they don't ever let this guy play. Because if he do, he going to take somebody's job.
Totally.
Yeah, and I think that's what he's setting himself up to do, especially when it comes to, that's a deep group back there now. Yes, when you add Will Harris and you add Quan Martin and you add all these guys to this position, you're gonna have to actually cut somebody that's very talented. You're gonna cut somebody that's gonna be on somebody else's team.
Isn't that a good problem to have?
That's a good team. That's what good teams do. You know, we're not used to that around here. You know, we've been paying the loser tax for so long. So that means you'll get a player and you'll overpay them just to get them to come here. And now people are taking pay cuts to come here. That's a whole different thing, a different train of thought.
Dude, I'm with you on Owens, and I do think it's interesting because Jeremy Chin played so much last year. I mean, he was playing 100% of snaps, except for that one game where
he got hurt.
Outside of that, he was 100% of snaps.
Yeah.
And I like Harris, but I don't know that he's 100% a snap guy. So there is going to be work available, I think, next to Quan.
That ain't how things work. If they need you out there 100% and you healthy, you're going to be out there 100% of the time.
Do you think Harris is that guy then?
I think he's that guy. Let me tell you what Harris is. Harris is put me in the game, and I can play anywhere. He can play nickel. He can play free safety. He can play strong safety. If you force him to play corner, he can play some corner also. He's just one of those versatile guys, and he plays with intensity. Sure. Like I always tell people, go watch his New Orleans Saints film. Yeah. He jumps off the screen. All right, he jumps off the screen. We got one going with him. He a heat-seeking missile. He's going to be where he needs to be.
Dude, the hits he made on the sideline, I mean, he talk about dislodging the ball.
Yes.
I mean, he's no joke for sure.
No,
people don't like doing that no more.
They don't like doing it, and I call them players that do that divorce lawyers. They are here. they are here to separate y'all. I'm here to separate you
And
from
the
the
ball.
ball,
There you go.
and that's what Tyler Holmes is. He's a very violent tackler, and that's what you want. I want a divorce lawyer when it comes to that.
Hey, they're going up to New England. What do you want to see from this? For me, I'm looking at the big guys.
Yeah.
I want to see how they perform because I believe that it goes hand in hand.
It
The
does.
big guys help the small guys. Small guys help the big guys.
guy.
What are you looking for against?
Yeah,
this?
bringing that up, the rush helps us coverage. We help the rush get to the quarterback. All right, so it's a hand-in-hand thing, and I'm with you. I want to see the rotation of this defensive line because I think they built this defensive line to win on first down, and so we can earn the right to pass rush on third down.
Yeah,
and I think that's what it is. We went got bigger. We went got Kinlaw. We went got Wise. We got guys that we got legitimately a 7-man, 8-man rotation up there, and sometimes you won't know who the starter is. They probably going to play all the same plays, so everything starts with them. I'm sorry. Philadelphia, the Super Bowl winning champion, they are the blueprint. They won in the trenches last year, and now we built our team to win in the trenches. So I want to see that offensive line, who I think got a chance to be dominant. I know you had them the best offensive line Washington has ever had with your team, like the Hogs. But I think these wild boars, when they mature, I think they got a chance to get there because let's look realistically at this offensive line starting from left to right. Left, you start with Larry Tunsil, already all-pro. Ain't nothing needs to be said.
He's matured.
Ben Coleman, played tackle last year. That guarantees he's going to be he's going to be twice as good at guard. He has a chance to be a Pro Bowl guard. Biotis is a Pro Bowl center already.
He's badass.
Sam Cosmi, when healthy, is a Pro Bowl right guard. And then you're talking about a first round in Connolly? Like, you have a chance to fortify the front and have a true moving company. I'm talking about 5 guys in a truck. Like, that's what you want. That's what these guys have the ability to do. They have that ability, especially if they come together. Because, being an offensive line is kind of like a bar band. Everybody got to have the same steps and be on the same page. Everybody has to be in sync. JP, you understand?
I get it. I feel like that's the first time the offensive line's ever been compared to a boy band.
No, it's not. Because when you talk to coaches, they always say, I need them to all be on the same page.
You telling me OG Bobby Johnson's talking about in sync?
OG's telling them, I need the new edition of y'all. Like, that's what he's telling you. He's telling them certain things.
They can't be the Temptations. They got to be new edition.
But they can be the new kids on the block. Right? So it's things for them to do, and that's what you want.
You come up with all this stuff, dog.
Man, I was part of the 4 Tops.
We got our friend Fred Smoot joining us here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can follow Fred at FSmoot27 on Instagram, right?
Yes.
I just tagged you.
Yeah.
You can follow. Fred's got a ton of content via the Commanders YouTube page, doing a lot of fun stuff. The Get Loud podcast with Jenks.
Oh, they were loud too. Yeah. Oh boy.
We have fun. That's the one podcast that we got in the house that's more relaxed. It's not as serious. Let's report that
Logan not breaking down X's and O's on Get Loud.
Logan will get in there and start talking about the sarcophagus wasn't thick enough. Like, Logan gets scientific with it.
He does.
And then here's the thing about it. Logan does all our taste testing when we do all the cooking stuff. And don't you know Logan can't taste? So he broke his nose so many times that his taste buds don't work anymore. But they still let him judge taste tests. So
what do you say? Everything tastes the same.
Everything tastes the same. Everything tastes the same to him.
Dude, I try to take a moment all the time, I guess.
Yeah.
To point out how lucky we are to watch Jaden Daniels practice. Just to see the work ethic, the way he is with his teammates, and then just the actual skill on the field. It's remarkable, dude.
First of all, these guys don't grow on trees.
Right.
All right, we know from this fan base of the year after year after year. Come on, my first quarterback here was Jeff George. We ended that year with Tony Banks, and then we did
touchdown Tony Banks.
Yes, we did this trend over and over. So think about it. It's 8 billion people on this planet. We haven't had 32 great quarterbacks in the league at one time ever.
Nope.
All right, so that ain't even the 1% of the population. Like, it's so hard to get one of these guys. And when you get one of these guys like JD, and he's not only a force multiplier, but a good person.
Yeah.
You're talking about, man, God just shining on us right now. And that's why I tell people all the time, feel free to talk that trash. We still got people in the fan base that's kind of scared to say we successful. We are. Once you have one of these guys, you got a chance year in and year out to play anybody, to beat anybody. Longest 5 is on that field.
They better be thankful, because a lot of times you don't count your blessings and be thankful for it. You won't get no more.
No, you won't get no more. No, you won't. Yeah. And that's the thing about it, because we watch our counterparts, the Cowboys, go through these things.
Yeah.
Right? They're not blessed, because they're not blessed from the head down.
Right.
See, I was always told this: if you catch a catfish, first thing you got to do is cut the head off, because if you don't, it'll stink the whole fish up.
Good advice.
Yeah,
well, I mean, we knew what it was and what it is now. It's very, very different. Night and day.
You said it hadn't been 32 great quarterbacks in the league at one time ever.
Yeah.
Could that be a part of the way that they pick quarterbacks? Because we know they go to college, they want to come from older school where all the quarterbacks came from.
Yeah.
And these guys get pushed up, even though if they're not good.
Yeah.
But the guy that comes out there, he's a misnomer. He's the guy that you don't expect to be that good, but he's damn good.
Yeah.
He don't even get drafted.
They go to your Hasselbacks of the world. That's what happens. But then you have your tools that go to Alabama, and I got a first-round offensive line. I got 2-3 first-round wide receivers, a first-round running back, and I always tell these people, I don't know how good their quarterback is. Like, because he's been insulated so much with all this. I would always rather have a quarterback that goes play not. I don't want him to have a star-studded team. I want him to carry the team. I want him to carry it like even though that LSU team that Joe Burrow played on, we could see that Joe Burrow was this good.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
All right? But then you turn and you see a Matt Jones at Alabama, and he comes out and shows you who he is. What about the prince that was promised? Trevor Lawrence. Right. He played at Clemson with 9 first-rounders, and his first time going through ups and downs is in the league. I don't want any athlete's first time to be going through ups and downs to problem solve, to be in the league. I want it to be in college and high school.
I think if they could test the mental capacity of a quarterback, you'll find a great one. Because a lot of these guys, when everything's going good, they're good.
They're good.
When something goes bad, they can't get over the hump.
Yeah. Well, think about, you mentioned obviously Burrow at LSU. That team was great.
Yeah.
But the other, kind of the elite tier of quarterbacks, Josh Allen, Lamar, Mahomes.
Did not have.
You're not talking Bama or USC.
None of that.
Wyoming, Louisville.
Yes.
Texas Tech. You're right. It's a different scenario.
Yeah, because they become better problem solvers. They understand the ups and downs, the trial and tribulation. Right now, we dodged 2 bullets. All right, we dodged the Ben Johnson bullet, and we dodged the Caleb Williams bullet. Because this is the one thing about Caleb right now. Caleb has never not had success. Right. He had success at Gonzaga. He had success at Oklahoma. He had success everywhere he gone. So his first time troubleshooting is going to be in the league. And guess what? From what we hear out of camp, it's been up and down. Yeah. And the one thing I never want my quarterback is emotional. I don't want him to wear his emotion on his sleeve.
Robot.
I want him to be Jaden Daniels. Things going bad, smiling. Things going great, smiling. Like I have no ups and downs. I'm gonna be right there in the middle. Yeah. And Caleb Williams, a quarterback that didn't have first rounders around him all the time. Now he's having to fix some problems. Not looking good doing it.
They need the great golfer aspect. You watch some of those golfers playing, and they hit a bad shot. You like, damn, he looked just like he did when he hit a good shot.
Right.
Don't care.
I mean,
Scotty Scheffler right now.
Right. Yeah.
They need that.
Yeah, you got to have it. Like my boy James Wood in a slump, but James Wood's just not emotional.
No.
He's just a brick wall. James, you okay? No, I'm all right.
Yeah.
I'm good. There's nothing you can get from this kid.
Yeah.
Totally. I mean, Jaden, I always call him as a football terminator.
Yeah.
Like he's programmed to succeed at football, and nothing will stop that. Like that's his focus.
I think Jaden has ways about himself that you can't even read.
That's what I'm telling you.
Like traveling, and we'll talk to his mom about it. I'll give you little tidbits about him sometimes. Jaden gets under people's skin, and you never ever, when you watch him in the game,
with the little things,
you don't think he's even saying anything wrong.
Yeah.
But you notice everybody is coming after him, and he's laughing.
And he understands.
So, when you lose your mind and you look at a guy, that dude giggling, that pisses you off even more. Like, I'm upset.
Especially as a defensive player, and then he's just out here laughing and he enjoying himself. Boy, we over here struggling, trying to stop you on third down. Because nothing breaks a defense down for us to do the right thing. Be in the right coverage, cover everybody, and here come a quarterback on 3rd and 10, and he get 11 yards. That's demeaning to us. Now we had to take a deep breath, and now I got to play 3 more plays, 4 more plays, regardless. It will rip you apart.
And then you start thinking about, damn, if it's 3rd down again, this fool might run.
He's going to do it again.
So now you slip. And look at him, and then he throw it over.
He gets you. So it's gonna be this damned if you don't, damned if you do with this kid, and it's gonna be for a long time. This is how it's gonna be. So get used to it.
Couple of rookies I wanted to ask you about.
Yeah.
Bill.
Dollar Bill. Listen, when you got a nickname like Bill, They tell me you got an old soul, one. You tougher than bricks, all right? And guess what? He got some humility in there. This guy, what I said about troubleshooting, this guy could not play his senior year.
Still went out there and practiced.
Still, listen to me, still went out there and practiced. Then he got one game. They said, you know what, son? Since you couldn't play your senior year, we're going to let you play in this All-Star game.
And he won it.
And he went in there and got MVP. I'm about that. That's what I want on my team. I want players that have showed time after time. You knock me down, I'm going to get right back up and punch you in the eye. Like, I don't care about you beating me up. I'm going to punch you in the eye.
Yeah, he's shown it. What do you think about Jalen Lane?
I love every time I look up Jalen Lane making a play.
I know.
And this we talked about. We going back to the problem solving thing. His quarterback at Virginia Tech. I know his I know his parents might be listening to this, but your son ain't no quarterback. What I'm saying is, if you can survive with a bad quarterback as a wide receiver, and that's why I didn't choose to play wide receiver. I said, I'm going to play corner, I'm going to control my own destiny. Because if I play wide receiver, this dude controls my destiny some way. Right. I don't want that. This guy, you never seen him get mad at Virginia Tech. You never seen him say anything bad about his quarterback. He just say, we'll get him next time.
So low-key, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. So now you got grade A quarterbacking. What could he be? Like, he's fast, he's strong, he can get yak, and he's a guy that can get vertical on you. This guy can do a lot. Now, the thing is, how fast did the playbook shrink in his head, and how fast do the game slow down for him? But the guy got talent.
Yeah, for sure. What if anything, are you really focused on Friday night, that first preseason game?
First preseason game, I just want to see everybody get their pants dirty. This is what I do know. We're going to go up there and practice against them. So I ain't even looking for the first team to play. The first team's going to get out of there.
I said we're going to learn more from the practice than we will in the game.
Yeah. The first team going to play against each other at practice. All right, they will not play against each other in the game. So the game is going to be for the second screen guy, third screen guy, fourth screen guy. But they finna get their real work at practice. You got to realize, when we get those practices, our offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator open up way more of the playbook at those practices than they do in the preseason game. Because not only can we run it, can we get reps at it, we still hiding it. All right, so nobody knows. Now, this other team that we practice against, they know what we're doing, but we don't even play them during the year.
Right. Don't care about that.
I don't care about them. We're going to get more from these practices than we can ever get from a preseason game. So I want to see them get their pants dirty, their clothes dirty, and I actually just want to see them walk off their field healthy.
But when you're practicing against them, those people trying to figure stuff out themselves, so they don't get a chance to focus. The guys, if you do it in the preseason game, you got people watching
yes.
And they dissecting stuff before they ever get to you. You don't want that to happen.
And guess what? I'm not putting my playbook out there.
Right.
As a defensive coordinator, our defensive coordinator always tell us, it's preseason, we're going to run cover 1, cover 2, cover 3, cover 4. That's it.
Right.
Like, we're not finna help you out situational. Like, it's just a mano out there. So I want to see the young guys go out there and make some plays, because for some of these guys, all they need is to make one play.
Sure.
Now they feel like they belong.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be pretty telling how much we see Bill and Jalen in preseason games.
I think we're going to see them the whole time.
If we don't see a lot, tells you that they're focused on the regular season.
Nah, they're going to see a lot.
If they go out there and they make some plays, you may not see not more of them the rest of the preseason.
Well, I think when it comes to Bill, because he's a running back, either you can run the ball or you can't.
Yeah.
It ain't really nothing to it to where he got to get acclimated.
Right.
Now, Lane has to get acclimated to where does JD5 drop the ball at on this route? Where's my, like, when they check this play, where do I go? Like, so he still got some stuff that they're going to say you need to play. But Bill, not so much. Now, when we start to see a guy like Trey Amos not playing as much, that'll tell you something.
Yep.
All right? And one of my favorite rookies out of this whole group is Cade Madrano. Listen.
Yeah.
This kid can flat out run. The big question
Former
with
receiver, baby.
Yeah, former receiver. So you know he's gonna be sticky in coverage. He gonna be that guy. The question with him is, can he get physical at the point of attack? And this is what the preseason for. To see what them pass on. Is he gonna leave out of that game?
Will he be a DeForest lawyer?
Yeah.
There you go.
Is he gonna have any silver paint on his helmet? Like, are you gonna swap that paint?
Yeah, I think I'm just so excited that we're getting closer and closer and closer.
Yeah. No, football is here, JP.
Yeah, man.
Johnny P, football is here. All right, and guess what? We ain't felt this good going to the season. Even though we felt good going into last year, it's not this year. Like, and this year, we
expect stuff.
Yes, the expectation is up, and we are the hunting. Like, people hunt us now. It's different.
Yeah.
Like, we walked in last year, and it was this if. Now it ain't no if. It's like we got to stop number 5. We got to get this team out of here. We got to try to put these guys away. They're not playing around anymore, and that's how people view us right now in the NFL. Right now, we are the it kids.
Totally.
We are the it kids
You
right
see it in
now.
the schedule. You see it in everything.
No, guess what? That's a winner schedule.
Right.
Like I told you, we don't play losers tax no more. But that's a winner schedule. Get used to this schedule the rest of the time in here.
Right.
Like Pat Mahomes has seen this schedule every year since
totally.
he's been in the league.
And carved it up.
And guess what? Lamar ain't back down from that schedule. Josh Allen ain't back down from that schedule. Neither will Jedi 5, the force multiplier. He won't back down from this.
We're going to open these phone lines, 800-636-1067. I'm going to ask Fred Smoot the question. So what are your expectations for this season?
See, there we go. Now, you want me to jinx the team.
No, I don't.
And I'm not. My expectation for this team is to get back in the playoffs. I don't care how the regular
Same
season
thing
goes.
I said.
Get
Playoffs.
back in the playoffs, and let's finish what we started. All right? This is what I do know. We went to Detroit. We ripped every gold record off the wall in Motown, stomped in their house, and went to the Ford Company and beat it, kicked in every car. All right? We showed that we ain't scared of y'all. All right? That one bully, Philadelphia, right up there 95, that's who we ready to play. That's the measuring stick right there. So get back in the playoffs and win some more playoff games. That's what I want us to do.
You win more.
I'm in the
You're
same boat.
Yeah, I say you win one more. And you in the Super Bowl, B. Mitch.
800-636-1067. Taking your calls. What do you expect from this Commanders team? Fred, thank you for the time, brother.
Man, anytime, man. Y'all know y'all got it.
It's great. I got one question for you, Fred.
All right, well, how you going to say goodbye, JP?
Why do melons have weddings?
Why does a million
Bad dad
wait.
joke, bro. Bad dad joke.
I understand. I know where JP comes from. He sits at home and he does this. Why? Tell me.
They can't elope.
Really? That's what you're going to do to me, JP.
Thank you, Fred.
Did you hear this crickets? Even the crickets was like, what is JP doing? Like, what are you doing, man?
Thank you, buddy.
Anytime, fella.
That's our guy, Fred Smoot. Phone lines are over. Rest of the show.
The Rams are dealing with a pretty concerning situation regarding quarterback Matt Stafford. Stafford's been dealing with a back injury that's forced him out of action. He has yet to practice with the team this year, and it doesn't look like that's changing right now. With the Rams gearing up for a joint practice with the Cowboys tomorrow, Los Angeles will not have their starting quarterback on the field. Now, per Gary Klein of the LA Times, Stafford's status for the team's joint practice against the Chargers, which is August 13th, is also up in the air. And another injury update, Commanders guard Brandon Coleman limped off the field in the middle of practice on Saturday. Now, Dan Quinn spoke to the media before practice today and said that Coleman will be out of practice today. They are going to evaluate if he's going to travel with the team to Massachusetts for their joint practice and preseason game against the Patriots. So we'll see how he's feeling, but unsure if he's going to travel with the team and make the trek to face the Patriots. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Bow, bow. Shout out to TLC. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Live out in Ashburn, Virginia. We'll be on the move soon, B. Flying to Providence. You're flying to Boston, right?
I don't know where. Oh, I got to go. I'm looking to see.
I am flying to Providence. That airport is easy.
Where you staying?
The Residence Inn in Foxborough. Very exotic. I think you have a much nicer hotel than me. But whatever. I'm looking forward to it. Wednesday's practice should be really, really awesome just for like getting a real sense of what this team is.
Yeah.
And perhaps what they're not. I cannot wait for that. Tomorrow we're in studio. I'm sure Landfill cannot wait for that.
Landfill act like he don't like us.
Yeah, Landfill, what's that about?
I don't like him neither.
Yeah, Landfill. What the hell? I did want kind of talked about the players that have stood out to him during training camp, and I did want to play that DQ audio. Landini, if we're ready to rock, give that a play, sir. Hoping to hear from Dan Quinn talking about the players that stand out for camp. We've mentioned a lot of them.
Yeah. Listen, if you mention it and the coaches mentioning it, then those players they don't need to listen to that and say, "Oh, nah, I'm cool." No, keep making it happen.
Right.
You know, once it gets called, make them call it again.
Agreed. Well, it's also like this isn't built to peak on August 4th.
No.
peak on February 4th.
Yeah, next year?
Yeah. Not right now, dude. This is Dan Quinn talking about the Commanders players that have impressed him most so far.
Who of the new guys, especially the young guys, have stood out to you so far through the first week?
Yeah, on defense, there's some new faces, outside, inside, but I've liked what I've seen, from the down linemen. I've seen it from Kinlaw. I've seen it from Wise, really, square and strong and tough. I like what I've seen from Will Harris. He's got versatility, came in the league as a corner. We've got him at safety. He can guard over a slot, which, that's another thing. You don't see a lot of safeties. Can they get down and guard the slot? And Will can do that. So that's some things that we got a lot of comp at running back. So I'm excited to see what those guys do. You guys both know this. There's a couple of positions that, you need pads, you need games. Running back's one. Did he break that tackle? Yeah. O-line, D-line, did that go down? At your spot, at DB, at corner, you can evaluate without pads. But running back, and is his tracks right? He can catch it good, but did he make somebody miss? Did he break somebody off? Those are the things that in a preseason game, I'm excited to see them, man.
You and me both, DQ. You and me both. Yeah. It's funny because what I'll be looking for in the practices versus the game is very different.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, in the practice, I'm looking how guys are coming together. In the one-on-one deals, I want to see how they really fight. I mean, it's just man-to-man. It's not like you having to go out and do anything about scheme. You just battle against somebody else. In the game, I want to see who's retaining the information and know how to go out there and put it in action. Because there's going to be a lot of young guys playing. So it changes from watching a veteran guy to a young guy. And if that young guy makes me think he's playing like a veteran, in the next game, I expect another step.
Totally. And you'd like to think they just kind of keep this thing going. I just retweeted something that was pretty cool. I mean, you could tell, let's be real, the NFL knows what they're doing, but the NFL is going really big into flag football, and specifically girls flag football. The Commanders just tweeted out, to show our dedication to the sanctioning of girls flag football across the DMV, the Commanders have announced a commitment to 127 girls flag programs in the DMV over the next 2 years. The support will include funding, equipment, and additional programming, with the team contributing more than $1 million to grow the game in our region.
Good.
That's cool.
I did a lot of different things with them this year where we were going to a lot of camps. And then I forgot the name of the group that has a league going. I've been over there. They partnered with them, so we've been there speaking to the girls, talking to and girls and guys, talking to them both about my journey or whatever. I played flag football back in the day. So,
did you?
Yeah.
I never played
touch.
flag. We played touch back then.
But playing with my friends, we turned the touch into touch push. And it got very physical.
Yo, two-hand touch just became tackle within 5 plays.
If you watch some of the flag football players, how they can move their bodies and stuff, because you're not supposed to be able to hit somebody's hand and all. The way they can turn their bodies running, if they can do it, like guys that play soccer are normally good. So if you can play flag football at a high level, and then you don't mind being hit every once in a while, you can probably play football very well too.
Dude, so I'm looking at this information the team just put out. So they're going to support 127 teams across the DMV. All right, B? So it's 25 DC public schools. I believe, Corey, maybe we did a story on this on 4. I believe flag football in high schools is now like a varsity sport for women. I believe there's
they can get scholarships too.
Women's flag football is a varsity sport in a lot of high schools. I believe that to be the case. So 127 teams, including 25 from D.C. public schools and charter schools, 51 programs across Virginia from Fairfax, Prince William, Richmond, Arlington, Fauquier, and Henrico counties. And additionally, the Commanders will continue to work in collaboration with the Baltimore Ravens on sanctioning efforts in Maryland, supporting 51 teams in Prince George's and Montgomery counties.
They do the right
They
thing.
are aware of the purple invasion from the north into some old hardcore burgundy and gold areas. I think that's smart.
They do it the right way, dog.
Yeah, man, for sure. Flag football's fun to watch too, dude. I think the league sees multiple things, right? Where it's good business, you're supporting these kids, they're playing a cool sport, but you also just get that many more people that much more locked into football and that much more interested in football.
Totally. And you know what? You bring more eyes. In the long run, you bring more eyes to it, and those people become fans, and you keep your whole little deal going.
Totally.
Yep.
So this morning I posted a picture of Deebo Samuel catching a pass. I said, Deebo's finger looks just fine. I just got this reply from Rich. Said, I thought I saw him at Golden Corral last night in Ashburn. Cat-like reflexes. He is fine. I don't know if that's a joke.
It's a semi-joke.
Is there a Golden Corral in Ashburn?
I don't know. It's not one I would frequent. I probably don't be there. So
I don't know that I've ever.
I go to different restaurants.
I have been. When I lived in North Carolina, there was a big buffet place that we went to, but I don't remember if it was a Golden Corral or like a knockoff Golden Corral. What
was the name of it?
Silver Corral. I don't remember. But this was rural North Carolina in the late 80s. There wasn't a lot of
If it's Silver Corral, you
All right. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Nobody go anywhere. We got to make some bets. It's B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Shout out to Shelly. Shelly just tweeted me, I truly believe it's the guaranteed money holding this up. Can't expect him to play this season with no guaranteed money. I think you're right, Shelly. Terry McLaurin's going to need some cash. Guaranteed. Getting time to get this done, man. B, I mean, you know me. Last night being at the casino, people were asking, how much I gamble and stuff. I'm like, I love coming over here, but, I'll play some blackjack, but I'm not, like, the biggest. When you're in that room with that crowd,
yeah,
like, we're not gamblers compared to what those people are.
Nah, and that last night was all about the charity.
Right.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, I don't rank, like, people that.
Most people in that room are gamblers.
One, they can afford it, and two, they're betting six figures, maybe a month, but certainly annually. Like, I'm not
Some
there.
of them per hand.
Right. But for me,
Let's just be real
what
about
I am about is sports betting. Like, I do love that. And I found myself last night when I was Ubering home, I was like, all right, it's Sunday. I know there's no football on tonight. But last night I checked to see if there was Monday Night Football tonight, just so I could watch it.
It was a lot of WNBA on yesterday.
The first preseason game. So we got preseason to watch, man. Thursday night, Colts Ravens on NFL Network. That's why you're starting to see some unofficial depth charts come out, because you got to put one out before this game. Colts Ravens play Thursday night. Bengals Eagles Thursday night. Raiders Seahawks Thursday night. So you got a triple header to kick things off. Two of the games are on NFL Network for the real sickos that want to watch it. I don't know how to feel about this. Ravens are getting 4 at home in their preseason opener? Sounds kind of juicy.
They like to win the preseason games, you know that.
I know, but they're +4 at home. Maybe they think Anthony Richardson's going to play or something. Friday night, there's obviously the Commanders-Patriots. Guess the spread in Commanders-Patriots.
2.
2.5.
Wow.
Patriots favored by 2.5.
I'm good at this game.
All the games Friday night, you got Lions, Falcons, Browns, Panthers, Commanders, Patriots. So there's 3 Friday night. Then you've got Saturday, 1 o'clock, Giants, Bills, Texans, Vikings at 4. That might be like a triple header Saturday. Wow. Jets, Packers, Saturday night. NFL Network's got games all week, so no Monday Night Football. The first Monday Night Football then will be Commanders-Bengals on the 18th.
18th?
That should be pretty fun. I'm ready for football, man. I'm very ready for football. It doesn't help that watching the Nats at this point is just starting to be truly grueling.
It's hard.
That game yesterday, we didn't talk much about it. They got smoked.
Yeah.
Like,
you can't put it no other way.
I mean, the first inning, he got the leadoff hitter out, and then I think like 4 straight batters got on base. And, dude, even the foul balls and stuff, he was getting rocked. Yeah. Like, everything was being hit hard. I think it was Lord on the mound. It was a beautiful day, though. Baseball's one of those that, like,
it was outstanding.
The vibes could be more fun than the game. And yesterday was certainly the case. Landini, do we want to try to make some bets? We're all here all week, so let's do this.
Gather around. What's heard here first?
All right, B. Anything you like?
No, I'm never ready at this time. You come throw it to me.
I bet White Brian is ready.
Yankees.
He probably has Yankees in
Landfill?
Texas.
Yankees?
Yep.
Max Fried on the bump.
Who else?
Alrighty.
Landfill, that pitcher you like is pitching for the Diamondbacks tonight. PFAD?
PFAT?
I don't. PFAADT.
Yeah,
PFAD.
PFAT.
White Brian, what do you like?
Marlins. They can't lose.
The Marlins are red
Who are they
hot.
playing?
The Astros at home.
They just swept the Yankees.
Well, maybe the Yankees just
that
stink.
mean they may lose.
Damn, I just pulled up the standings for the AL East. The Yankees are falling apart, huh?
You know what? I'm going to take PFAT.
Great.
Give me the Diamondbacks.
The Blue Jays are almost 20 games over 500. They're 3 games clear of the Red Sox, and the Yanks are 4.5 back in the AL East.
I want the Diamondbacks and the Cardinals. I'm going out there. I'm taking the underdogs.
Let's go. I'm looking through the standings here. The Nats are now 23 games under 500. The Marlins are 500. They're 8-2 in their last 10. The Marlins are surging, and the battle between the Phillies and the Mets down the stretch is going to be a lot of fun.
That's what Dog Mom said. They can't lose.
Shout out to Dog Mom. White Brian, how you been, dude?
Stressing about the Mets.
How do you feel?
Hey, Brian, just think about how much money they make. Don't stress.
White Brian is a stressed dude. White Brian, I hope you know that I root against the Mets pretty vociferously. So just
I'm aware.
wanted to share that with you. And I don't like anything in Philadelphia, but I weirdly will root for the Phillies over the Mets. It's a weird place I've landed in. I
like hate to me, Brian.
Oh, Kevin Long is the Phillies hitting coach, who I think the Nats should hire to be their next manager. I like him. I like Trey Turner. I like Schwarber. There are dudes I like involved with that Phillies operation.
Oh, so if it's green, you don't like it, but if red, you can deal with it.
I suppose so.
Yeah.
I like
dude that wear a red shirt down the middle of South Central.
I still got to make a bet. I'll take. I'm gonna take the Orioles plus 1.5. How about that?
How about that?
Big thanks to everybody that listened to the show today. Thank you to David Aldridge for joining us. Thank you to Fred Smoot for joining us. If you'd like to hear those interviews with DA or with Smoot, check them out wherever you get your podcasts. Spotify, Google Play, Apple Podcasts, or on the Odyssey app, obviously, but we're also on the iHeart app, the TuneIn app. Wherever you're getting the content, that's where we are. Fun day today. Travel day for us. We're in studio. Then I'm going to Dulles. You're going to National?
Dulles.
Okay, so we're both going to Dulles. Part of me wants to ride with you, so then Saturday I can ride with you. I don't know. Maybe I'll call you later.
I mean, if you're going to ask me, you might want to ask me instead of just telling me.
I'm thinking it through. I'm thinking it through.
But and how you gonna get back to your car?
I don't know. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Grant and Danny coming on next. Shout out to Air Ahmet for lunch. Good day. Grant and Danny next. You made it this far. Ahmet owes you a sub.
College football season is nearly here with
Good Monday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to The Fan. It's August 4th, 2025, a Commanders game week, as they've got a preseason game on Friday. Danny is out today. He is out for the week. He is actually in Scotland. I've got Toby Altizer hanging out with me in studio on Half Street in the Navy Yard. Hello, Toby.
What's going on, dude? I saw that Danny was hanging out in a place that I would love to be, St. Andrews.
Oh, was he really?
Yeah. He was saying that he needs to get a little more into golf before he goes there, so I think that's my new objective, is to get Danny into golf.
I did not. Well, good luck with that. I don't know how much that's going to happen. Unless he can go play in the mornings or something. He'll play any sport, any activity he can, generally in the mornings before the show. But, yeah, I don't know if golf's going to be next in line for him. But we got a nice show planned for you today. Dorance Armstrong, defensive end, finished very strong and had a great pro season for the Commanders.
It's not all big flies, but it's just single, double, good base running play, all those sorts of things. And you compound that with a team that can't get outs, and that's how you end up with 56 hits in 3 games.
So at Commanders training camp late last week, I saw Bryce Terang, who's the starting second baseman for the Milwaukee Brewers, Gold Glove caliber player. And he's the brother-in-law of Tress Way. So Tress's wife is his older sister. And he came into town a day early. The Brewers had allowed him to come in because Tress and Bree, his wife, were adopting formally, like getting the last name now for their baby that they adopted that we talked about on the show back in the playoffs. But anyway, Terang was the uncle of this baby, was in town and came in early, and he was at practice hanging out with Tress. And he came over, and Tress introduced me, and I was asking him just about Nats Park and what it's like to play at. And he was like, "So how have the Nats been here lately?" And I'm like, "Oh, it's gotten ugly." I literally said to him, I'm like, "Don't worry, you guys will have a fine series. You'll get out of here with, if you don't have 2 wins, somebody did something very wrong." Now, they got all 3, and Terang had a 2-homer game and had a monster series.
First of his career, by the way.
I believe
First
that.
2-homer game.
I mean, everybody on the Brewers got fat. It was just kind of funny. He's like, "How are things going with the Nats?" And I'm like, "They're going well enough that you guys will not only sweep them, but it's going to be one of those games where you wish it was like pickup where you could just grab the bat and walk up to the plate."
Yeah.
Because they're not going to get anybody out. But it was ugly. So enough on the Nats. We may never talk about them again. I'm only kidding. But my God, are they terrible.
Tough.
In this moment. But they're off today. We can get back into them closer to the end of the show when we look ahead to tomorrow. But I do want to start with training camp and with practice today. You and I were both out there at the facility in Ashburn. And there were 3 guys specifically that stood out to me, I thought, worth mentioning today. And I want to go through them one by one here. The first is Jalen Lane, the wide receiver from Virginia Tech. It is very clear to me when I watch practice right now that almost every single time Jalen Lane gets on the field, he is almost immediately targeted.
Mm-hmm.
And at the beginning of training camp, he was working with the 3s, occasionally with the 2s. And you would notice him some, but he was kind of down the depth chart. He's getting a lot of run right now when Jaden Daniels is at quarterback, throwing him the football against top corners. And he continues to show out. This is a guy who runs a 4.3, 4.40. He's small. I was talking to one of the Commanders beat writers on the sideline. They said, he reminds me of, and maybe it's just the number and his size, but he dropped a Tyler Lockett on him, which I found kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Lockett's an undersized guy, wears number 83 as well.
And was a returner at K-State.
Right, good comp. Yeah, exactly. And in Lane's case, he has gotten deep and open a lot, especially on what I call like plaster plays where we're off schedule now. And Jaden Daniels with that extra beat, or even Sam Hartman earlier in camp, has now gotten out of the pocket and flushed, and everybody kind of scatters, and Lane kind of just becomes the deepest guy.
Mm-hmm.
And all camp long, I feel like he's made one play after another. But if you comp him, say, to Luke McCaffrey, who's another young receiver, it seems like whenever Luke's out there, there's not as many targets, but a lot of things on snaps happen where you go, he was this close, where he gets tangled up with a corner, or he falls down, or he can't make the catch, or he's got a guy draped over him. But when they throw to Lane, it just works. He's open. He makes catches. It's been constant. There was one play, Toby, today where he was going against Jonathan Jones. Not going to start for the Commanders probably right away, but longtime veteran corner in New England, played a lot last year.
Yeah.
They're one-on-one in the slot. Jones is playing in the nickel. And Lane had this twitchy top of his route stem where he kind of like plants and goes in and breaks out. And Jones was left 3 to 4 yards behind him, and he makes a catch and gets to the sideline in a 30-second drill at the end of a half. And I'm telling you, like over and over again, if I'm taking notes, I go 83, 83, 83. This was Cliff Kingsbury today talking about the rookie wide receiver who runs a sub 440 from Virginia Tech.
He's been very impressive. He's a coach's kid, been around the game his entire life, and if you tell him how to do it one time, he usually nails it. And then if he makes a mistake, he'll come back and get it corrected. But super, super talented, very fast. I've been really impressed. I don't think I could see some of those things at Virginia Tech. Watching the film and getting him here in person and watching him run around and watching the coachability and the route tree that he can run, it's been really impressive.
I was standing next to Adam Kilgore, who was covering the team at camp for the Washington Post, who's going to be on the Blitz today. And it was funny because we were both kind of marveling over some of the plays that he was making. And Kilgore said, and it was a great line, he goes, tired Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, young standout. Wired Jalen Lane. Everyone's talked about Merritt. He's had a great camp. I don't think enough people are talking about Jalen Lane.
Yeah, the thing is, what's interesting about Jalen Lane is what you heard Cliff say is he didn't really run routes down the field at Virginia Tech. It was one of the things I was interested to see in camp. One of the things I'm interested to see going forward is how is he used in this offense? Because I already know from watching him with the Hokies last year, he can do the Debo stuff, all of it. And he's a little bit different. He's not as thick as Debo. Debo's going to run through tackles versus he's going to be elusive and dodge people. But they can do
they
similar.
wanted to get him the ball in space,
Correct.
so they'd occasionally just throw him the ball into the backfield with nobody around him.
Once a game, and I have no idea how whoever Virginia Tech was playing that week never game planned for it. Once a game, they'd run an end around and he'd pop it for 30 yards. Every single week. He was so good at that, but he never ran down the field. The final game of the year against UVA, they finally hit him on a deep ball, and he scored a touchdown, like 70-yarder. But they didn't do a whole lot of that. So I think that's what Cliff's talking about, is Jalen Lane today. I was watching a couple of times just to see how he would match up against Amos, which we're going to get to in just a second because he was impressive today. But running go routes, running posts, running stuff down the field, they didn't do that a whole lot at Tech. So I think that's part of the reason he fell to the fourth round is, okay, he's a gadget guy, right? He's kind of a guy that has to line up in the slot, and he can do a little bit of this and that. Like you talked about, underneath stuff. He is shifty. He can create separation underneath. He's electric with the ball in his hands. The thing that he didn't do a lot at Tech was go down the field, and I think that he can do that. And I think part of the reason he fell to the fourth round is Virginia Tech just wasn't very good last year, frankly. The quarterback play wasn't
Certainly
great.
not offensively.
The offensive line maybe didn't give the time to go down the field, right? I think that you could see this guy be their most versatile receiver in terms of he's catching the ball behind the line of scrimmage. He might line up in the backfield and play that Debo type role. They're moving him. He's going down the field. He can do everything, and he's electric when he gets the ball.
I always try to stop myself with wide receivers who are having big practices because, as you saw with Luke McCaffrey and so many other guys, it's a really hard position when you're a mid or late round pick. You know, in Luke's case, it's third round. In Lane's, it's fourth round. But when you're not drafted right at the top of the board, you don't necessarily get the looks. They're not. You know, when he's out there, it's Debo-like in the sense that, you know, Debo Samuel, if you look at the snaps he's getting in practice in terms of snap count, I'll bet you it's not that high, but they get him in there to get his work and they get him back out in a pass or doing something around the line script, they're running a dig in the middle of the field, back to the sideline. It almost feels like Jalen Lane, who's in a similar role, is getting some of that same work. But what I find so fun about him is in a world where there's no Terry McLaurin right now, you look at the receiver position. Noah Brown is healthy, has not. A gadget, you know, weapon, so to speak. It's been Jalen Lane, and, you know, then you got to have a conversation about who number 2 is. What that means when they start actually playing live football against the Patriots this weekend, we're going to find out. But I do want to just point out that he had a great practice, and with Cliff talking about him today, I thought it was bringing up.
Yeah, and I think, too, Cliff had mentioned a little bit earlier in his presser saying with Terry out, with Noah Brown not able to practice, that you kind of get these opportunities that maybe you wouldn't usually because you're having more reps of Jalen Lane with the ones. You're having more reps of Luke McCaffrey with the ones. And he said it's an opportunity to figure out if either of these guys go down. Obviously, when Terry's back, when Noah Brown, they step right back in. But you get an opportunity to see, okay, who's the next guy up? You mentioned Luke McCaffrey. There have been some plays he hasn't been able to make. Jalen Lane has made the plays.
So
that stands
here's
out.
The difference between those two to me that I've seen. Luke McCaffrey does a really good job operating underneath against zone. It seems to me like he separates and kind of just throttles it down. Remember, he was a quarterback. I think he's really smart in that way. Second-generation player. His father, Ed, was a great wide receiver. His brother is an MVP caliber player. Against zone, he seems to operate kind of between the numbers, hash marks, and do a lot of good things underneath. When they play against man, he does not get free. He does not really separate. He seems to always have guys draped over him, and that's just not the case with Lane. He just has so much more wiggle. Speaking of which, man coverage heavy today, I thought, in some of the 11 stuff that they were doing, 11 on 11. Trey Amos had a heck of a practice.
Incredible day.
I really, really like Trey Amos. Now, it's early, and I'm going to use my same caveat of let's watch some real football at some point before we get too excited. But all we can do right now is watch the practices and see who stands out. Amos had a play where he's just step for step in stride with Debo. He had a great play down the field on McCaffrey with a PBU. He just seems to always be blanketed over a receiver in man coverage. And he's confident. He's got length. We had him on the show last week. I think people heard the kind of mentality that he provides as a personable guy who feels good about where he's at and is confident that he can play in this league. But the biggest reason to me for this storyline of the corners are having a great camp, Lattimore certainly looks like he's healthier and running better than he did at the end of last season. It's nice to bring in a guy like Jonathan Jones. It's Trey Amos, man. Like right now, he's basically the outside corner as the number 2 opposite Lattimore. And in most practices, he looks great. My big question is this because of the receivers he's going up against? Like if you're running with Luke McCaffrey or Michael Gallup or, you know, KJ Osborne, that's different than when week 1 you're going to be following Malik Neighbors around. I get that. But I kind of view it almost like baseball, where I'm not telling you this guy's going to hit 300 forever, but you see him in one game and he puts 4 balls in play and he has a high exit velocity. Like, there is a starter kit here with Amos that I really like.
He's always around the football. He's always near the guy that he's supposed to be covering. And, there was one ball that he ended up giving up to Deebo Samuel, but Deebo ran a perfect route, stemmed, ran a dig route about 15 yards down the field. But he's step for step, he's right there. It's not like it was, whoa, we got turned around or anything. He's right there, and those things are going to happen. That's called playing in the NFL against really good players. But the thing that was so impressive was he made multiple plays, and the last play of practice that you've already mentioned, where McCaffrey's running a go route, he's step for step with him, and the technique was perfect, Grant, where it was watching, and then finally gets his head around, and then once he tracks the ball, puts his left hand out and just swats it away. Like, that's the sort of stuff that we saw other corners here in the past be able to do. They were able to stick step for step, but then they'd panic and they grab the guy, or they push the guy, or they wouldn't get their head around. The next thing you know, the ball's right by him. Nope. Perfect technique by Amos, gets the head around, swats it away, and that's the stuff that I think we've seen with other guys that maybe just isn't as teachable as you think. Like, you either have that or you don't. It's pretty clear for him. He's got the ball skills necessary, and he's always sticky with whoever he's covering.
Yeah, the pick today was a ball skills pick. It was that out route slightly behind Chris Moore, so like on his back shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
It was from Daniels on like a 10, 12-yard out, and Moore has Amos beat by a step toward the sideline. Daniels puts it on his back shoulder, so he kind of slows up to reach back, but he's got the ball pinned, and then Amos kind of rips it away from him because he's so close in coverage. And it's the kind of play you do see in the league occasionally, but I think the ball skills are there. It just looks different. Even when I remember the beat, a lot of the folks on that cover the team every day were like super impressed by Emmanuel Forbes in his rookie training camp. And then you watched him in that first preseason game, and it's like, this is the guy, really? I bet you that's not what it's going to look like with Amos. But we're going to get our first crack of game action against New England to watch this team on Friday night. The Commanders are traveling tomorrow. They've got a practice on Wednesday. Then they'll be off for a walkthrough Thursday. And then Friday night, preseason game number 1 in Foxborough, which will be a lot of fun. Grant and Danny. Danny's out today. Toby Altizer's in. One more guy. These are 3 takeaways, 3 players that stood out to me at practice. And in all 3 cases, this is kind of the last week or so, I like these guys kind of continually. Matt Gay, the kicker. So he did miss one kick today from 55, wide to the left. Plenty of leg, and he just missed. Prior to that, he drilled 50 and 55-yarders, and the 55-yarder would have been good from beyond 60. Mm-hmm. He crushed it. Adam Peters actually went up and gave him a big hug after he nailed the 55-yarder. And I don't know what the interaction was about, but I have to imagine it has something to do with the fact that last year they went through 7 kickers and had a guy that barely made a chip shot to beat Tampa Bay. And I think he's pretty happy that they have a grown-up real kicker here in Matt Gay. But I think that's one of the storylines that's gone under the radar. And I get it. Like, there's so many things to focus on and talk about. You got Laramie Tunsil at left tackle. Debo's new in the receiver room. Bobby Wagner back. And Zach Ertz re-signing a contract. Daniel's in year 2. You got a draft class. Guys like Connor Lee you're trying to keep an eye on. But going from having more kickers than anybody in the league last season to someone who might actually be a strength at that position would be a massive upgrade. And I believe Gay's missed 2 kicks all training camp long at this point. The length is not the strength. 50 and beyond has been, over the last couple of seasons, a little bit questionable, but inside of 50 has been automatic. And they don't go for a ton of field goal attempts in that 50 to 55 range because they go for so many 4th downs because they have Jaden Daniels. So I actually think this marriage could be perfect. But right now, this moment, for the first time in a few years, when they line up for a field goal, I feel like it's going to go in.
Yeah, he's not going to be a weapon. You know, like you think about McPherson when the Bengals went on their run, Justin Tucker for years with the Ravens. Guys like that you feel like is a weapon because you cross midfield and you can knock one through. That's not necessarily going to be the case, but he is a security blanket in the fact that anytime you get inside 50 yards, he's going to probably knock it through, and you feel pretty good about that. And that's something that you haven't been able to say here for quite some time. So having a guy that when it's 4th and 5 at the 30, you know, before it was like, well, we'll feel okay, but now you're like, okay, we can trot the kicker out. We don't feel like we have to push it with Jaden Daniels here. To your point, this team doesn't love to kick field goals over 50 because, you know, if it's 4th and 2, I can just go ahead and figure out a way to get Jaden Daniels to get 3 yards, right?
Yeah, do you think they'll kick more field goals 50 plus because Gay's better than what they had, or do you think 4th and 4 or less, that's still go for it range?
It's probably still go for it range most of the time, but there's at least a confidence that if you go, well, we're going to play this one conservatively, that you're actually going to knock it through. Because before, I think it was like, do we go for it and just give the ball, or do we 30% chance we make this field goal? Right?
Exactly. I think that's the difference is you're doing a math equation in your head, and maybe even the analytics guys upstairs are helping Dan Quinn in his headset. And in the past, there might be a 35% chance you hit that field goal. Well, if the chances are now 50%, there are going to be more times where you probably elect to send out the field goal kicker, but you got a cheat code. It's not a coincidence that the Ravens have gone for more 4th downs in that range than anybody else in the league in plus territory the last several years. Lamar is impossible to defend in short yardage with the ability to hand the football or keep it, and you've got a guy just like that now on 4th down who's your cheat code in Jaden Daniels. But those are the 3 guys I wanted to star from today's practice, including a little love for the kicker, Matt Gay. One thing that isn't getting a lot of attention now that camp has started is the age of this football team. The Commanders are not only the oldest team in the league, they're kind of considerably older than everybody else. Is that something that should be a concern? How will that rear its head, if at all, this season? I want to get into that next. You'll hear from Dorance Armstrong, who finished very well on the edge as a sack artist for the Commanders last year at 245. This is The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. In the NFL, Commanders training camp continued on today. Other news from around the National Football League, the NFLPA elected David Whitt as the interim executive director. The Falcons agreed to a 2-year extension with their offensive tackle, Caleb McGarry, 2 years, $30 million. James Cook was sitting out at Bills practice as he looks for a new contract. Bills wide receiver Khalil Shakir is week to week with a high ankle sprain, and the Dolphins signed defensive tackle Zach Sealer to a 3-year extension, or $67.75 million, $44 million guaranteed. In baseball, the Nationals were swept over the weekend by the Brewers, outscored by a combined score of 38-14. The Nats have the day off today, then they'll begin a 3-game series against the A's at Nationals Park tomorrow night. 2 weeks only, radio exclusive offer, $250 off every fiberglass window. Beat the fall rush and replace those cheap vinyl windows now. TheWindowMan.com's fiberglass windows offer maximum comfort and are now $250 off. Free consultations at TheWindowMan.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
That's a live update, baby. A live update on 106.7 The Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny. Toby Altizer is in for Danny Houtier. Happy to be with you until 6:30 tonight. Keeping you company on your flagship home for the Nats and the Caps. Want to get into the Commanders' age, something not being talked a lot about, but that could rear its head as an issue this season in just a few. But your boy is a circus guy. Big circus guy. I took the kids to the Universe Soul Circus.
Okay.
National Harbor under the tent this weekend. Are you familiar with the Universe Soul Circus?
Not really, no.
You need to be. It's the best. So I'm sure you've done like Ringling Brothers, Barnum and Bailey. Have you done one of those when you were growing up? Go to the circus, see the elephants, do all that. Were you a circus guy?
I went once or twice.
Oh, man. This was like
but not big time.
Wheelhouse childhood for me. The smell of, like, if you just blindfold me and somehow get a cup of circus smell, and then you open the cup right in front of my nose, I'd be like, oh my God, I'm back at the circus. It's the best. So I take my kids. This is the second straight year we've done it. You walk in, you're under the tent. How they fit everything. I mean, they've been doing it for like 30 years, so it's not that big of a tent, but everything's under there just so. My kids get their faces painted. Then they need to buy the little like lights that light up.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Everything goes dark. Now we got to get toys. Now we got to pay for $10 pictures with the clowns. I mean, finally we sit down. I'm like, oh, I thought it was at 3. It's at 3:30. So we got 40 minutes to wait. By the end of this thing, you're seeing incredible acts. I got dirt bike dudes going off like under a tent, going off of huge ramps, loud, smelling like fuel under the tent. It was the best. Circus guy. But I realize as much as I love taking my kids, and they are all about it, they go home and they start jumping on pillows and they're trying to get their circus acts down. It's really about me too, because I am 10 years old every single time I do it. So I ask you guys before we get into the Commanders and their age, what is something that when you do it, you're just a kid again? Immediately back to being like 10 to 12 years old, and you are just at your childhood, youthful exuberance best. Circus for me is that thing. I took them last year. I took them this year, and both times I'm like buying them anything I can because it's just me as a kid being a dad, basically. It's the best. You guys got anything that when you think about, I do that, I might as well be 10 again?
I mean, it's not really an activity, but it's more so when Scott Hansen has the countdown on NFL Red Zone. Like back in 2009 when it first launched, it was like this thing. I was like, oh yeah, we're gonna try Red Zone out. When he's like, and it's 7 hours of commercial-free footballs that starts now. I mean, it just takes me back to when I was 10 years old, year one of this thing, and I love it.
All right, but that is something that is like, you could be 60 and enjoy Red Zone.
No,
that's not geared toward.
I can be 26 and not enjoy Red Zone.
But it's
you could be wrong too.
It's nostalgia for me at this point.
Okay.
Like I just look back at that time, and it's like just like I had goldfish and a Coca-Cola. And watch football on a Sunday.
I understand, but you can do that today. I will accept your answer. It does not play for me in this category because it's not designed for being young. It's not something you do as a kid and then you don't do again until you have kids, basically. Strober, you got anything?
Yeah, for me, I think it's jumping off the diving board at the pool.
That's pretty damn good.
Because when I was younger, I was obsessed with the idea with being able to do really cool stuff on the diving board. Flips, 1.5s, try to do doubles off the high dive. I'd go to this indoor pool near my house in Germantown, and I would go for that. Oh, it was a lot of fun. I hurt myself a couple times trying to take it a little bit too far and do stuff that I wasn't capable of doing. And then as I got older, I stopped doing it. Now I think I'm too afraid to do it because I don't want to get hurt. But every time I do actually go on a diving board and do like a real dive or a flip, this makes me feel like a kid again.
You're a child. That's great. I have not been on a diving board probably in 20 years.
We had a pool growing up, an in-ground pool,
Yeah.
and we had a diving board that broke when I was probably 7 or 8. That thing never got fixed.
Do you know how many pools have broken diving boards? That's like part of having a pool, I think.
Yeah.
Like if there was a guy that just went around fixing diving boards, he'd make all the money. But I'm trying to think, it would have been when I was like sub-high school, the last time I jumped off of a diving board, for sure. That's a great answer.
I was going to give my answer.
Yeah, go for it.
2 things real quick. Going to a football game still gets me. Football games still get me because I don't go cover the games, so I'll just go as a fan. Those still get me. And if I'm going golfing with family, I'm researching the golf course the night before. I'm playing the round in my head. That's how I still am.
Is that something you guys did when you were young, go golfing?
Yeah.
I get that one. That makes sense. I mean, if it, like family outings like that can definitely take you back.
Like my dad and I went this past week, and it was just a par 3 course that I played 5 or 6 times, and I was still going through like, all right, each hole, I'm gonna hit 8 iron here, 7 iron here. Yeah, it doesn't matter. If I'm going golfing with family, always makes me feel like a kid again.
All right, let's complete the show circle here. So we got Clary, Strober, Toby down. Dad, what do you got?
So there's not many of these true ones anymore these days. So the closest thing you get to it is going to say like a Dave and Buster's or a Chuck E. Cheese or something like that. But going to the arcade, there was
grown-up arcades, by the way.
Yeah,
that's now a thing. Like a couple bachelor parties I've done.
For sure,
we've done that where it's drinking, it's shots, it's a bunch and pop a shot at the same time. Like it's the grown-up arcade thing is a blast.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I mean, growing up, it was if it wasn't spending summer days at the pool, it was spending summer days in the arcade at the mall. And yeah, anytime you get a chance to do that and kind of relive that these days is definitely something that's a blessing.
Family Feud style. We all got to clap and go, good answer.
Good answer.
Good answer. Good answer. All right, the Commanders are old. Speaking of age, let's talk about an old football team. So I saw a graphic that stood out to me from this looks like Tyler Webb data via bookies. But the way that this graphic was done is what made it jarring. So, you know how you can like finagle with visuals, ways of making things look better or worse just based on the metrics you're using. So what I mean by that is the average age of the Washington Commanders is 27 and a half years old, and the next oldest team is the Steelers at 26.8. So when you look at it and you just say, okay, well, you round the Steelers up to 27, the Commanders are 27 and a half, what's really the difference? But when it's laid out the way this was, where every single decimal point is an option, pretty much the entire league is between 25.6 and 26.8. 29 teams. The Packers are the youngest team in the league at 25.1 as an average age. And then the Jets and the Eagles are standalone, the second youngest teams in the league at 25.4. But nobody above the Steelers is 26.9, 27.0, 27.1, 27.2, 27.3, 27.4. You got to get to the Commanders at 27.5. So I'm going to show you the visual of what I'm talking about here, Toby, of just all the teams linked together in age, and then the Commanders standalone way up top.
Yeah.
By the way, the team they're chasing in the division, the team in the NFC East that's got a stranglehold on the district here, and coming off of a Super Bowl, the Eagles are one of the 3 youngest teams in the NFL. Depending on the cuts that the Jets make and the Eagles make, it could be only Green Bay that's younger than Philly, and yet Washington is not only the oldest, but they are decidedly the oldest team. Now, some of this is, you re-up with Bobby Wagner, and maybe he's around for one more year, same with Ertz, but you're counting big on those guys. I was talking to someone in football about this last week, and they go, yeah, but Wagner, you wanted to re-sign him, I'm sure. I said, sure. You wanted to re-sign Ertz. Like, those are good football players. But as guys get older, the risk of injury climbs. The risk of running into a wall and just not quite performing the same climbs. Someone would say, oh, well, the punter Tress Way affects this. Okay, fine. So that's a player. But let's not pretend like they didn't, all offseason, basically go about their entire hiatus with zero regard for getting younger, because that's exactly what happened. Like, when you look at what they did, they signed, traded for, or re-signed 20 players that are either 30 or older or will be 30 by the end of this football season. Now, the league's getting a little bit older, I think, to some extent with competitive, contending teams like Washington. But 20 players that are 30 or more, and funny enough, now they're putting the flag in, drawing the line at Terry McLaurin because he's too old to pay him.
Ironic.
But I guess my point is, this is something that is not really getting talked about, and I think it should at least be acknowledged from the standpoint of, they were pretty healthy last year. The guys that they brought in that were older, like Wagner, like Ertz, had great seasons. But the reason it's interesting when you go that route and you get older is that more often than not, it doesn't work that way. And it's just kind of one of those, let's not forget about this.
Sure.
Might not rear its head, but it's certainly something I think that's not getting talked about that is worth acknowledging.
So when you go through this roster and you look at just the starters, looking at a simple depth chart, the guys that would be under that, you said 27.5, the guys that would be under that average, Jaden, Brian Robinson, Biotish, I think, is 27, so maybe somewhere in there. Cosme, Josh Connerly, if he starts. And then on the defensive side, I think Luvu's over it. So you're looking at like Sanders still, Quan Martin, Igbenogany still only 25, by the way, which is crazy to think about, former first-round pick. But there's not a lot. The issue is, I don't know that there's another way to go about this, because the reason being is you didn't have young guys when you brought over Ron's old roster. The roster sucked. So what else are you trying to do? And I think part of it is, they were probably thinking when they got over here that it was going to take a little bit of time, and then your quarterback is so dang good that you're like, well, we got to create a really good roster right away. And so in turn, you end up with older guys. But, to people's credit, 35-year-old Bobby Wagner brings it up a lot. 35-year-old Bobby Wagner was an All-Pro last year. He can still play.
Yeah, he was
right?
a second-team All-Pro, but I guess my point is, like, we did notice that the foot speed fell off some, and you wonder, like, another year later, it's very possible that there's a significant regression.
And that's where you need Jordan McGee to step in. That's why this draft class, as the last two, are so important. They have to be able to step in as these guys start to fall off a little bit. Zach Ertz, I hope he can recreate what he did last year. What if he doesn't? Is Ben Sinnott ready to step in? That's where these guys that you've drafted over the last couple of years have to step in. They were left with an empty cupboard. So it's always going to be an older roster until you can truly reset probably over half of it with your own draft picks.
Yeah, but you have to want to reset, and you have to make it a priority, and you have to attack it.
What would you do differently this offseason?
So two things. One, I don't have a problem with what they've done.
Okay.
But it is a reality that they have
100%.
to deal with. And it's something that I think could blow up in their face.
Sure.
They're playing with fire. It didn't last year. It doesn't always blow up. In fact, it's like the game where you add a little bit more water and a little bit more water, and eventually, the whole thing comes crashing down. It may not, but what would I do differently? Well, if the goal is to win a playoff game this year or multiple playoff games, I wouldn't do anything differently. But they are eventually pushing off the possibility of getting younger when you trade the number of draft picks they have.
For sure.
And I have no issue doing it. I wanted to trade for Laramie Tunsil. I wanted to trade for Deebo Samuel. I would have gone further, by the way, and traded for Trey Hendrickson, for the record. My point is just, you need Jaden Daniels to be exceptional to make this work. Check last year, and hopefully check again. And to your point, they will have to find a way to replace these guys if they get injured. But that's kind of my fear, and we'll talk about this later in the show. If this thing goes sideways this year, how did it happen? You could say about any team, well, if they have a bunch of injuries. But the problem I have with that idea when someone says, yeah, you can say that about any team. Well, there's no other team that's as old as them. And age and injuries go hand in hand. They are synonymous. So you are more at risk. A guy like Ertz, by the way, last year's the exception when he plays every single game. People are just now assuming he's going to play 17 again this year. And maybe he does, because DQ, Dan Quinn, does an awesome job keeping these guys fairly healthy and keeping them fresh, so to speak, with how he takes care of them. But I just feel like this is one of those storylines that was mentioned. It was a fact that was out there. People saw it, and then we moved on. I think it could be something that we're going to discuss as the season goes on. Couple of tweets here at Grant H. Paulson from people talking about things that make them feel young after I went to the circus this weekend. Ozama says, wrestling, watching WWE. I do think that's a huge reason for its success. It's almost like Neverland. Like you're watching John Cena and Cody Rhodes.
I think it's like it missed my generation because I couldn't care less.
Well, your generation, so your mid-20s, that was the worst era of wrestling. It was post-Attitude Era, which was the peak, and then it got pretty good again after that. And missed is probably not true because it was still okay, but I think it was the worst when you were a kid probably that it's ever been. Someone said school clothes shopping for their kids brings them back. I love that. Going and getting those shoes for the first day of school, getting that outfit you're going to rock. And then somebody else here has WWE event. We talked about that.
Yeah, WWE.
So you can tweet me at Grant H. Paulson. Things that make you feel young. The Commanders looking to get a little bit younger with some impact
A
players.
Super Bowl would make them feel young.
Yeah. Who cares how old they are? They can lift the Lombardi trophy. That's all that matters. Dorance Armstrong, a veteran who was brought in last year from Dallas to play with Dan Quinn, back for year 2 in Washington, coming off of a very strong finish to his first campaign. He'll join us next. Caught up with him after practice right here on The Fan.
gets hit. He lost it. Armstrong's the one that sacked him and punched it out. And Frankie Louvu has it.
That was part of a 2-sack game for Dorance Armstrong in Detroit in a 2-touchdown win for the Commanders to punch their ticket to the conference championship game last January. Welcome back, Grant and Danny. Danny is out today. Toby Altizer is in. You're listening to The Fan. Dorance Armstrong got off to a really slow start to the season. Did not have a sack for Washington until week 4 against Arizona. And matter of fact, he only had 3 sacks as of week 13 at New Orleans. But that was when he started to pick it up. In Washington's last 4 games, he had 2 sacks. And then went on to have 3.5 sacks in the 3 playoff games. Had a half sack against Tampa, 2 at the Lions, and then 1 in the NFC Championship game against Philly. Also had 4 quarterback hits in those 3 games. So just a 5-sack regular season, playing in 16 of their 17 games. And then he had 3.5 in 3 games in the playoffs. And I have to imagine getting back to work this offseason, the now 28-year-old defensive end who came over from the Cowboys to follow Dan Quinn had to have been motivated, feeling like he'd found something in this defense. Got to catch up with him off the practice field today to talk about his familiarity with the scheme and his comfort in year 2 now in burgundy and gold.
Last year, I feel like guys was just trying to get a feel for the defense, feel for each other, get to know each other. And now, year 2, we're back with the same guys, plus a little bit more. And our brotherhood is just strong. Our connection on the field, off the field. I feel like that's the main thing that's helping us take that next step to be better.
Back half of last season and into the playoffs, you were rolling with sack count, pressures, hits on the quarterback. What did you attribute to everything kind of coming together in the second half of the season, and how do you try to carry that over?
I would probably say my preparation was a little bit more better. Obviously, the playoffs are super important, and not to say that no game is bigger than the next, but I think I upped my level of preparation.
When you say preparation, you mean like the film study or the work you're putting in on the field, or what felt different or better?
The field study, just knowing my opponent just a little bit more better, and just being able to take things from previous games and lock that in.
You've been in the league for several seasons, obviously mostly with Dallas, but you're still now in year 2 here where they view you as kind of their top edge. Do you feel like you still have another gear people haven't seen? Like, what is the next step for you and maybe a ceiling you haven't hit yet?
No doubt. All my career, I've been having guys that I've watched as a kid come in and play in front of me. So I've just been a student of the game, soaking it up from them. And I think this year is the year I'm able to put it all together.
What's going to be the key to that? You talked about adding the preparation, obviously staying healthy. Are there areas of your game you worked on this offseason? Like, what were things you went into the lab and really grinded on?
Everything. Body, mind, get off, hands. Everything that helped me be better, prepare for the game, watching film, everything. It's not nothing that I don't think I left out.
Dorance Armstrong of the Commanders on Grant and Danny. A lot of guys that came over like yourself had played with DQ before, either in Dallas or in other stops. Why do you think he's so popular with players that guys want to follow him around?
He's a hell of a player coach. You know, he take care of us way more than anybody could imagine. He cares for us on and off the field, and guys respect that.
Was that a priority for you, or is it more coincidental that the team that wanted you and paid you also had Dan Quinn, or were you saying, hey, let's figure out where Dan lands and let's go there?
I mean, it was definitely like an option, but I also had other options to explore, so I think I just went with what was comfortable.
Lastly, they bring in Von Miller. He's going to wear a gold jacket one day. Just getting to rush with him and be in the room with him. What types of things do you guys talk about, or what have you picked up on from him?
Man, we talk about pass rush all day, every day. Just from day one, I've just been soaking up the game from him because he's, like I said, he's one of those guys who I've been watching before I even got in the league. So I'm blessed to be able to be in the room with him and soak up the game from him.
Quarterback you're happiest that you've sacked, or like, you know, I think of Myles Garrett has this actual like graveyard. Have you seen that?
Yeah, that's dope.
Like, who's the coolest like headstone that you have of guys that you've sacked?
I'm gonna go Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers. That was my first career sack.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's a good first sack.
For sure.
Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Dorance Armstrong. Going to try to start as fast as he finished last year. Welcome back, Grant and Danny in studio. Toby is in for Danny. Ben Standig is going to come up at the top of the hour. I want to talk to Standig about a piece he wrote on Cliff Kingsbury, the offensive coordinator and play caller. Really, really good insight on Kingsbury's offseason and him watching every single play that every single offense in the NFL ran last year, which is pretty amazing. But real quick on the edge position and Dorance Armstrong, no doubt about it, Von Miller's got to have a big year and be a closer and a finisher late in games. Cleveland Farrell and Dietrich Wise are more run stuffers at this point than pass rushers. But Armstrong's significant. And Toby, when I think about this defense and maybe they're better than we think, they're having a good training camp, if they're above average or even a middle-of-the-pack defense, this should be a double-digit win team because the offense should be really good. The one thing I always stop at and say, I'm not sure, is the pass rush. I just don't know if they're going to get enough consistent pass rush to be quality on that side of the ball. What is your level of confidence in this pass rush?
Not very high, especially from the edge position, but I do think that they're going to be banking on those guys in the interior making a big-time impact. You've got some guys that are paid a lot in there. Deron Payne, they went out and signed Javon Kinlaw. They spent a high pick on Johnny Newton last year. I think that they're banking on those guys being really impactful, and you need guys like Dietrich Wise, like Dorance Armstrong. Like Von Miller, to me, can be an impact guy, but he's going to play such little situational snaps. But those guys on the outside, to me, need to be solid against the run, be able to set that edge. But I think they want the interior of that D-line to really be the difference makers and the playmakers on the defensive line.
If you were to guarantee me that they're going to be middle of the road in pass rush, like last year they were 11th in sacks per pass attempt at year's end, I actually think this will be a much improved defense. And if that's the case, it's hard to fathom them not winning 10 or 11 games and being in the playoffs. But I'm just not sold that they're going to be that efficient, even with the addition of Von Miller. Dorance Armstrong could go a long way toward making sure that happens. Let's talk to Ben Standig next about his interview and time he spent with Cliff Kingsbury. Very surprisingly, back with Washington. Could this be his final season with Jaden Daniels before getting another head coaching opportunity? That's next on Grant and Danny on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. Training camp continued out in Ashburn today for the Commanders. Some other news around the NFL. NFLPA elected David Whitt as their interim executive director. The Falcons agreed to a 2-year extension with their right tackle, Caleb McGarry, 2 years, $30 million. James Cook continues to sit out of Bills practice as he looks for a new contract. When he was asked about why, he said, it's business. Bills wide receiver Khalil Shakir is week to week with a high ankle sprain. Dolphins signed their defensive tackle Zach Sealer to a 3-year extension. 3 years, $67.75 million, $44 million guaranteed. He's now the highest paid player on their defense. In baseball, not a good weekend for the Nationals as they were swept by the Brewers. They lost the series by a combined score of 38-14. The Nationals have the day off today before they take on the Athletics for 3 tomorrow. Also in the NBA, De'Aaron Fox has signed a 4-year, $229 million max contract extension with the San Antonio Spurs. This August only, score $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan.
The Grant and Danny radio program is brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murrah. They will help you to draft a last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Danny's out. Toby is in. I am rocking a navy blue polo with a Caps hat, khaki shorts, and I've got some Kizik black tennis shoes on. Tobes, you're going all Nats all the time over there.
Cherry blossoms. Cherry blossom shirt, cherry blossom hat. Bring them back, please.
You were inspired by their play over the weekend and their pitching that you wanted to deck yourself out in Nats gear today.
Yeah, Scott Abraham was asking why I was wearing all black when I was wearing my polo out there. Is because it was not a good weekend series for the Nats. That's why.
If you want to see either of us in our outfits today, you can watch us in high definition on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. Let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We find our buddy Ben Standig, who covers the Commanders. Saw him out at practice today. So, Ben, you wrote a piece that people could check out at your Substack about one of the most interesting people in the building. I find Cliff Kingsbury fascinating for a lot of reasons. He was incredible last year. My skepticism was completely wrong. Nobody works harder than him. He was unbelievable. But he also does everything in his power to not be in the spotlight. Like, he has no interest in playing the media game, it seems like, and getting his name out there. And then even this year as a head coaching candidate, he just kind of pulled his name out of the hat and said, I'll just stay here. He's just a curious guy to me, Ben.
Yeah, no, he's definitely a fascinating guy. And thanks for having me on, of course. Yeah, I mean, that's why, look, I don't really diving too often to the, who are the people behind the stories. Like, it's not always my bag, but I find him to be just so interesting. He had a really great college career, kind of fizzled out as a pro, and that's actually one of the reasons that drives him to work as hard as he does as a coach, because he talked about this in the story about the regret that he had, maybe not being as serious as he needed to be as a player, and he doesn't want to have that happen to him again as a coach. But he works hard, but then he has this sort of playboy lifestyle that, he doesn't talk about it, but we all kind of know it's out there. I mean, look, that fame. I mean, even that picture during of him at the COVID draft where he's in his house that looks like the most unbelievable living room of all time. And everyone's like, what is going on here with this guy? And he goes up, when he gets fired by the Cardinals, he doesn't just disappear. He goes to Thailand, a one-way ticket, and he's got interesting life. But when he's in the building, he's I don't know if anybody is this John Gruden-y level of insane with that type of working all hours, but he clearly puts in more than I think people imagine based on the persona. And Zach Ertz in the story talked about the misconception of him because of that persona. So, yeah, and then on top of it, look what happened last year. As much as we talk about Jaden Daniels being, the guy, and clearly that's the case, other than Terry McLaurin, what else did this offense really have last year? That they didn't have, a ton of weapons, and yet they were one of the highest scoring teams in the league. They had 3 different games, including a playoff game with no turnovers and no punts. Again, a lot of it is Daniels, but a lot of it is Kingsbury understanding what he had, putting his ego aside to let, Daniels kind of dictate some things. And then, to be able to have as much success as they had last year, even with Jaden, says so much about Kingsbury's ability as a coach. And, it's just one of the many fascinating aspects of him.
Yeah, I think it's cool because we talked about this with Jaden, where he had the experience at Arizona State that then kind of maybe reinforced the necessary hard work that he put in at LSU and led him to be a Heisman Trophy winner, second overall pick, right? Is that kind of what played into Cliff? Like you talked about with the player, obviously, and that motivating him, but maybe all the success in college, but not necessarily getting over the top, and then having what happened in Arizona, getting over here and being able to be successful. How much do you think those experiences prior for him played into the success that we saw last year with Cliff?
Yeah, I mean, look, he's talked about that when he got fired by the Cardinals, that, he disappeared on his own for a while, went halfway around the world. When he came back, he took a relatively low-profile job at USC working on Lincoln Riley's staff there, and it was sort of his way to reset, both to, get a look at a guy like Lincoln Riley who has had, a lot of success, especially with quarterbacks, but also he took an honest look at his own game. He didn't, what is working here, but what is not working here? If I'm going to do this again, we're not just going to run it back. And I think in life in general, it is hard to always sit down and assess what did I do wrong if I feel like I'm in a bad spot right now or things are not going the way I did. What's my role in this? It's easy just to say my boss sucked. This went wrong. Did bad luck. What did he do? And I think that he took that year to really assess that. And then when he came in this year or last year with the Commanders, obviously having a Jaden Daniels is all kinds of fun if you're an offensive coordinator. But still he had to think there and sit and think to himself, what do I need to do here? I always go back to Joe Gibbs and why I would argue he may be the greatest coach ever, because very early on he comes in with this Air Coryell view of the world. They start off 0-5. He looks around and says, okay, hold on. I got his offensive line. I got this running back and John Riggins. Let me reshape everything. He didn't just keep saying, as maybe other coaches who've been here have, to say, no, we're doing my thing this way, and whatever's going to happen is going to happen. I admire the coaches who are willing to take that step back and figure out what do I need to do. And I think the Cardinals and other aspects, of his journey to this point led him to think, okay, I got to reassess what it is that I'm trying to accomplish here.
Ben Standig, you can check out his Substack for good journalism like this piece on Cliff Kingsbury. I want to double click on this idea that he watches every single play from every single team. I thought that was amazing. And it makes a lot of sense. Like, that should be standard procedure maybe for every offensive coordinator. But I have never heard of anybody doing that. So the idea then, Ben, is 31 other teams, all 1,000 or 1,200 or whatever it is, snaps from that season. My guess is a lot of the time it's just kind of going through the motions, but then he sees something awesome and he jots it down. And you told me today at practice even that he extrapolates that out to a couple dozen college teams where he watches every one of their plays if they've got someone that's particularly interesting calling the shots.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what he said. Yeah, I mean, I think he's watching the plays. I don't know if he's rewinding it 16 times to look at everything, but he's watching and then he's taking notes along the way. And, look, all these coaches to some degree crib off each other, right? I mean, that's just sort of the nature of football. Nobody's reinventing the wheel. You're just sort of changing how the wheel looks to some degree. And, yeah, I mean, again, I think this is an example of not thinking you have all the answers. So, I sort of said the same thing about Jaden Daniels this offseason. It would have been easy for Jaden Daniels to be like, look at me. Look what I just did. I am good to go. I don't need to hear from anybody about I know what I'm doing. No. Jaden Daniels goes through as he's done throughout his career, been diligent with his work, kept that work ethic going. Cliff Kingsbury, same thing. He easily could have said, hey, I told you guys I'm good. Look what we just did here. I mean, look, again, other than Terry, who were the wide receivers? De'Ami Brown and Olamide Zaccheaus, no disrespect to them, but that's not Gary Clark and Ricky Sanders with Art Monk, right? So, like, he didn't have all these things. I mean, he got a great year out of Zach Ertz, all these things. He easily could have said, I got this. But he's like, no, this is what I need to keep looking. I need to keep exploring. And obviously one of the big storylines for this season is the adjustment to the adjustment. How does Washington adjust to whatever the defenses are now going to do? Having seen Jaden in this league for a year with Cliff, what's the judgment? And I know Dan Quinn said, hey, it's not like we ran every play in the playbook last year. But even beyond that, now Cliff has to take the things that probably worked, but make it look different. And that's, that's where you look, okay, let me get outside my own head. What are other people doing around the league and a little bit in college so I can, figure this out. And that's, what he went to do.
What do you think the next step is for this offense this year? What do you think they can build on from last year, and what do you think that next evolution is going to be?
Well, I think the offensive line is going to be huge here. I mean, last year the offensive line was okay. It was a step up from what we had all witnessed in the previous regime, but still wasn't one of the better lines. And obviously they went out and, trade for Laramie Tunsil. They draft Josh Connerly, and Connerly maybe is more of a future play than an immediate one. But I think they're hoping that line gives them, gives Jaden Daniels more time to look, down the field. And, as you guys know, like it's not even just that he connects on throws deep. It's like the preposterous pinpoint accuracy, like the throw to Terry in the Cincinnati game in the end zone. It's just, unimaginable at times. So if he actually has time in the pocket to assess that, more than he did a year ago, that would be huge. And I also think the backfield, look, they had, all things being equal, their backfield was fine last year. Brian Robinson gave you that power. Austin Eckler, when he was available, gave you some of that shiftiness, but they didn't always have the big play potential. Deebo Samuel's not a traditional running back, but he's going to be back there a little bit. He gets some carries, as we've seen with San Francisco. He gives you that home run element. And then, I don't know, we'll see what Corey Krosky-Merritt, a.k.a. Bill, ultimately is able to do here. He's been great in camp, had another really strong, impressive run today where he blasts through the line and zooms down the field. But, we'll see how he fits in. But his potential is a guy with that big playability. So, you put those two things, you put those guys in with Jaden's ability, that read option with those guys could be really fascinating, or just the ways to flip the field. I think that to me is probably the next step. I mean, as good as they were last year, for sure, I think there's more that can be done in terms of a talent, and I think that's what they're hoping they added this year.
Ben, in terms of Cliff Kingsbury staying in an offseason where he had some interest and eventually, basically told New Orleans, I'm good, on their head coaching vacancy. First of all, what do you make of his decision to still be here? Dan Quinn said something in a press conference within the last few days about how shocked he was that the entire staff came back, specifically because of all the guys on offense that were getting interviews. And then secondly, is it fair to say that we should expect this to be Kingsbury's final year here if things go well?
Right. So as much as I just wrote a story about, why did Cliff Kingsbury stay and come up with these reasons, a couple things. One, he's still getting paid by the Cardinals, so there's that, right?
How much longer is that? That's through 27 or something crazy?
Something. I didn't read the contract. But yes, I think there's something to that effect. But I feel like the big year is maybe even this year, and there's some extra money going beyond that. But yeah, I would guess if they have a year, I'm not saying they have to go to the NFC Championship game, but if they have a year where the offense is top 10 and all that, I would probably guess this is his last year here. I think his options last year were not as great as people think, in that the Bears would have been a really interesting one. He obviously worked with Caleb Williams for 1 year at USC, so he would certainly have a good insight into that person if he liked that. But the Bears were obviously very interested in Ben Johnson, and, because of the Washington beat Detroit, Ben Johnson was able to start talking to them earlier than Cliff Kingsbury could if he wanted to be focused on the Eagles the following week. But secondly, the Saints, I think I could argue the Saints is the worst job in the league right now as a head coach. Their cap space is in hell. They have no quarterback, nobody proven. That's not a job I'm looking to go to if I'm Cliff Kingsbury. If the Bengals have a rough year this year, does Cliff Kingsbury, would that job be interesting if they fire Zach Taylor? You'd have to think so, right, with Joe Burrow. If Dallas, Dak Prescott's obviously a pretty good quarterback, but if somehow Brian Schottenheimer is a one and done, I'm not saying it is, but if he is, a Texas guy like Cliff Kingsbury, I'm sure will be very interested if Jerry Jones gives him a call. So a job like that has a young quarterback or a proven quarterback, that's where he's going. I don't think he's just taking a job for the sake of taking a job. And that's why, like, as much as we're all like, wow, I can't believe he stayed, it's kind of like, well, ultimately, where is he going? I don't think he's just desperate to take another job. I think if he's going to do this again, he wants the right circumstances. And, based on what he just did last year, he's earning that right to be choosy. And another good year, he probably can pick what he wants.
Talking with Ben Standig here on Grant and Danny. Toby Altizer sitting in for Danny today. Ben, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt has been a big talk of camp, as well as Jalen Lane, those two rookies on the offensive side of the ball. Are you buying that these guys are real contributors, or is this a Camp Darling situation?
Well, I'm buying Jalen Lane for sure. I mean, not only is Terry McLaurin out right now, we'll see where that goes, but Jalen Lane specifically gives them that big play element again. That 4.3 something speed, as fast as Terry is, as physical as Debo is. That's a different level of speed. And you put that on the field, and if he's getting one-on-one coverage, that's where you can get some big plays. He's been catching the ball downfield more than that. Was my big question, because like when you watch some of the Virginia Tech replays and highlights and stuff, a lot of his work is like around the line of scrimmage, like just get him the ball and let him go, because I don't think they had a very good offense, good quarterback, things like that. Even Kingsbury, I think today said, hey, I'm seeing more out of him than you would have just seen. So I think that to me is notable. My only question with Krosky-Merritt is, how does he fit in? I mean, I've been impressed with him from the jump. He's continued to get better. I know the coaches, at least a couple I talked to, said when he first showed up, he was bigger than they thought. He's obviously got I keep joking, forget Bill, his nickname should be OC, as in one cut, because every single time somebody mentions him, that's what they say. That he's got this ability with his one cut ability to make plays, and we keep seeing it over and over again. And look, I don't know how it would work. You probably have to either move on from Brian Robinson flat out, or give him a lesser role. But there's a world where Krosky-Merritt, to me, could be the number one running back, but I can't go there yet because of the preseason or the training camp darling aspect. Let's see him actually in some of these games, and then we'll go from there. But he's been very impressive for sure.
Ben Standig here on Grant and Danny. No Danny today. All right, we got to ask you one on Terry McLaurin. We'll let you out on this. We're not at a point where he's at risk of missing the first game yet. But a week from now, it starts to get kind of up against the clock. 2 weeks from now it might be too late for him to ramp it up, to get all the way back. When is it time to actually say, all right, this was all well and good, but you owe me a football season. Let's get on the field.
Yeah, I think, look, I was somebody that was like, wake me up when we get to training camp if he hasn't signed, and I've been very awake for the last 10 days or so, or whatever it is at this point. To me, at this stage, look, obviously it doesn't look like he'll be involved in anything that's happening this week. Then you have a pretty decent gap before they play the Bengals on a Monday night. After that, you get the joint. It's a quick turnaround, joint practice with the Ravens, and then the preseason game. If he's not back by that whole Ravens situation, is when I think you get to really question what is going on here. And then, like you said, at that point, even if he were to show up later, what's he going to be like? I mean, Terry keeps himself in great shape and all that, but there is still a difference between, working out on your own shape and, getting pushed around a bit on the football field. So, yeah, to me, if he's not back by that Ravens game or the Ravens joint practice, I think that's where I really start to get concerned, even if he were to re-sign. Again, he's obviously, the modern athlete doesn't need to get in shape the way, the football players of yesteryear did. But at the same time, you got to get out there and be a football player. So if he's not back by the Ravens week, I think that's where I'm really starting to get concerned.
Ben's Substack is fresh and available. It is hot off the presses. How do people read the Cliff story?
Yeah, no, I appreciate you mentioning it. Go to lastmanstandig, STANDIG.substack.com, and if you hit /subscribe, you can join up. And I've really enjoyed it. The response has been great. People like Mr. Paulson have signed up. So yeah, please take a look at the Cliff story. Got a Jaden story from the other day that I was happy with as well. So yeah, take a look.
Ben Standig, boys and girls. Thank you, buddy. Good catching up.
Thanks, Ben.
Thanks, guys.
does a great job out there in Ashburn at practice. I want to get back to this Cliff Kingsbury future combo, though, and whether or not this could be the end of the road, or because Daniels is so special, is it possible with him making money from Arizona that there is some sustainability to having him here? It would seem to me like if they win playoff games again and Daniels is in the MVP conversation, that it would be impossible to keep Cliff Kingsbury around. But is that something you guys agree with? And does it matter as much as a lot of people, including myself, worry that it might? Is Jaden Daniels OC proof in a sense? We'll open up the phones at 800-636-1067 on Kingsbury going into year 2 and his future next on Grant and Danny.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. In the NFL, Commanders training camp continued on in Ashburn today. They'll travel to New England, and then they'll have joint practices on Wednesday before Friday's preseason opener in New England. Other NFL news, the Falcons agreed to a 2-year extension with Caleb McGarry, 2 years, $30 million. The Bills signed Bills wide receiver Khalil Shakir is week to week with a high ankle sprain, and the Dolphins signed defensive tackle Zach Sealer to a 3-year extension, 3 years, $67.75 million. In the NBA, the Spurs signed guard De'Aaron Fox to a max extension, 4 years, $229 million. And in NCAA basketball, they voted to keep March Madness at 68 teams for this season. Expansion for the upcoming seasons is still possible. At Prince George's Community College, your military or federal work experience can count for college credit through our prior learning assessment network. Save time, save money, finish your mission, because at PGCC, your future is our mission. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Yeah, I would guess if they have a year, I'm not saying they have to go to the NFC Championship game, but if they have a year where the offense is top 10 and all that, I would probably guess this is his last year here. I think his options last year were not as great as people think. If the Bengals have a rough year this year, does Cliff Kingsbury, would that job be interesting if they fire Zach Taylor? If Dallas, Dak Prescott's obviously a pretty good quarterback, but if somehow Brian Schottenheimer is a one and done, a Texas guy like Cliff Kingsbury, I'm sure will be very interested if Jerry Jones gives him a call. So a job like that has a young quarterback or a proven quarterback, that's where he's going. I don't think he's just taking a job for the sake of taking a job.
It was Ben Standing just a few minutes ago right here on Grant and Danny. Toby's in for Danny. I'm Grant. You're listening to The Fan. We'll take you up to 6:30 tonight. Commanders rookie linebacker Kane Medrano's on the show coming up at 6 o'clock. I completely agree with Ben's take there, Toby. If you're Cliff Kingsbury, you've got two reasons why you need to be very selective about leaving here to be a head coach somewhere else. Number one, you've got Jaden Daniels. And whether you're a head coach or a play-calling offensive coordinator, it really doesn't matter. The goal is to be with a QB who has a chance to win Super Bowls and hardware. Because either as a head coach, you get to the top of your profession and you can make $20 million a year, or as a coordinator, you're ultimately going to get a really, really good gig. So to leave Jaden Daniels to coach the Saints, who are going to be arguably the worst team in the conference this year, wouldn't have made a lot of sense, and it's why he pulled his name from that possibility. And Kellen Moore took the job, by the way, which I was a little bit surprised by.
Do you think it is different because he's been a head coach before? So maybe there's not an urgency. If you're going to be a head coach for the first time, sometimes you feel like, okay, I just got to do it, right? I got to be able to have that opportunity, and now it's here, so I got to take it. If you're Cliff, you've done this before. He also, by the way, I think hates some of the head coaching responsibilities. Being in charge of the full football team, I don't think he hates that as much, but DQ talks to the media every day. I think he hates talking to the media. The fact that he talks once or twice a week, I think he loves that. And so certain aspects of it, I think he kind of enjoys, to the point that if the job isn't perfect for him, where he, like you said, the quarterback situation or whatever the roster's looking like, I think he can be selective. And we've seen this before with guys in good spots. See Ben Johnson, right? Where he had opportunities multiple years and said, I'm good. And then he saw the Chicago job open up and felt that was his best opportunity and took it. I think Cliff might do a similar sort of thing here. Now, if one of those jobs, like you mentioned, opens up, whether it's Dallas or Cincinnati, if you get an established quarterback, I don't know how you could say no to that. But unless he gets that, I could see him sticking around.
I'm glad you bring up Ben Johnson, because what he did was pretty unprecedented. As a guy who'd never been a head coach before, to be as selective as he was, to tell teams no over and over again, to have Josh Harris and Mitch Rales and the ownership group in the air on the way to Detroit, second interview style, where you're the front runner and they're ready to offer you the job, and you go, actually don't fly here. And they go, dude, we're in the air. We're on the way there. Like he screwed a lot of the searches up for teams, and I think specific to Washington, there's a little bit of bad blood after the way that went down. But he had never taken a job, to your point, and he just kind of kept assuming they're always going to be there. I just keep doing my thing with Jared Goff and the Lions. We're going to keep scoring points. I'll run up 40 and 50 on teams. I'll run my trick plays. And one year, I'm going to take the job when I get the gig that I want. And as you said, that happened to be working with number 1 overall pick a year removed, Caleb Williams. But yeah, the question you asked, I think, is a no-doubter. You said, is it different for Cliff Kingsbury because he's had a job before? 1,000%. But maybe not for the reason you suggested. I think it's 100% different for a guy like him because he's been a head coach before for this reason. You're probably only getting one more shot. So you did it, you failed, and that's probably overstated, but you got fired after a few years where things went backwards. When you look back at Arizona, what he got out of Kyler Murray, the way the offense operated as a play caller, like it wasn't all bad. They did some good things. They competed.
They were
in the
good
West.
every year at the beginning of the year.
Dude, first half of the season champions, like 3 years in a row.
Yeah.
I think they were like 10-1 or something crazy at one point with Cliff. But I think you probably don't get 3 chances as a head coach. You get 2. So you've got to be extra careful about where you take your second shot. The New Orleans gig for that reason would have been a mess. You still got to find a quarterback. Yeah. You're hoping that you're positioned to draft one this coming year. So it makes all the sense in the world to me he didn't take that job. I wonder about the Chicago Bears gig. Had they have prioritized him over Ben Johnson? I'm just making this up, but let's say they felt good enough about Caleb Williams that ownership and polls go to Caleb and he's like, I love Cliff. Let's go get Cliff. If he was their guy, would he have said no? I don't know. We'll never know. But I do think that he wants to be a head coach again. I remember being told early last offseason that he's very interested in interviewing with the right team. I just don't think the right situation presented itself. Which brings me to my next point, which is how big of a deal would it be if they lost him? I mean, I've always kind of feared the idea with the defensive-minded coach that you're going to lose the OC.
Mm-hmm.
But there are some guys that are so special that nothing matters. Like, we could debate till we're blue in the face about talent around Jaden Daniels. He might just be good enough that it doesn't matter. We could talk about the age of the team and should they have gotten younger? Should they do this? If you've got Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, you just win. Like, the rest of it is just furniture in the room.
You've got the most
doesn't
important
matter.
thing, yeah.
And if Jaden's as good as it looked last year, if he's a top 5 quarterback in the league for the next decade who's going to win hardware as an individual, as an MVP, and ultimately wear a gold jacket, then coordinator shouldn't matter and won't matter nearly as much. And I'm not saying that convincingly we know that Jaden's that guy, but there's a chance he is after last year, and that's exciting because you're probably going to lose Cliff.
Yeah, for me, it was more important that you kept him for this season than any other because if he leaves after this year, he's had 2 years under his belt, presumably 2 good years. And now, I mean, you already heard the discussion of Jaden kind of taking more ownership this year and kicking guys out of the huddle. Imagine 2 years under his belt in an NFL offense. And you bring someone in and you can kind of say, hey, let's base a little bit off of Cliff's. Let's do a little bit of stuff that's similar to Cliff's. But he can kind of put his own taste on things, his own spin on things. And so to me, it's so important to have that continuity year 1 to year 2 because you've done it once. Now you got to be able to do it again. Once you've done it twice, to me, you're kind of establishing yourself, and you're still working on that year in, year out. Not to say that you're not going to have ups and downs, but once you've done it twice, then you're much more comfortable. Then you're much more established. So having him back for the second season, pretty much to me, anything can happen after. If Cliff leaves after this year, if Cliff stays great, whatever it may be, but assuming Jaden has a good year this year, it's not a big deal for me if Cliff were to leave.
Another thing I've been thinking a lot about, too, on the Cliff Kingsbury front is there were so many questions about him coming in. And I was very skeptical. I know a lot of people
was
dubious about Kingsbury off of the Arizona gig. Then he leaves the country. Then he goes to college at USC as an advisor, right? How much of last year was Daniels helping Kingsbury as rehabilitating him, but we now view him right now, this moment, as one of the best coordinators, play designers, play callers in the league very quickly again. If he's running the Cleveland Browns with some version of Joe Flacco and Dylan Gabriel, it goes without saying it would get a lot worse because it's the most important position. Now you've gone from elite at quarterback to substandard. But what is that marriage? I know that he made Jaden Daniels better. It goes, I think, pretty obviously, easily said that Jaden Daniels made him better. There's no real way to know it, but we still debate Brady and Belichick all these years later. There's no way to really figure that out, but it's something eventually we might find out. We're going to see with Detroit without Ben Johnson what that looks like. Let's go to Shane in D.C. on Grant and Danny. What's up, Shane? How are you?
What's going on, Shane?
Toby, Grant, how you guys doing today?
Good, man.
Hey, look, here's the thing. If he does take another coaching job somewhere, that means our offense succeeded, right? That means he done his job here, right? So that's good for us. That means our offense is moving forward. 2 good years with Jaden Daniels, that's good. He's an offensive guru. We see what he's done last year with Jaden as a rookie. Great, right? But at the same time, change is also bad, right? Because you got a new system coming in. Now he's got to learn another thing. And the worst thing for, of course, like look at Jason Campbell, for example. He had like 1,500 friggin' offensive coordinators. At some point, that's going to hurt. Yeah, success is great, but at some time, it could hurt you at the same time. So his growth is important right now with Jaden Daniels. Yeah, year one, let's don't make him the greatest quarterback of all time right now. Let's take it year by year. The promise is there. I think he's going to be a fantastic star in this league, if not one of the best quarterbacks in the league in the future. But right now, we should slow it down. But all signs are good. Let's just go there and just – but the concern still is defense, though. But we got to
defense has to play better. There's no doubt about it. Thanks, Shane. The offense is going to be really good. I was standing on the sideline today with must have been David Aldridge, I think, one of the guys I was talking to during practice, and I'm like, this team's going to be pretty good, huh? And we're just watching practice, and I mean, Jaden Daniels is so accurate and makes so many throws. And his point, I think, accurately, and this is not breaking news, but he's like, they're going to be elite offensively. Like, if everyone's healthy, they should be very, very good on offense. Can they get pass rush? Can the defense be average? Because if it's an average defense, like I think they have a 12-win offense. Do they have a 9-win defense? Because if you do, now you're talking about 10, 11 wins. If it's a 7-win, 8-win defense, now you're talking about fringe playoff team that's scratching and clawing. Somebody in the chat here, 1067 The Fan YouTube page. You can, of course, listen on the Odyssey app or over the air on 1067 and in Richmond on AM 910 at FM 1051. Somebody pointed out the depth chart that they've built in terms of offensive coaches in the event that Kingsbury walks, which is a great strength of Quinn's. I give him a lot of credit for this because he learned a hard lesson in Atlanta. Kyle Shanahan rolled out, took all of his assistants with him, and he didn't have a plan. And his entire regime cratered after that, and it's why he got fired. So now you've got Brian Johnson, who's been an OC. You got David Blau, who's a rising star, former quarterback. You've got DeVita Pritchard, who's been the quarterback's coach here since before Dan Quinn got here. He was here in the previous regime with Rivera. And then you got, I guess it's those 4 guys with Cliff that are Anthony Lynn is obviously experienced, but I'm thinking more just like OC candidates. But yeah, he's a guy that has been a head coach, right? Mm-hmm. My guess is if Kingsbury were to get a head coaching job, he would handpick one of these guys to bring with him as his OC because that's an elevated role. So let's just say you lose the rock star David Blau. And then Kingsbury and Blau are in Cincinnati with Joe Burrow or whatever. Now you've got Brian Johnson and DeVita Pritchard left on offense. I'm just making this up as I go. Very, very different on paper, but at least you've got multiple guys that have been in the building with JD the whole time.
Yeah, and I think, too, to your point about Jaden making Cliff better and Cliff making Jaden better, I think it worked better with Jaden because he's obviously better than Kyler Murray, but Jaden can run Cliff's offense. And what I mean by that is it's not always off schedule. You hear all the reports out of Chicago right now where Ben Johnson's over there, boy wonder, everybody loves his offense. Caleb doesn't run anyone's offense. Caleb runs Caleb's offense, which is
like
all
5 of 17 in their 11 in their live practice.
And so Caleb runs everything off script, right? The perfect part when you get a marriage like this is Jaden executes what Cliff draws up, and when what Cliff draws up doesn't work, Jaden just goes into the backyard and makes something of it. So I think he's, in a sense, like I said, you need it for that second year so you can kind of cement it. But if you have a coordinator who can draw up a working offense, I think Jaden can make it work with anybody. You know, you look back to Brian Johnson, someone you mentioned in Philly, and there were issues with his ability to pick up a blitz with his offense. Could Jaden make that work if he becomes the OC? Probably, as long as he's, putting together schemes that get wide receivers open and stuff. I think Jaden can make it work with just about any coordinator because he can play on schedule and he can play off schedule. So as long as you have that second year where now Jaden's really comfortable in his own skin in the league, I think going forward, regardless of what happens, if you get a guy that can draw up offense, Jaden can make it work.
It's just not an ideal situation. I mean, if he's good enough above a threshold of just superstar, platinum, elite, blue chipper, then, as you said, nothing really matters.
But
nothing will affect him.
I think the thing that gets you worried is, okay, say he has a good year this year, right? Cliff leaves. Say they have a good year the next year. Brian Johnson leaves. And then you're all of a sudden in this.
Well, that's the cycle. That's the problem. When you have a star quarterback and you have a defensive-minded head coach, it's going to happen.
Correct.
You have to constantly. It's nice one-off to build 4 or 5 offensive coaches at the beginning. You always have to have another that you're elevating. Some 25-year-old tight ends coach who's now a hotshot OC in waiting. And that'll be the only way to make it work if you're Dan Quinn. It's not easy, but if you're going to try to thread the needle of the defensive-minded head coach, there's a reason a lot of teams try to avoid it. Quinn's been excellent since they hired him. This is one of the drawbacks to the culture builder that everybody loves. And they're going to have to figure that part out as they go. 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in and talk Cliff Kingsbury with us. We'll also crowbar in a double play ahead of the top of the hour next. The Blitz is about 20 minutes out on the Fan. Beltway Blitz in 15 minutes. Got a double play coming your way in just a couple. Grant and Danny, no Danny. Toby is in. A couple people have suggested that the possibility of Danny being out for the week may mean that a Terry McLaurin deal
Get it done.
Is near.
Get it done.
Look, I don't think there's anything that's going to happen this week, but if it's going to happen soon, it's going to happen while Danny's out.
Yeah, and not even in the country.
He's in Scotland, so he's not going to be popping off with a whole lot of takes. Yeah. He's watching amateur soccer in Scotland. This would be a good time for Terry and Adam Peters to sit down and hash some things out.
They were probably waiting for this trip and then said, you know what, now we'll get it done.
We were going to meet last week, but Rouillet goes on vacation on August 4th. What are you doing on the 5th? Let's go to Jupe in West Virginia, listening on the Odyssey app. What's up, Jupe?
What's going on, Graham? What's going on, Toby? Hey, you guys stole my thunder. I was going to say, like, sometimes I feel like we tend to highlight certain players, coaches, whatever, and we forget others. And we remember DQ came in here, and the first thing he said was, you know, he learned his lesson in this first thing with the Falcons, that he really didn't have a game plan for Kyle Shanahan leaving and so on and so forth. And with that being said, on top of the student of the game that Timothy Daniels is, I feel like we're going to be fine. And me personally, I feel like we're going to repeat. We're going to run it back this year, 12-5. It's going to be more coaches and players that's going to be picked off this team. We might even possibly lose Whitt. So, but I'm going to trust and believe in DQ. I'm sure he's communicating with AP on trying to make sure they have a contingency plan in case that happens.
Yep.
So until I see otherwise, I'm going to trust in them.
No, look, he built a really good staff on offense. It's not one guy. My point is when the guy leaves, he takes dudes with him.
Correct.
So he'll take a quarterback's coach, make him the OC. He'll take a assistant quarterback's coach, make him the quarterback's coach. So oftentimes it's not like one guy walking out the door, it's two or three. But yeah, I'm very confident that Dan Quinn speaks about this all the time. It was in his mind, this is his words, not mine. It was his undoing in Atlanta, how he handled the offensive staff as a defensive-minded head coach. And it's always my greatest fear about a defensive-minded head coach. This is something that he is very aware of. He does not have his eyes looking elsewhere on this. So that gives me some hope he can get it right.
Yeah, and if you have a good organization, sometimes you're going to make mistakes on this, but you can reset really quickly. Look at Philadelphia, right? They lose both their coordinators, then they bring in two new guys, and it doesn't work, and they reset, and then they win a Super Bowl, right? It's just, you have ways that you can overcome these again. Yeah, right? So it's going to be interesting to see what happens in Philly, but that's kind of what happens when you're a good football team. It's, it's a blessing and a curse.
Joe Barry's interesting. Jupe brought him up. Now, Cliff, offensive-minded, play caller, working with Jaden, it all makes sense. The Joe Witt. The Joe Witt thing is even more intriguing to me because Joe Witt is a huge personality. He talked at the podium today. Like, he's must-see entertainment. That's the kind of guy, if he could get head coaching interviews, that'll get a job like that.
Oh, yeah.
But this defense is going to have to just overachieve. And if they do this year, then you're talking about, as you just said with Philly, maybe both coordinators interviewing for head coaching jobs. Josh is in Upper Marlboro on Grant and Danny. What's up, Josh?
What's up, Josh?
Yeah. Hey, fellas. Grant, it was good seeing you at training camp today, man. That was awesome. But,
you as well.
Hey, I feel like we're underselling a little bit how much this depends on Terry, guys. I mean, I love Jaden, but you mentioned this offense being a 12-win offense, and I don't know, man. A couple of those deep balls that receivers missed today on the left sideline, literally every one of the diehards around me was like, that's why we need Terry. We do not have a consistent, reliable field stretcher. We cannot and should not count on Debo for that. And so whether it's Cliff or Jaden's future, like I feel like we're getting maybe a little ahead of ourselves. We do not have that receiver right now, or at least we don't in a way that's proven and that we can point to and say that's the guy who's going to get the contested grab at the end of the game.
I'll go further, Josh. They have a 12-win offense with Terry McLaurin, and when I say they have a 12-win offense, it's because I'm assuming McLaurin's going to play. I give zero thought to, I think there is a 2% chance, like milk, that Terry McLaurin is not on the field. All right? It's just not a legitimate, realistic possibility, in my opinion. But for the exercise, to your point, if Terry McLaurin is not playing, then a 12-win offense becomes a 9.5-win offense, thanks to Jaden Daniels. Now, if it was Marcus Mariota leading the offense with that receiver room and these running backs and that line, it's probably a 7-win offense, a 6.5-win offense or something like that. But it's probably a 9-ish, 10 if some things go right and Gay hits some huge 54-yard field goals or whatever. Like the difference of McLaurin being on the team and not is playoffs or not. In some ways, for me, it's almost a binary because I'm not convinced. Better said, I don't think it's good enough. Gallup, Moore, McCaffrey, Lane. I mean, Debo, by the way, is going to miss a few games. In addition to us not even saying that he's going to be, a wide receiver every down, he's not going to play 18 weeks, 17 games of football.
I actually think they're going to use him as a receiver 98% of the time.
Well, they're going to have to.
Because have you seen him really he's lined up in a couple weird spots.
No, but I would imagine that's stuff that they're going to install at the end.
But I've been impressed with him at receiver, Grant.
I've too.
And I was down on Debo. But my epiphany today, Grant, I was watching practice. First ball of practice of 11-on-11s in training camp was a slot fade to Debo Samuel. There was a slot fade down the right sideline today to Debo that was perfect. Grant, what the heck did we talk about when Jaden was coming out? Slot fades to Malik Neighbors.
Yeah.
All the freaking time. They didn't have a guy to do that last year.
Now, by the way, he threw 2 perfectly.
Yes.
I don't know that there's a better, if you want to talk about his perfect pass, to your point, coming out of school, it's that. And to drop that ball in the bucket to Debo with a defender draped on his back for just, you couldn't have walked it out and handed it to him. Perfect. It was one of the best balls I've seen thrown into practice, ever. I mean, it was beautiful.
Yeah. I think you're going to see a lot of that, and I might have to change my opinion a little bit on Debo. I don't know that he's going to go as crazy as some people think, but I think he is a lot better than I was expecting when he came over.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We'll move the double play because it's a good call, good feedback there from someone who was out at practice. Wanted to get into that. Beltway Blitz is next. Also, suddenly the national opinion on Adam Peters and how he's handling the McLaurin situation is shifting a little bit. Dan Orlovsky took issue with him this morning. I saw a comment from Chris Canty over the weekend on ESPN Radio where he really went after Peters and how he's handling McLaurin. I want to get into that as we continue on the Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. Commanders training camp continued out in Ashburn today. They'll be traveling to Foxborough tomorrow before they have a joint practice on Wednesday, and then the first preseason game on Friday night against the Patriots. Other news around the National Football League. The NFLPA elected David Whitt as their interim executive director. The Falcons agreed to a 2-year extension with right tackle Caleb McGarry. Bills wide receiver Khalil Shakir is week to week with a high ankle sprain. The Dolphins signed defensive tackle Zach Sealer to a 3-year extension worth $67.75 million. $44 million guaranteed. He's now the highest paid defensive player on the Dolphins. In the NBA, the Spurs signed guard De'Aaron Fox to a max extension, 4 years, $229 million. NCAA, they voted to keep March Madness at 68 teams for this season, but expansion for upcoming seasons is still possible. In baseball, not a good weekend for the Nationals. They were swept by the Brewers at home. They were outscored 38-14. The Nationals will look to rebound against the Athletics starting tomorrow night for a 3-game series at Nationals Park. 2 weeks only, radio exclusive offer, $250 off every fiberglass window. Beat the fall rush and replace those cheap vinyl windows now. TheWindowman.com's fiberglass windows offer maximum comfort and are now $250 off. Free consultations at TheWindowman.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back. Grant and Danny on The Fan with you until 6:30, brought to you today and every day by the law firm Kingsbury and Murad.
Grant and Danny is exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Kingsbury and Murad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
It is time for the Beltway Blitz. We'll cover the Commanders, the NFL, and the Nationals. Let's get it started right now. Mark Zuckerman, MASNsports.com to kick things off on the diamond. Speaking of kicks, my goodness, did the Nats get kicked in over the weekend. I know the Brewers are good, Mark. That was about as bad a home series as I can remember in the 13 years since the Nats made their first playoff berth back in 2012.
Yeah, I agree with you, Grant. It was ugly. It never really felt like they had much of a chance in any of these games. And deep down, you felt like even if it was relatively close, going into the latter half of the game, once that bullpen gate swung open, and take your pick of whoever it was that was going to come in, there was just very little reason to think that they were going to get the job done. And I hope this is the extreme example of this because of how good the opponent was. Hopefully the next 3 days against the A's, it's a little better than that. But I do worry that this is going to be a recurring theme over the final 2 months of the season where because of the shaky state of the bullpen to begin with, and then the fact that you traded probably your only 3 really reliable arms at the deadline, it's going to be a real challenge to close out any kind of game over the rest of the season.
Zuck, when will we see Dylan Cruz back?
I think we're getting close. I keep trying to predict this, and I'm proven wrong. They are taking it slow. He played 6 innings the last couple of days with Rochester. He homered last night. That's great. All the signs there are good, but clearly you need to get him up to 9 innings, probably playing that back-to-back days before you're 100% confident. So I don't think we're going to see him in this series. Maybe he's ready for the West Coast trip to San Francisco over the weekend. Maybe they want to give him a little more time than that. I understand everybody wants to see him back. I want to see him back. He's one of the things to actually be excited about the rest of the season. But at this stage, given the state of the team, there's really no reason to force that issue. You make sure that he's 100% good to go, and not just healthy, but has a little bit of a sense of timing at the plate. He missed more than 2 months, so you don't just want to throw him to the wolves unless he's had a chance to get his at-bats in again.
Mark, James Wood was playing at a level where he was top 5 in the entire sport in OPS. And so even with this month where he hasn't hit, his numbers are still that of someone who is going to go on to have what would be considered as an outstanding season. So I want to get that out of the way. But I do want to acknowledge it's a 119 average now for a calendar month, and I wouldn't have thought he was even capable of a rut this long, this bad What have you seen as now over basically 1 month? I mean, he's had a really hard time hitting the baseball.
Yeah, no, that's the troubling part. You knew he wasn't going to necessarily keep it up for a whole season of, like a 900 OPS every single month. But you hope that the slump, if it was that, would maybe be in the 600s or 700s. And instead, this one had been in the 500s. What's happened? We already know he didn't get a lot of fastballs to begin with when he was going well. Well, he's hardly getting any now, and the reason is because he's not hitting them at all. There was a stat on the Apple TV broadcast the other night. He was 1 for 42 on non-fastball since July 4th. And you can see that with your own eyes. He opens up his front shoulder, his front hip. He's not staying on those pitches and driving them to left field, left center field, the way that he did so well the first half of the season. Now, he's too good. He works too hard. He cares too much to think that that's going to last forever. But it is something he's got to work himself out of because he's not going to get fastballs. He's not going to get a chance to hit, good pitches until he shows he can do that again. And for the first time in his career, this is a legit slump that he's got to learn how to get himself out of.
Mark, appreciate the time, man, and hopefully we get to see some wins against the A's.
Okay, you got it, guys. Thanks.
Yeah, we'll see you at the ballpark tomorrow. There's Mark Zuckerman. Check him out, massinsports.com, hopping on the Beltway Blitz. Let's talk football. Begin with a workout for the Chargers in a possible reunion. The Chargers worked out wide receiver Keenan Allen. Head coach Jim Harbaugh saying the workout went well. I'd be intrigued by this. Allen's the biggest name, most accomplished wide receiver available on the market. I think the Chargers, albeit in a loaded division with the Chiefs and the Broncos as playoff teams last year, have a chance to make some noise again this season. They drafted Trey Harris in the second round. Quentin Johnson's been a bit of a bust for them. Lad McConkey's awesome, but isn't practicing, isn't completely healthy right now. That'd be a pretty cool reunion. Keenan Allen back to the Chargers with Justin Herbert.
I thought he was going to be awesome with Chicago last year, and
Same.
just everything kind of fell off. So I'd be interested to see what kind of role he would play because he's been the quintessential slot guy throughout his career, and Lad McConkey's kind of taken over that role. But I think it'd be an intriguing offense, and they're a team that they're going to live on running the football. That's kind of what Jim Harbaugh does, and they've got plenty of backs to do so. I'm really intrigued by the rookie Amarion Hampton. But if you bring in another Keenan Allen, another security blanket type of guy, that can never hurt a guy like Justin Herbert. So that'd be intriguing, and I think it makes the most sense, honestly, just him going back to the Chargers. It feels right.
I hate to make everything about Terry McLaurin at the receiver position, but he was 32 last year when he kind of ran into a wall, seemingly. That is definitely what Peters.
Do you think he ran into a wall, or do you think Caleb Williams was the wall?
It's a good question. I think both are probably factors. I didn't think Keenan Allen was the same player last year. They also weren't getting the ball as probably effectively and easily as they could have. Let's go to Browns camp. Dylan Gabriel has really struggled at quarterback. He's completing about 50% of his passes in team drills, according to the folks that track that all camp long, which I think's kind of ridiculous.
Could you imagine if we were doing that, by the way?
No.
I'm so glad we're not doing that.
Well,
we're going every completion, an attempt, 7-on-7, 11, everything.
When you have 5 quarterbacks and no real depth chart and no one knows who's going to make the team, I mean, you need all the information you can get. I just think it's a foolish exercise.
100%.
Silly.
Because there's no context. Because what if Dylan Gabriel's going against the 1s and Shador's going against the 3s, which, by the way, I still don't know how Shador ended up in the 5th. They drafted him after they drafted Dylan Gabriel, and Gabriel, to me, is the quintessential backup quarterback in the league. I don't know.
Yeah, Gabriel, from a physical standpoint, I could tell you how he ended up in the 3rd. He lacks some NFL skills.
Yeah.
But the Shador thing is mostly just the quarterback position is almost, according to the teams, I think, like 75% not the physical stuff. And that's all the stuff that people are petrified about. But he's had a better camp statistically for what it's worth so far. But to the story, and the reason I'm bringing up the Browns here, Dylan Gabriel is going to be limited moving forward for at least a few days with hamstring tightness. So here's your opportunity if you're Shador Sanders. You know, Sanders has had arm problems in his own right, but he's back at practice. And so now Joe Flacco is projected to be their number 1, is the guy. Kenny Pickett has missed time with an injury. Shador could be the great beneficiary here and try to fight his way onto the roster.
What do you think they ultimately do at quarterback? Because I've seen reports that they maybe want to move one of those guys. Who's starting? Who finishes the year? That quarterback situation is just chaos.
I think Flacco is the starter. I think Dylan Gabriel's on the roster with Pickett, and I think Shador Sanders is on the practice squad.
Don't you think someone's going to pick him up then?
No.
Really?
I don't. I mean, they had 4 rounds to draft him. Now you're going to cut a guy you just spent a whole camp with. You have a Shedeur Sanders in your building already. And by the way, if they
do you not think Shedeur is starting caliber in the league in terms of like as a quarterback, as a rookie, like he can get to that point?
Yeah, I think he's physically capable of it. But again, that's the reason he went where he did in the draft is because that's secondary to all the other stuff you have to deal with, which hasn't really changed. I mean, the guy's gotten in trouble a couple of times for speeding and all the other. Like his judgment since he got drafted has been no better than the fear, I would say.
I think their best quarterback, aside from the age of Joe Flacco, is Shedeur Sanders.
That I would disagree with. I mean, maybe from a physical tool standpoint.
No, I literally.
If that's all you're talking about.
I think if they were to start and they want to win the most games, probably Flacco. Second, Shedeur.
I think a lot of teams disagree with you, as evidenced by Gabriel getting drafted ahead of him and Shedeur being bypassed round after round after round. All right, let's keep the blitz moving and talk about the local outfit. Adam Kilgore, who's been at training camp day in and day out. That's right, Adam, back on the Commanders beat where we love to see you. How are you, buddy?
I'm good, man. I'm good. It only took me 2 hours to get home. Good day in the Beltway.
Oh, Jesus. That's, I mean, as if you weren't already ready to get off that beat. Now I think there's even more reason. All right, lot to get into. You and I were talking about Jalen Lane on the practice field today. He was kind of one of my standouts over the last few days that we've talked about as someone to watch in the preseason. What do you see when you watch the Tech product?
I see a guy who looks more like a 5-6 year veteran than a rookie. To me, he's been with Terry McLaurin out. He's to me been the second best receiver on the field day in day out behind Deebo Samuel. Runs like the whole route tree. He just look. I mean, it's training camp. You don't want to get over your skis. You don't know what the defense is trying to accomplish. You don't know what the situation is. You don't know what coaches are calling, et cetera, et cetera. But Jalen Lane, every single day, he's always open. The quarterback throws him the ball and he catches the ball. That is undeniable. And so, to me, he's been one of the real standout players of camp who, you might not have known much about or expected much from, but man, he just pops every single day.
When you look at the DBs, I thought Trey Amos had a really good day today, but I think overall the DBs have been impressive throughout camp. Do you think that's a product of them being really, really good and we can expect great things from them, or the fact that Terry McLaurin's not at practice and they're going up against some other guys that are a little down the depth chart?
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what they do against New England, even though the Patriots don't have the most sort of eye-popping set of receivers. But I think it's a great question. I do think they added a lot. If a guy like Jonathan Jones, who's been in New England and can play a lot of different roles, if he's like your third or fourth cornerback, that's a really good sign for your cornerback room. Marshawn Lattimore, I would say he's had the best training camp, but he's out there, he's healthier, he's sort of getting up to speed with the system. He hasn't been bad. He hasn't looked like an all-pro, which is what he once was. I think it's a really promising group of cornerbacks. I think there's a lot of depth and a lot of different things they can do. Mikey Sanders still, he still gets his hands on the ball every single practice. They've got a lot of different kinds of players in the back end. I think it's going to, be really a big benefit for them throughout the year.
Adam Kilgore covering the Commanders for the Washington Post. You've traveled the league and covered so many teams in so many sports. I'm curious just for your perspective on the vibes and just, the togetherness of the group. I watch these videos from around the NFL of these fights where, guys are running off the sideline. We haven't seen anything like that. I'm not suggesting that means that the team isn't together, but it just seems like Dan Quinn runs a really efficient training camp. What have been your thoughts being around the team here over the last couple of weeks about how they operate as a culture?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think two things come to mind. The first word is professional. There's a lot of, they get a lot of work in a short period of time. It's productive. Dan Quinn really knows what he wants to do and does it efficiently. Number two is there is a really cool and interesting sort of player-to-player mentorship that's happening with the Commanders that stands out when you're around day after day. Really, you look at every position group. There's a guy who's been in the league for 6, 7, 8, 12 years. That's almost like it would be an insult to say they're like a coach in the field or something, because there's, in most cases, still very good players. But you got Von Miller basically putting on like pass rushing seminars in the linebacker and D end room. You've got Zach Ertz, who's, by example on the side field, showing everybody how you play 10 years in the NFL at a high level. During special team periods, he's like catching balls and working on his releases. Like he's trying to impress a coach and get the last roster spot. There's a lot of like player-to-player teaching and learning that's happening with the Commanders that I'm sure happens everywhere, but it's like a neon blinking sign at this camp. It's just the way the roster's constructed and the kind of people and players that they've acquired.
What do you make of the running back room with Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt being kind of the big talk of training camp, but Brian Robinson's still there. Austin Eckler has had a good camp. What do you make of that room, and how do you think that plays out as the season goes on?
Yeah, coaches are always going to fall back on guys that they trust, especially at that position. And it's not things like, who makes the coolest cut in training camp. It's like who can protect the passer on third down. And so from that standpoint, I think Brian Robinson and Austin Eckler and even Jeremy McNichols behind them are more bankable as far as guys that you're likely to see, especially early in the season. There's no doubt that Bill Merritt has got a lot of gas to his game. Like he is pretty electric. You watch his college highlights, you watch the way he gets in and out of cuts in training camp practices, and there's definitely something there. But he's going to have to show a lot more, in these joint practices and preseason games. I do think I would be willing to bet he makes the team just because a guy like that, a rookie contract, how the finances all work, he's probably not going to survive trying to sneak him onto the practice squad. And so that I think gives him a really good chance to earn a spot so long as he is competent with like special teams, pass pro, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, he's definitely, if you're an alien walking off the street and watching the team practice, he's the guy that catches your eye for sure.
Adam Kilgore, Washington Post on our Beltway Blitz. 2 pieces you can check out from him today. Wrote about Laramie Tunsil's decade in the league and the fact that he's become the consummate pro, and then also the way Deebo Samuel's being used and what could lie ahead for him. Of those two guys who you put pen to paper on, Tunsil and Deebo, the big offseason additions on offense, who do you think's more important to them this year?
Well, I think you got to go with, posing it that way, I think you got to go with Tunsil. I mean, he's protecting the blind side of the franchise, right? So, I think to me, he's the guy who, if they had to choose one of those guys to have a great season, I think Tunsil is the one. And, he's just like a really impressive dude. I think like the trade happens in the offseason and, you sort of try to contextualize it and think about who he is as a player. You're like, well, he's getting a little older. He's 31 now. He had a lot of penalties last year. The Texans gave him 1 million sacks. Like, what are you getting? And then, like, you see him on the field, and you're like, oh yeah, like that's an NFL left tackle. Like that, there's not 6 guys like him in the NFL. He's just a massive human who moves incredibly gracefully, and he's very quickly fitting well into a pretty tight-knit offensive line. It really stands out. Like, everybody you ask about him is like, yeah, this guy's the man. Like, he took Josh Connolly and Brandon Coleman to his, like, personal coach in Auburn for a week between OTAs and training camp just to get to know him, just to show them how a 10-year veteran, keeps an off-season routine. And so, yeah, I think he's been everything they wanted and more. It's August 4th, so we'll see how the season goes. But, I mean, I think he's, like, just, like, been an exceptional sort of ad in every way. He's been given the chance in an offseason.
Adam, appreciate the time. We'll chat again soon.
Okay. Thanks, guys.
Be good. There's Adam Kilgore of the Washington Post on our Beltway Blitz. All of our training camp coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice. You just heard Toby Altizer's voice. He is in for Danny Rouillet today. I'm Grant Paulson on G&D. Next, I want to get into the shifting tide nationally, it seems like, on Adam Peters digging in this stare down with Terry McLaurin. We'll explain on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana in the NFL. Commanders training camp continued on today. They'll travel to Foxborough tomorrow before joint practices on Wednesday, and then the preseason opener comes up Friday evening. Other news in the NFL, Bills wide receiver Khalil Shakir is week to week with a high ankle sprain, and the Falcons agreed to a 2-year extension with their right tackle Caleb McGarry. In the NBA, the Spurs signed guard De'Aaron Fox to a max extension, 4 years, $229 million. NCAA news, NCAA voted to keep March Madness at 68 teams for this season. They'll expand potentially in upcoming seasons. That's still on the table, but for this year, it'll stay at 68. Baseball, Nationals were swept by the Brewers over the weekend. Day off today, they'll take on the Athletics at Nats Park starting tomorrow night. When your HVAC's throwing heat like a busted bullpen, call Foley Mechanical, the go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
G&D, welcome back. You're listening to The Fan. Kane Medrano, linebacker, 6th-round pick by the Commanders out of UCLA, on the show at 6 o'clock this evening. I want to get into this changing of the guard a bit in how the national media is talking about Adam Peters and the Commanders' stance on the Terry McLaurin negotiation. So the first audio clip here, this one's a little bit longer, so we'll have to jump in and kind of read and react here a bit. But this is Chris Canty of ESPN Radio and Television talking about what the team and what Peters are doing with McLaurin. Give this a listen.
It makes no sense to me. This is a guy that, from a culture standpoint, embodies everything you want your program to be about. I don't understand why you don't want to pay this guy. See, sometimes these organizations, these front offices, they can operate in these negotiations with a tad bit of hubris. And it feels like that's what's happening with Adam Peters right now. Sometimes the worst thing that can happen to you in sports and in life is to have success early on because you think you know it all. And you try to hardline every single negotiation. You try to win every deal. Here's the thing that every successful business person knows. You can't win every deal. Every contract negotiation ain't gonna be a deal. Sometimes it's just getting the contract signed. And in this instance, that's exactly what needs to happen with Terry McLaurin because he means so much to Jaden Daniels' development. I don't understand why the Washington Commanders are taking this approach with somebody that, from a locker room chemistry standpoint, from an on-field production standpoint, brings everything you want to the table. If Adam Peters is willing to do this to Terry McLaurin, then he's willing to do it to anybody in that Commanders locker room. And that might be one of the worst messages you could be sending to the rest of the guys that are involved in your program after having so much success early on.
So that's a powerful comment from a guy who played in the league for a long, long time. Specifically at the end there, where he says, if you're willing to do this to Terry McLaurin, you are willing to do this to anybody. And I do think that is the message that they're sending, maybe strategically. But the former player Canty is saying that's a terrible message to send in the dressing room.
Yeah, I think on both sides you can see this. One, the audio we're going to play is both coming from former players, so they're always going to side with the player getting the money. That's just naturally going to be the case of things. But also, they are sending that message strategically so that everyone knows that when you go into negotiations, you're not just going to walk in here and get the biggest number possible. Like, if you're willing to do it to Terry, that means I'm willing to do it with Mikey Sanders still. I'm willing to do it with Quan Martin. I'm willing to do it with everybody because I was willing to do it with the star of the team. So he looks at it.
He's saying it as if they're sending a message and it's terrible. And Adam Peters might be going, we're sending a message and it's great.
Yeah, like they're looking at it from both sides. And whether you like it or not, I think it's pretty clear that they wanted to send that message. We're willing to do hard business. And like the 49ers have always gotten it done. But that's become their MO, right? That it's always going to be something that is not going to go as smooth as some other organizations, but they get the deal that they like or closer to the deal that they like. They're not going to overpay, whatever it may be, but that's how it is.
But what I don't like about that, you're right, that is the way they do business in San Fran. See Debo, see Ayuk, see Brandon Ayuk, rather,
Nick Bosa.
See Williams, see Bosa. There is this culture of frustration with the team. Now, it generally does not trickle over to like being mad at Kyle Shanahan or the coaching staff or whatever. But there's this culture of animus, essentially, where now it's Jawan Jennings' turn. And it's constantly rotating. There's always a guy who's at odds with the team or two, someone missing practice. And I don't think it helps. I mean, they haven't won anything. Like, they've been close. They've knocked at the door. But I do wonder if that's the best practice. I would venture to say that it's not. My point all along has been that I don't know that this is really about message sending. Like, I know that's Canty's point. You and I tend to think Peters is certainly showing this is how we're going to negotiate because it's the first time he's been able to do this. But I'm not convinced of that. I think it might just be every situation's different, and this is about Terry McLaurin's age. That if Terry McLaurin was 2 years younger, let's just say he was DK Metcalf, came into the league, played the 6 years, wanted his new contract, and instead of being 29 as we talk today, Terry McLaurin was 27, I think they would have had a deal done 2 months ago. I don't think this is about trying to get every penny or winning every deal. I think this is quite literally a disagreement on, at Terry's age, he is about to slow down, and McLaurin and the agent don't view it that way. They're saying, I'm going into years 7, 8, and 9. But I constantly find myself thinking about the player perspective here. All the players are buddies with McLaurin. They're talking to him every single day. They're going to side with him over Peters. If they just dismiss this as business and roll their eyes, then no harm, no foul. But there is a chance that it does some damage to, it dents a little bit of this brotherhood, camaraderie. Sure. You know, we're all here as Commanders. Like, part of the beauty of this brotherhood, Toby, is that from ownership on down, Mitch Rails having lunch with these guys, with Josh Harris, and asking Jonathan Allen, like, what can we do for you? And John Allen's going, you know, I can't believe when my family's at the game, there's nowhere for my girlfriend to go do this in the second quarter, whatever. And he's like, no problem. And it's fixed next week. Like, this is how they've shown the players. And I know it's just business, but this could be a little bit of a dent in that just because it's McLaurin. If it was Quan Martin or Mikey Sandristil or any of the other guys you're talking about, it might not do any damage. But this is the one guy that it felt like when it's time for him to get paid, they'll say, how much do you want?
Yeah.
And I'm oversimplifying it. You can't just give him a bad contract. But over a few $1 million, this is worth it to them. I do wonder if that could do some damage in the locker room.
Yeah, and I think everything that you said is correct. I don't think that it is something that they went out of their way to send the message. I think that they truly are trying to do best by the team, best business. But I think what Chris Canty's talking about is what I was fearful of. You don't want to send that message that, hey, I'm willing to do this to Terry McLaurin, so I'm willing to do it to any of you. You want it to be, hey, we paid our guy, we'll take care of our people. And I just don't think it was worth the squeeze with Terry, right? With anybody else, I think it's different. And, like, we try to dismiss all the extra stuff and, like, it's just about age. It's Terry, right? Like, you talk about other situations, like when Mikey Samra still comes up, right? Or, you know, Jaden's a totally different because he's the quarterback. Sure. But somebody else comes up for a contract, it's not Terry.
Tobes, I said it earlier. They signed 20 guys this offseason, or traded for them, or re-signed. 20. That's half almost of the 53-man roster that are either going to turn 30 or are already 30. And this is the time where age all of a sudden matters. Now, they didn't give anybody the contract McLaurin wants, and I understand it's not 6 and 1/2 dozen in the other. It's not apples to apples. But the point is the point, which is they have not had a huge problem with age, and all of a sudden now, when it's time for Terry to get his bag, they go, oh, you're too old. Not to mention, he just watched you trade for Deebo Samuel.
That's another point.
Who isn't durable, who isn't a guy that has ever bled or sweat here, and you got no problem paying him what you pay Terry McLaurin.
And that's another point that I think has to be factored in here, is think about your Terry's camp, right? You bring in another guy, you just traded for him. Now, you didn't give up significant capital, but you gave up a 5th rounder for him. So you did go get him. If I'm Terry, I'm sitting here thinking, okay, sweet, we're going to have a good offense. They'll pay me. But as time goes on, I'm thinking, they're not getting to my number. Are they really going to keep this guy? Is that really their plan? They better pay me.
You mean, let me clarify. You mean that they would
re-sign him
and extend Deebo?
Yeah, and thinking, oh, he's going to be the guy when I've been around here. And so people are saying, oh, he's going to take the discount, and he, you know, what? Terry is going to cash in one last time. It's this contract, and maybe he would have been willing to go to a different, I don't know how much the Deebo situation plays in there, but I just don't understand why they chose to take this stance with Terry, like you said, over a couple of $1 million. And, you know, if it's something where Terry's asking for 35, okay, then we can have a more real discussion. I don't think he is asking for that. I know the report was significantly more or something like that. If you listen to the verbiage from Schefter, he says, I think, and who knows if that's a report or if that's speculation.
For over 35.
So to me, if they were to get somewhere in that 30, 31, 32 range, they'll get it figured out. If the Commanders are up to, what was the report? I forget who it was from, saying that they got up to 27. Then what are we doing? Just get to the 30, do it, figure out the guarantees.
That's my point. When you're not paying your quarterback, when the cap is this huge, a couple $1 million is not that big of a deal. And I understand the logic from Peters might be, it's a bad contract to give him fill in the blank. It's a bad business move. And to that, I would say, I go back to what Chris Canty just said, actually. The line he used was, you can't win every deal. Sometimes you may lose, I'm paraphrasing, but sometimes you may lose the deal a little bit for the grand scheme of the organization. I think it's worth a $2.5 million commercial 100%. To say, do everything the right way for 6 years, we'll take care of you. That's worth $3 million overpay.
And part of the reason you bring in the guys, the quality of the people, not necessarily the player, but the quality of the people that you've brought into this organization, is they can understand things, right? They're people. They're not just robots. You think when one of these guys comes up, they won't realize, like, yeah, maybe they overpaid a little bit for Terry, but that's Terry. That's Terry.
Right, and that's Danny will frequently say, well, if you do it with him, now you got to do it next year with Luvu. That's not the case, by the way.
I think everyone understands that it's Terry and what Terry means.
Guys.
Like, I think the crazy part, and you brought this up, and it rings true in my head all the time. Jaden is probably getting to be the face of the franchise. Terry still is, in my mind. Maybe it's 1A, 1B with Jaden, but when you're at the playoff or the playoff clinching game against Atlanta, who are they chanting the name of? It's not Jaden. Terry.
Right.
He's still the guy. Everybody loves this dude. Like, Jaden gets a big pop whenever he runs over from the other field. Who's chanting? Who are they chanting the name of? They're chanting Terry's name. He's not even there at practice today.
Like, he's been the guy for the longest that is beloved.
I just don't think it was worth the squeeze on this one. And if they sign him pretty soon, I think we'll still just move on from this. But I don't love the fact that now we're having discussions about when do they have to get this done before it starts affecting week 1. I don't want this affecting this year.
Well, they got to get moving here quick.
Exactly.
This week is still irrelevant in the big picture of preparing for week 1. McLaurin wouldn't be playing in the preseason game. But I've kind of said all along, next week is the one I've circled where that's ramp-up time. You could get on a treadmill and run for 30 minutes without stopping and be in great shape. You got to play football to get ready for football. And so I think by the end of next week is kind of when you start to be uneasy as to, is he going to be himself when the season starts? We've got a clip I want to play next from Dan Orlovsky, the analyst, former quarterback at ESPN as well, talking about how Peters is handling Terry McLaurin. A little bit of a national shift, it feels like, in some of the coverage of them digging in. And want to get your reaction as well at 800-636-1067. Canty suggesting this is a bad message to send in the locker room, saying you can't try to win every single deal. This is not a time to try to get the best possible deal. This is the time to try to get a really important player under contract and in your building. Do you agree with that? And do you have any mounting frustration with the front office, or are you team Peters in that he is, if you just operate robotically, actually doing a pretty smart thing? You just got to take the emotions and the beloved player out of the equation. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Is the national tide turning on how the Commanders are handling Terry McLaurin? Welcome back, Grant and Danny without Danny today. Toby's in on the Fan. So you heard from Chris Canty. He suggested you don't get to win every single deal. He actually kind of went personal and said the worst thing that can happen is when you have a lot of success and you think you know everything. He's suggesting Adam Peters, based on getting to the NFC Championship game last year, is conducting himself this way with Terry McLaurin. I don't think that has anything to do with it. This is how he came up in San Francisco. This is how they did it with the 49ers. But this was Dan Orlovsky of ESPN talking about the McLaurin situation.
Respectfully, Washington, you were a dumpster fire for years. You were a laughingstock. The only thing good about your organization was that young man. Every year he did it, year after year after year, for like 5 or 6 years with disaster all around you. You were the only reason why anyone spoke somewhat positively about your organization. If you don't have him, you erase everything that you did last year. Everything that you did. And I'm being respectful to Dan Quinn and Adam Peters and what they did last year. You need him. Give me receivers that impact winning as much, if not more, than Terry McLaurin. I'll give you like Jamar. I'll give you like Justin. Mm-hmm. Amon-Ra St. Brown. This guy, he impacts winning. This is a team that had 6 fourth-quarter comebacks, was ridiculous on fourth down. What are we doing in Washington? You finally have some good. And you finally have hope for the future. Yes. And you're trying to take away the one thing in your organization that before Jaden and this group got there was good. It makes no sense.
So I think that's a little bit overstated, but I totally understand that argument. Like that is that monologue of just the impassioned, why are we bringing this on ourselves? Mm-hmm. A fan screaming that is understandable to me. It's a self-inflicted wound. And Peters might say it's a worthwhile wound because we can't give him a contract that's going to look really, really bad in a year or two. And to that, I would say reasonable point as well. But this idea of everything has been so good, everything has been harmonious and wonderful and first class, and it just feels like the ultimate well-run professional organization, and this self-inflicted disasters taking away from that. Why is this happening? I get that impassioned monologue from Orlovsky. I want to point out some numbers. McLaurin's value to Jaden Daniels. This is via the Next Gen Stats folks. Number 3 quarterback wide receiver duo in terms of EPA per attempt at 0.52. Only 2 duos, quarterback to receiver, better EPA per attempt last year. Number 6 quarterback receiver duo, total EPA, expected points added of 54.3. Number 2 in terms of tight window rate as a duo. Daniels fits a lot of ball into small windows out at these practices. Had a couple of balls batted or broken up. 1 pick today because Chris Moore in a small window had a ball plucked out of his hands. Jaden Daniels counts on Terry McLaurin in the middle of the field to make those plays. They do not have anybody on the team that will make those plays. Without Terry McLaurin, they are a lot worse, period. So we can have all the discussions we want to, all the dialogue that we want to have, Toby, about should they pay him? Is it an overpay? How much is he worth? The business element of this. Here is the bottom line. If he's not out there happy playing good football, a championship team in their wildest dreams has no chance at that. A playoff team becomes a fringe playoff team. A 12 or 13 win operation, if everything goes well, becomes 8 or 9 wins probably. 10 if everything goes perfectly and you play well on defense. Is the juice worth the squeeze? That's what I would keep asking Adam Peters if I'm Josh Harris. I want you to run the show. I'm not Dan Snydering you. I'm not telling you what to do. But I just want to remind you that Chris Moore and Luke McCaffrey are lining up at 1 and 2 for me right now. Is the juice still worth the squeeze? On August 4th? Sure. On August 10th? Maybe. I promise you on September 7th, the juice is no longer worth the squeeze. I promise you that. Because I got to beat the Giants, and to do that, Terry McLaurin's the best guy to help me.
If they don't get this deal with McLaurin done, you have to question everything they did this offseason, right? Because you're missing your biggest piece on offense outside of Jaden Daniels. Because getting Laramie Tunsil's great, right? Drafting Jalen Lane is great. But wouldn't you then need a number 1? Would you rather take the $15 million a year that you gave to Kinlaw and maybe spend 10 on a defensive tackle and save that extra 5 to now go into McLaurin's contract the next couple of years? You have to look at everything. I think.
By the way, sorry. you just said something I haven't even thought about. They overpaid Javon Kinlaw massively.
Thank you.
If we care so much about, like, we can't make a bad deal, we can't overpay, they gave him maybe $6 million more than anybody else was going to.
Correct.
Like, that contract still is jarring, and they go, oh, well, we know better than the other teams. Like, we like this guy. Just wait till you see it. Everybody was like, oh, my God, what an overpay. Now it's like you have to make every deal work? Now you can't overpay anyone?
The point you've made about the rookie quarterback is the best one. Because if this were a case where Jaden was making whatever the quarterbacks are making by the time he gets paid, $70 million a year potentially, then yeah, we have this discussion. They do need to penny pinch a little bit. The whole point of Jaden being on the rookie contract is now's not the time to penny pinch, especially with your number one wide receiver, who, by the way, helps out your quarterback. I don't understand why we got to this point with Terry. If it were anyone else, I think there's a bigger discussion, but it's a wide receiver who helps out your quarterback, who's also the face of the franchise, who is most beloved of anybody in the fan base. You didn't have to do this.
What happens if Debo has a really good year? You said last segment this idea maybe, I mean, he's more of a Peters guy than McLaurin is. Peters had him in San Francisco, traded for him, brought him here. You can only tag one guy, right? They're the same age. I mean, I don't think they're paying Debo. Certainly, he's not as durable as Terry McLaurin, huge money. But my point is, there is a path if you were to sign McLaurin to tagging Debo if you wanted to do that. I don't think they would pay both huge money. But the McLaurin money wouldn't kick in massively in year one of the deal if you didn't want it to. And then you could have him and Debo at semi-reasonable total rate when Debo's making like $28 million or whatever it is on the tag. My guess is one of the two will be here, and it's almost certainly going to be Terry on the tag. But is there not a difference between him willingly being happy to be here and being Terry McLaurin, happy-go-lucky leader in the locker room, and just begrudgingly playing here? Because that's the argument everybody makes, including myself and Danny, every single day. Eventually, he's got to show up and play football. He's got no choice. But showing up and just begrudgingly playing football, it might be a little bit different in trying to win you football games than getting paid and being rewarded and feeling, what are the words he used at Eastern Motors? Valued, you know, like they care about you. So let's open up the phones on this next. 800-636-1067. You heard from Chris Canty. You heard from Dan Orlovsky. The question is on Peters in the front office. Are you supportive of this as it drags on, as they hold their ground against the most popular player on the team? 800-636-1067. Do you have any mounting frustration? I feel like we've talked about this so much from the McLaurin side of things and how you feel about how he's conducting himself. What about Peters, who has batted close to 1,000? You know, you heard the Orlovsky point saying before Terry McLaurin, you know, but basically before last year, Terry McLaurin was the only reason that fans had to cheer. Well, if you're Adam Peters, you go, I wasn't here for any of that, buddy. I've been here 1 year. We won an NFC playoff game in round one against the Bucs. We won another one against the Lions. We got to the NFC Championship game. I got a great situation for him with an elite quarterback. If he doesn't want to do that at $24 million a year, then he can go somewhere else. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
I'm Toki Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. In the NFL, Commanders training camp continued on today in Ashburn. They'll travel to Foxborough tomorrow before a joint practice on Wednesday and then the preseason opener on Friday. Other NFL news. NFLPA elected David Whitt as interim executive director. The Falcons agreed to a 2-year extension with Caleb McGarry, 2 years, $30 million. Bills wide receiver Khalil Shakir is week to week with a high ankle sprain, and the Dolphins signed defensive tackle Zach Sealer to a 3-year extension. 3 years, $67.75 million, $44 million guaranteed. In the NBA, the Spurs signed guard De'Aaron Fox to a max extension, 4 years, $229 million. In baseball, the Nationals were swept by the Brewers over the weekend, outscored 38-14 in the series. The Nationals have the day off today before they'll begin a 3-game series against the Athletics tomorrow at Nationals Park. In college basketball, the NCAA voted to keep March Madness at 68 teams for this season. It is possible that it could expand in upcoming seasons, but for this year, it'll at least stay at 68 teams. There's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toki Altizer on the Fan.
Daniels, quick throw, far side, get it out there to McLaurin. Breaks through, Terry McLaurin, foot race, McLaurin is going to win! Touchdown, Washington!
That was with an NFC Championship game on the line against the Detroit Lions. Kevin Burkhardt of Fox on the call. My wife and I were watching Quarterback on Netflix and saw that play as Jared Goff's wife was just sobbing in the suite. How
felt
is this
so good.
happening? How is this happening? I felt terrible for her.
No, I didn't feel
My
bad.
wife's like, I've been that sad for years. Do you feel bad for me? I'm like, yeah, of course I do.
Nah, don't feel bad.
She was so sad, man. What are you guys doing to protect your assets? The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Kandori & Murad, want to know. They're going to take good care of you. Schedule a consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. So Toki just did the update with the hat backwards. That means somebody, and I don't know who it could have been, must have said something bad about Terry McLaurin during the commercial break, because that's how you get under Toby's skin. You want Toby to be a little salty? Want him to leave the room and go stew by himself in another area of the building? You just ask about Terry McLaurin's future exploits as a number 1 wide receiver. All right, Darius, I want to hear from the analysts on ESPN that are taking Adam Peters to task, and then we're going to touch the people and get to the calls on this at 800-636-1067. We've talked so much about the McLaurin side of this game of chicken. What about Peters, the GM, who has done an unbelievable job? Is this worth waging war over? Is it worth winning this deal? Chris Canty, Dan Orlovsky had thoughts.
It makes no sense to me. This is a guy that, from a culture standpoint, embodies everything you want your program to be about. I don't understand why you don't want to pay this guy. See, sometimes these organizations, these front offices, they can operate in these negotiations with a tad bit of hubris. And it feels like that's what's happening with Adam Peters right now. Sometimes the worst thing that can happen to you in sports and in life is to have success early on because you think you know it all. And you try to hardline every single negotiation. You try to win every deal. Here's the thing that every successful business person knows. You can't win every deal. Every contract negotiation ain't going to be a deal. Sometimes it's just getting the contract signed. And in this instance, that's exactly what needs to happen with Terry McLaurin because he means so much to Jaden Daniels' development. I don't understand why the Washington Commanders are taking this approach with somebody that, from a locker room chemistry standpoint, from an on-field production standpoint, brings everything you want to the table. If Adam Peters is willing to do this to Terry McLaurin, then he's willing to do it to anybody in that Commanders locker room. And that might be one of the worst messages you could be sending to the rest of the guys that are involved in your program after having so much success early on.
So the easy rebuttal might be, yeah, but I can't overpay everyone who's a great guy, who's great in my program. But maybe Canty's point is there's one of these. There's one Terry McLaurin. It's not about overpaying every great player who's a great guy. There's one Terry McLaurin, and that was the point that Dan Orlovsky made about what he's meant to the organization.
Respectfully, Washington, you were a dumpster fire for years. You were a laughingstock. The only thing good about your organization was that young man. Every year he did it, year after year after year, for like 5 or 6 years with disaster all around you. You were the only reason why anyone spoke somewhat positively about your organization. If you don't have him, you erase everything that you did last year. Everything that you did. And I'm being respectful to Dan Quinn and Anna Peters and what they did last year. You need him. Give me receivers that impact winning as much, if not more, than Terry McLaurin. I'll give you like Jamar. I'll give you like Justin. Amon-Ra St. Brown. This guy, he impacts winning. This is a team that had 6 fourth-quarter comebacks, was ridiculous on fourth down. What are we doing in Washington? You finally have some good. And you finally have hope for the future. And you're trying to take away the one thing in your organization that before Jaden and this group got there was good. It makes no sense.
First time in 5 seasons this past year that Terry McLaurin caught 80 balls. He went for 13 touchdowns, which was almost double what he'd ever done before. And he crept up on nearly 1,100 yards. Now, 13.4 a pop was up from a year ago. Still one of the second lowest total of the last 4 years. And maybe that's the concern, Toby. The downfield stuff, the explosiveness, some of the yards per catch metrics. It's probably going to be 12.5 to 13.5 at this point. That's not really the range of the guys that are making $30 million a year. And you're worried about at age 30, 31, does that subside? I tend to agree that Peters is more right than McLaurin on the value at his age. I just have made the case all along. I don't know if that's the only thing that matters here. To the Canty point, you don't have to win every single transaction.
Yeah, 100%.
It's like, you're not married, but you don't have to win every fight with your wife. Like sometimes you win by not fighting. Sometimes you win by not getting the last word.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that's the situation here. And that's why I think, the negotiation is going how contract negotiations go around the league. That's not shocking. But I think the whole reason that there's the frustration is it's Terry. Like, if it were anybody else, with maybe the exception of Jaden Daniels on this team, I think we would be going about our business as usual. We'd obviously have the discussion here on the radio, but I don't think it'd be the talk of the town. You walk around to anybody. When are they going to sign Terry? You think this Terry thing gets done?
Oh,
you think they're going to trade Terry?
Dude, you mentioned this when we were talking in the break. Every time someone drops a pass today, I can't remember who it was. It might have been Chris Moore or somebody. But somebody dropped a pass today in practice, and everyone was chanting Terry.
Right?
Like every time a player doesn't get open or drops a ball or something happens at receiver that's not ideal, 7,000 fans are chanting Terry. Terry. I mean, it's comical.
And today was the first time, by the way, since he's been back, that he didn't walk out, sign autographs, do his usual bit.
Yeah, what happened to the McLaurin show? The autographs.
I don't know what happened, but he wasn't out there doing that today. I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of that.
I wonder if he was in the building.
I don't know.
I'd imagine. Maybe he was working on that ankle because he's got a serious ankle injury. Perhaps he was getting some treatment because that ankle's that's a big deal.
It's been bothering him since that NFC Championship game is what I've been told.
Right.
He hasn't had 7-8 months to get that better.
It's been bothering him since Peter said he can't find $30 million under the couch cushions.
It's so true. But yeah, I think that they'll get this done, but I just don't know that this whole situation, and I'm interested once we get this thing done because I think we both still assume that it gets done. But once it gets done, I'm curious to see the numbers, and then we can kind of decipher out like which side, where they were looking at, and where each side ultimately compromised.
I think it gets done less than what we all expect.
I would think so too.
I think the agent and the player have to budge a little bit after the Sutton deal.
But I'm curious, like when we get down to it, is it $8 million that was the difference, or is it $4 million, or somewhere in between? Because if it's the 4 side, then I don't know what this whole thing is about.
I don't know where they're at now. I'll bet you they were close to $10 million apart at some point.
Yeah, and if
I think it was $25 million versus $35 million, and maybe now it's like 33 versus 26 or 27.
So if we're taking McLaurin at his word, the thing that I would maybe have the biggest issue with was the not talking for a month thing. If you're $10 million apart, then that means you're going to have some negotiations. That's active. We're talking every day. We're sending stuff back and forth like, hey, here's why we're willing to go here, and here's why we're not willing to go there, all those sorts of things. But the not doing it for a month leading up to training camp, and now we're here in the middle of training camp, and you still haven't signed, that would be my one big gripe, and that was the big frustration for me.
Are you guys okay with how Adam Peters is handling this first marquee negotiation with one of the Commanders' best players? Let's go to MacArthur and Arlington on Grant and Danny. How are you?
Hello.
How's it going?
I'm doing great. Thank you, sir. Yeah, I wanted to comment on the Terry McLaurin deal. I think that at his age, and I lay all my eggs in the basket with Adam Peters on this deal. I think that to give him that type of money by him turning 30 years old next year, I mean, the production may fall off, and that's pretty much the norm around the NFL. When you get in your 30s, you kind of fall off a little bit. So I kind of trust Adam Peters with the decision-making on, not paying Terry McLaurin over $30 million a year. I think that is way too much. He's a great receiver. But just remember, when we play Philly and Quinton Mitchell has shut him down in 2 games, this year. And that's our division. That's who we need to play against. Now, yes, we do need to sign him. I totally agree with you on that deal. But he's the best receiver on this team. But
well, not even close, right? I mean, without him, when you watch practice, we just had Adam Kilgore on from the Post. Debo was not even a full-time, traditional, normal wide receiver. He's number 1, and then Jalen Lane, the rookie mid-round pick out of Virginia Tech, who may or may not be in the game plan in week 1, the way things are trending.
Yeah, and number 3, I have no idea.
Yeah, he'd be the number 2 receiver in camp so far. And third, I would say Chris Moore, who's been like up and down as a veteran who's just, getting by on guile and some know-how. Let's go to Brock and Bowie, home of the Bay Sox. What's up?
What's going on, fellas? This is my first time calling in on your
we
show.
appreciate you calling. Thank you, buddy. How you doing? So is any part of you growing in your frustration with how the team's handling this, or do you like that they're playing hardball over this money?
Well, I think I'm going to put my GM hat on. Adam Peters, is more so with him, he's trying to put a stamp on that franchise. Basically, he didn't trade for him. He didn't draft him. He inherited him, with the team. So basically, that's not his guy, from that standpoint, because the fact that, he's new, he's a new GM. So he's really want to, bring his guys in so they can, do their due diligence and he can show the organization that, hey, we're running this thing, we run this ship right. But I think Terry McLaurin, he's done everything to get the money, but at the same token, that's not Adam's.
But do you have any issue with how they're handling it, or do you think it's just good business?
I have an issue with it because of the fact that this Terry McLaurin, he's been a upright guy, upstanding citizen, and he's done everything the right way.
Yeah, that to me is the great debate. Is should they treat Terry McLaurin as 30-year-old wide receiver number 7? Like just a code on the back of the jacket, 1A2R673, age 30, experience level 6 years, demand $30 million. We cannot do that. He is too old. Or is this our sweet Prince Terry? Like, should that factor into it? Kevin in Arlington, what's up?
What's up, Kevin?
Hey, fellas. So a couple of things. First of all, Canty talking about, you can't win every deal. He's talking about Bruce Allen. He's not talking about Adam Peters, okay? And it's not just Adam Peters.
I think his point, Kev, was sometimes you do a bad deal for the bigger picture, and this would be a time to do that, he's saying.
Maybe so, but I don't disagree with that. I think what's getting lost in all this, in my opinion, is Buddy Baker's an amateur. The reason they didn't talk for a month is he was ridiculous in what he was asking for, in my opinion. I think that's going to come out. And so that's not getting talked about a whole lot. Listen, the other thing is, and I don't know if I agree with this or not, it may be that Adam Peters in this front office, they don't view the wide receiver position as where they're going to put all the money. The other thing is, hey, he is trying to win with a rookie quarterback contract. I mean, we have been dying for someone like Adam Peters, like Dan Quinn, and like JD5 to be here. Now they are. I'm sorry this has happened with Terry. I love Terry, but I think he's a little delusional about what he's asking for. This is his third contract. He's 30 years old. I'm sorry. I'm with Adam Peters, and I think Buddy Baker is the crux of the problem here.
Just so people know that they maybe don't, Buddy Baker's the agent for Terry McLaurin he's referencing. He doesn't really have any clients the caliber of McLaurin. Tershawn Wharton in Carolina is his next biggest player. Jeremy Chin, who is here, who's going to make $8 million this year, would probably be third. Reed Blankenship with the Eagles. He's got Shaquille Griffin in Seattle, but by and large, he's an agent that doesn't have a lot of stars.
And he brought up maybe they're not viewing the wide receiver position. I don't buy that because he came from San Francisco where they had Debo and Ayuk. They paid both those guys. And by the way, they just traded for a guy that's getting $20 million this year in Debo Samuel. So they care about the wide receiver position. Maybe they don't care about McLaurin at the wide receiver position.
So I've actually made the point it is possible that they are not going to want to spend big at wide receiver. I think that's very plausible. I won't know for a year or two, but the Ravens are my example of you don't have to have wide receiver one. You don't have to spend huge at the position because it's kind of a wasted asset.
But then you need a tight end or a reliable dude. So
sure,
who
but that's
outside
why you
of
go
Terry
get Debo, who's a weapon. I think they view him as a weapon, less a wide receiver. But my point is, with the Ravens, it's the running game, it's tight end, right, which they have a great one and have for many years in Mark Andrews. And now with Zay Flowers, they finally hit on. They draft their guys. They don't want to spend a lot of money at the position. It's not like they don't want talent. They just had a hard time drafting it.
To me, it's funny because we always they do that, right? You talk about that. But then it always gets to a point where like, man, they could use a number one receiver.
Well, exactly. But people say that. I don't think the Ravens, they're drafting hoping to find it. They're not going to spend on it because it's a waste of money because Lamar is never going to feed a receiver to go.
Okay, but
hold on, let me just finish real quick. Like 110 catches, 1,400 yards, 15 touchdowns. You can find a Steve Smith. You can find those assets. When you have a running quarterback where a lot of passes become scrambles, it just might not be the best way to spend money. And we saw this how many times last year? McLaurin had 5 games where he had less than 25 yards. Same number as 100-yard games. Like there's going to be games in this offense where Jaden's running around, we're throwing to the tight end in the backs, where the wide receiver's not the biggest thing.
Yeah, but I think even like you look at the guy who won MVP last year, right? Part of the reason he won MVP is he didn't have the receivers around him. But middle of the year, they're like, we need a number one guy. They traded for Amari Cooper, who didn't turn out to be the number one guy. But even they were like, we need a guy that we can depend on. And Shakir was good, but he wasn't that dude. So I just don't think that the idea that they could get by without having a true number one, because people will look at KC and they just ignore the tight end position as if Travis Kelce isn't one of the best receiving tight ends of all time. Oh, well, he had Tyreek Hill. Now he doesn't have him. Well, what does he have? He has Travis Kelce. Oh, well, you look at Baltimore, and they have Mark Andrews. They have Isaiah Likely. Like, they have guys. So if you're going to go outside, are you going to say Zach Ertz? Are you going to say Debo's going to suddenly fill in that when we always talk about Debo and we say he's more weapon than actual receiver?
Right.
Like, you have to have that guy.
Totally. But you don't have to pay a wide receiver one, would be my point.
Sure.
Buffalo has actively gone away from that to name the team that you're referencing. And by the way, even though Josh Allen is fourth in rushing attempts, he ran the ball last year 100 times. Jaden Daniels ran the ball over 150 times.
Yeah.
There's a huge difference. My point is just there's 2 guys, maybe 3 if you count like Jalen Hurts, and they have built the thing beautifully with great receivers. But in the case of Lamar, in the case of Jaden Daniels, when your quarterback's going to run as much as those guys are, and you're going to have 800, 900, maybe 1,000 yards worth of offense just from rushing, and then you could build it up. Tight end is the cheapest position to go get a great weapon in terms of just like value and cost on the open market. Eckler, pass catching backs out of the backfield. That is one way to skin the cat, so to speak, in terms of building an offense. I don't know if this is how they view it or not. I'm saying they're acting like they view it this way. When you suggest you don't want to pay Terry McLaurin, when you bring in Debo only on 1 year, it's not like they extended him. If they brought in Debo and gave him a 3-year extension, then yeah, they're really prioritizing a wide receiver weapon. I think they found a guy that they thought could help them for a year. We're going to find out. My guess is that they tag McLaurin and he's here, but that you're going to see them really sink their teeth into the receiver position in the draft like the Ravens do, because they're going to try to build kind of short and intermediate, tight ends, running backs, quarterback run game, like that kind of stuff. So I think there's a possibility to what he's talking about, that maybe they don't want to spend top of the market money at receiver. Now, is it just that they don't view McLaurin as worth it? That's possible too. We're going to find out in the next couple of years.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's a valid choice if they want to go that way. It's just, I don't know that this was the time to do all this, but this is Adam Peters' team. This is what he's opted to do, and we've seen them get these deals done in the past. So I'm hoping that they do find a way to get this done, but I don't know. This is the first time that you can look at something that Peters has really done and feel like you can really criticize that.
I'm glad you brought up Peters because that was the first part of his call that I wanted to get back to. He mentioned, I hear this argument a lot from people, and this was the case with Rivera before Peters, and he used to annoy me then, where someone will say, all we've ever wanted is a general manager who ran the football operation, and now we have one, and like people are questioning the way he's running it.
Yeah.
As if to say you can never question anything. I think that's just stupid. I hate that.
Correct.
You can do two things at once. I'm very capable of walking and chewing gum. I wanted Adam Peters. I love Adam Peters. In fact, in this stare down with McLaurin, I actually think he's more right than Terry McLaurin. Like, all of things can be true that I just said. And it is perfectly okay for someone to think Adam Peters is good and is going to be a great GM and has already been a good GM and still wonder if he's doing the right thing with McLaurin. Yeah. Because the best GMs, whether it's Theo Epstein in baseball or Howie Roseman in Philadelphia, are wrong constantly.
Yeah, Howie Roseman took Jalen Reagor over Justin Jefferson.
Right.
Happens all the time.
The idea that we can sit here and go, is Adam Peters doing the right thing with Terry McLaurin? And that the response to that should be, you got a great GM, just let him cook, let him do his thing. He's going to keep working. Like, we're having conversations. It's not stopping him from doing his job, I promise you. Right?
You don't think he's tuned in right now?
He might be. He's probably listening in his office. What's up, Adam? But he's still making the phone calls while he's doing it. He's still sending the text messages. But this notion of like, you guys have a GM and how dare you? The Enron we trust thing was for the birds. You guys got fooled by that, and that's the prerogative. This is actually a grown-up who's worth trusting. And so if you want to do an Adam we trust thing, I'll actually go to those meetings. I'll sit there with you. I'm Grant Paulson. In Adam I trust. I love Adam Peters. But I'm still going to be a critical thinker. That there is no reason not to be
100%.
When the job is that you get it right like 60% of the time and you're in the Hall of Fame. We're trying to figure out what the 40% is to try to make sure that they do the right things. Your thoughts on how they're doing this, 800-636-1067. Also, if we're not at the hit the wall time here with the preseason game coming up this week, how close are we? Like, is that a week away now? That Terry McLaurin's actually got to start doing something? Or else maybe he won't be ready for week 1? This is The Fan.
Sizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is powered by JTF Gov, the #1 HP Federal Power MPS partner. In the NFL, Commanders training camp continued today. Last day of practices in Ashburn before they travel to Foxborough. They'll have a joint practice on Wednesday and then the game on Friday night. Other NFL news, Bills wide receiver Khalil Shakir is week to week with a high ankle sprain, and the Falcons agreed to a 2-year extension with their right tackle Caleb McGarry, 2 years, $30 million. NBA news, the Spurs signed guard De'Aaron Fox to a max extension, 4 years, $229 million. And in baseball, the Nationals were swept by the Brewers over the weekend. They'll have the day off today before they begin a set of 3 against the Athletics tomorrow at Nationals Park. Mission Critical, that's JTF's specialty. We're a top-ranked HP MPS power partner for a reason. We don't just ship products. We deploy fully integrated mission-ready solutions from DC to Europe, powered by HP, delivered by JTF. Check us out at jtfgov.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
If Adam Peters is willing to do this to Terry McLaurin, then he's willing to do it to anybody in that Commander's locker room. And that might be one of the worst messages you could be sending to the rest of the guys that are involved in your program after having so much success early on.
Training camp coverage on the Fan presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. That's Chris Canty of ESPN. Grant and Danny, no Danny. Toby is in. You just heard him on the update. This is the Fan. Are you familiar with Morgan Wallen? I feel like you're a country music guy.
I'm not, but I do know Morgan Wallen.
You're not a country music guy?
No.
You kind of listen to like the Christian
I've listened
rock.
to some.
Isn't that the same
yeah,
thing?
I've listened to some.
Okay.
I've listened to some collabs with Post Malone, Morgan Wallen.
So I wouldn't recognize Morgan Wallen if he was sitting on my lap.
So you want to hear an ironic one?
Yeah.
We're in the Nationals clubhouse pregame a couple of weeks ago. He has a song called 98 Braves. What do you think about 98 Braves blaring in the Nationals clubhouse?
Is it about the 1998 Atlanta Braves?
It is about the 1998 Atlanta Braves and how they came up short.
So he's a big sports guy.
I think he grew up a Braves fan.
Okay, well, I mean, if you're making songs called the 98 Braves, I'm guessing you dig sports, but I'm leading into this, which is, so I love this bit that he does. I couldn't name one of his songs. I probably would hate all of them. I've never listened to it. I'm not a country music guy.
It's not bad.
But it's like poppy, right? It's like,
yeah.
I just don't know if it's for me. I'll give it a listen.
I'll play a song in the break.
Yeah, I'll get back to you on that. But he does this thing where he walks out to his concert like a WWE wrestler through gorilla position from way back in the back boiler rooms of the bowels of the stadium. And he walks out in these huge venues with famous, normally athletes, but people from the city just to get the crowd going. So I saw he was in San Francisco. I don't know if he was at the 49ers Stadium, I'm assuming.
I think he was at Levi's, yeah.
Okay, so he's at Levi's Stadium, 49ers home. And he walks out with Barry Bonds and Steve Young this week.
Wow.
And I'm like, first of all, I'd imagine they got to be paying these guys to do this, I would think. Like, Barry Bonds is not doing that for no reason. Maybe if a guy's a huge fan of the performer and they're going to the concert anyway, it's like an honor where he's like, hey, walk out with me. And it's like, yeah, no problem. The next night, he was there for 2 nights, I guess. He's got George Kittle on his left and Trent Williams on his right. And they're walking him out, and it's all these 49ers fan at Levi. But I was wondering about this. I think it's the coolest thing going. It's the kind of move, like if you're a musician, you got to have a gimmick a little bit. You got to do something cool. If he's in D.C., who's he walking out with? And I thought about, you can't get the A-pop if it's not Jaden Daniels right now.
100%.
So Jaden's got to be there. Who's on the other side? Now, we're talking Terry McLaurin, fan favorite. Right now, especially, it would make a lot of sense if you're walking out to Northwest Stadium with Terry on your side.
Yeah.
But I think it would just be funny to watch, like, Ovi.
Yeah, I think Ovi.
Ovi next to Morgan Wallen. So he's got Jaden Daniels on one side wearing an Ovi sweater. He's got Ovi on the other side wearing a Jaden Daniels jersey. And he's walking out to the stage.
Yeah, I think it's got to be Ovi because you think about the other sports, unless we're going with legends, no one on the Wizards, no one on the Nationals.
If he's walking out with Trey Johnson, people are like, who is that young man with him?
Like, I would love for it to be James Wood, but we're not there yet. I would love for it to be Dylan Cruz, but we're not there yet. But I think it would have to be those two.
If it was at Nats Park, maybe you could do like a Wood and Cruz on either side.
But he's going to be at Northwest Stadium.
Yeah.
I mean, you could maybe get a pop if you brought back like a John Wall.
He does celebrities with him too. So I don't like Dave Chappelle is not interested, I would imagine, in coming to DC from his random town.
I mean, are they going to do the Francis Tiafoe bit?
Right. Yeah, Francis Tiafoe would be funny, or Kevin Durant would be interesting.
KD would be awesome.
Like, that's a good one.
And KD would roll up probably wearing a Jaden Daniels jersey.
Do you think they pay those guys?
I would think so. I don't think Barry Bonds is just going to Morgan Wallen concerts.
I don't know. Barry Bonds might be a Morgan Wallen guy.
Do you think John Bernthal or a Dave Bautista would get a pop?
Dave Bautista definitely, because he looks like Brock Lesnar or something. You could just right away, oh, that's Bautista. Now, Danny and I argued about Bernthal a few months ago in this regard. I love John Bernthal. That's my dude. You could tell there's going to be a butt coming, Clary style. Here's my big butt. John Berenthal's a badass. I think John Bernthal could walk through a mall in the DMV and people would point at him and be like, oh, that's that actor. But I don't think they would know it's John Bernthal.
No. Here's my big butt.
I think they would maybe go with some legends to go with Jaden. Like, Ovi would work, but if not, you're just going back to old Redskins legends.
Oh, I got it. Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Dale would work.
Especially with that crowd, not to generalize, but Morgan Wallen's performing.
If you're going to go that route, John Riggins would get a nice pop.
John Riggins would be, as far as the legends go, hell yeah. But did you see the video of, I mean, that's got to be the best one he's done. I've seen a bunch of these.
I didn't see that specific one.
Freaking Young and Barry Bonds flanking him, walking out in San Francisco.
I mean, Pat McAfee did it in Indy. I'm trying to remember who else is, but he always gets the big time. He gets some big pops on it. I like it.
I want to know what they pay people. See if you can find that, Dad, or if they do. I guess it's possible. It's just like, dude, Morgan Wallen, I'll walk out with you in front of 70,000 people. And
Tom Brady and Mike Tyson in Vegas.
That's pretty good. That might actually top. The San Francisco one's better with the legends, but in terms of star power, Brady and Tyson is really good.
Rest in peace, but Hulk Hogan and Baker Mayfield in Tampa.
Ooh, they love Hulk in Florida too. Baker. Yeah, I mean, he gets A-listers.
Kelsey, Mahomes, Chris Jones in KC.
How do we get him to help us book the show? Like, who gets more A-listers than Morgan Wallen? He should be booking our radio show for us. All right, let's hit the phones, 800-636-1067. Marty's waiting in Alexandria. Marty, we're talking Adam Peters here. Do you have any problem with him making Terry McLaurin sweat deep into this offseason?
Look, this has been killing me ever since you guys, and I mean you guys, and I love you. Grant, I've met you multiple times. I love the program. But you guys have actually taken the side of the player. Now, you can say, well, you've qualified it, and you have, but you guys have taken the player's side. And you have none of us know what the actual offer and ask was. If it was $35 million and he's not budging, he's not going to be getting $35 million. No one in the NFL, here's my another comment. There's not another team in the NFL that'll pay him $30 million a year, let alone $35 million.
You disagree with that?
Someone would be willing to pay him $30 million.
I think it's a very small group of teams at his age, but I do think he could get that money, yeah. But Marty, I think the reason, and I disagree with the idea that, and I can't speak for everyone, I'll speak for myself, that I've taken McLaurin's side. I've said many times, I actually think McLaurin's more right. Peters is more right than McLaurin. But I think the reason you're hearing so many people, quote unquote, take the player's side is the only report out there on money that we know of in terms of what they've offered him is basically a slight upgrade from what he got last year at like $25 million. And while you could compare that, go ahead.
Let me qualify my comment, and that's fair enough. Here's what I do think is very clear. Orlovsky, Canty, you two, about all four of you have said, this could put Adam Peters' work in jeopardy of what he has accomplished over the last year plus. And to me, that's nuts. I get why Orlovsky and Canty would say it. I cannot for the life of me understand why you two would say it.
I didn't say that, so I don't know what you're referencing.
No, and I would disagree with that from Orlovsky. Like, would you lose a lot of the goodwill from the fan base? Sure.
Yeah.
Can you take away an NFC Championship game appearance? Absolutely not.
Appreciate the phone call. Yeah, I mean, I don't. You'd have to tell me specifically what quote you heard that made you think that's what I was saying. But no, I don't in any way think that any one move that they've done will take away a multiple-year successful culture build. Number one. Number two, what I asked was, is it possible that this can do damage in the locker room to this brotherhood idea that this commander's family is stronger than the individual, or you guys we love our guys, we don't care about everybody else, it's about you guys. Oh, by the way, we're not going to pay the number one player who's led the program for the longest. I think that's a reasonable ask. Is it damaging as a message to send, to Orlovsky's point, in the locker room? But there's a 0% chance that this undoes all of the good that they've done, especially when the fact that it's the correct business move. I always come back to that. I personally would not do it this way, because I would currently say, hey, I'm willing to pay you market. Let's end this charade, knowing that I'm paying him a couple million too many per year. But it would have been worth it to me to not have 20 hours of conversation about it and all the platforms that talk about me, to not have the distraction of fans chanting your name after every drop in practice. And I would just chalk it up when my owner says, why did we give McLaurin $32 million a year? Cortland Sutton got 23.5, and the going rate was probably more like 27. I'd say, sir, we just invested $5 million in Jaden Daniels during a time where we're not paying him a whole lot of money. That would be my logic. But I will stop short of this idea that I'm going to take McLaurin's side. If we're saying someone's right here, it's likely Peters and not Terry.
Yeah, I mean, his point is that how do we know what McLaurin's asking? How could you be on his side? How do we know what the team's offering?
Yeah,
like we've heard low 20s, whatever, but I think the best example of that is Joel Corey's been on the station multiple times and talked about in his article talking about this, that if you go by the same percentage of what the cap was when he signed his previous extension to what it is now, that equates to just over $30 million.
Right.
So for the fans that are like, oh, he doesn't deserve 30, well, then he doesn't deserve whatever he was signed before. I get that the age thing, I get all those things.
Yes.
But he's coming off his best season. He hasn't dropped off at all. And you're helping out your rookie quarterback. I think those things all factor in. Is he worth 30? Maybe not. Is he worth 26? I think so. So then are we going to really do this over a couple of million when you have the time now and the space where you can do this? If this were, again, if
He'll
this
be
were
off the books before the Daniels money even kicks in.
Exactly. And so if this were a time when Jaden has been paid and it was going to affect whether you could sign him or you're going to have to do some funny stuff with that, totally get it. That it's not going to play at all into Jaden's contract at all.
Yeah. I'd like to double click and maybe if you're on social at Grant H. Paulson, you want to hit me up more on this idea of feeling like like that the way Peters is handling it will take away. We played the cut, and I'm asking the question: could it affect the locker room? I certainly think that there are players that will get annoyed and roll their eyes about how they're treating their buddy. Like, that's a real thing. That's a normal thing. But I think it kind of ends there, because you hear how Dan Quinn talks about it, where he's like, we love coaching him. We can't wait for him to get here. It's just business. He's kind of downplaying the severity of it. You saw McLaurin out there giving a big hug to Jaden Daniels' mom, who was on the field. And Josh Harris, the owner, is standing there and he's dapping him up. Like, this is not Micah Parsons, talking about Jerry Jones like a guy he doesn't want to be in the same room with. I think they're still handling it in a very respectable, classy way, and it's just business going sour. And because of that, I think players can do two things like we are. Say, God, I can't believe they're doing this to Terry, the way they're going to view it. And also, they're still spending the money on the cafeteria that we asked for. They're still upgrading our locker room like we asked them to. This is just business. 800-636-1067 is the question. Right now, we're asking you about Adam Peters and Terry McLaurin's relationship. And frankly, if you find yourself in any way just saying this is no longer worthwhile, let's end this now. Let's move on. Let's overpay him if we have to, because it's regular season time. Everyone keeps talking about it from Terry's perspective. He's got to stop playing this game of chicken. Should the team at some point just decide best interest of Jaden Daniels, it's regular season mode, let's go. You're listening to The Fan.
Respectfully, Washington, you were a dumpster fire for years. You were a laughing stock. The only thing good about your organization was that young man. Every year he did it, year after year after year, for like 5 or 6 years with disaster all around you. You were the only reason why anyone spoke somewhat positively about your organization. What are we doing in Washington? You finally have some good. And you finally have hope for the future.
Year, yes.
And you're trying to take away the one thing in your organization that before Jaden and this group got there was good. It makes no sense.
That's an angry Dan Orlovsky on ESPN.
He sounds like me.
he needs to turn his hat backwards so we can call him Toki Orlovsky.
Yeah, or Buddy Baker, whatever. Buddy Baker Orlovsky.
The Commanders released their first unofficial depth chart ahead of the preseason. They put out a press packet, a little press release and a media packet for the first preseason game every year, and everyone overdoes it and makes this huge deal of the depth chart. There's really nothing overly interesting or notable, in my opinion. Josh Connerly's listed second at tackle, although they put Andrew Wiley or Josh Connerly.
KJ Osborne is listed as a starting punt returner when Jalen Lane takes the number 1 punt return reps every time.
This is literally like the bane of the coaching existence, where they have to put something on paper. Nothing's been determined. Pretty much they just do it as if it's a meritocracy, where it's like, who's been here the long, I guess the opposite of meritocracy, but like who's been here the longest.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so it's B-Rob, Eckler, McNichols, Rodriguez, Krosky, Merritt in that order. So I wouldn't tell you if there's anything that intrigues me, but really nothing stands out here at all. And frankly, the stuff that we're telling you based on practice reps and what's happening in the 11-on-11 work is going to be more relevant than any kind of a depth chart. You are going to hear from Kane Medrano, one of the really interesting rookies that they took 6th round out of UCLA, who's going to play a lot, I would imagine, against the Patriots on Friday night. How about that, Tobes? We got ourselves a football game this week for the Commanders.
I'm excited about it. I'm excited to see some of these guys because, we talk about Corey Krosky, Merritt, Bill all the time, right? I want to see him when the pads come on, when there's real tackle to the ground football going on. Let's see what he looks like. Now, I'm interested to see if he's going to get a lot of work or a little bit of work, and maybe that can tell us a little bit about what their plans are for him in the season. But regardless, I'm excited to see some of these guys actually play football so we can make some actual observations and takeaways.
NBA money is just different, by the way.
Ridiculous.
I'm looking at this De'Aaron Fox deal with the Spurs. I get it. There's a dozen guys on a team on the bench, basically. But how about $57 million a year, fully guaranteed every penny? 4 years, $229 million.
Now, I wouldn't give Terry that contract.
Don't give him that one. Not at 30 years old. That's Clutch Sports, Rich Paul getting that thing done for De'Aaron Fox and the Spurs. But yeah, that basketball money with those small rosters.
Incredible.
Many billion-dollar industry, that's not too shabby. Let's hit the phones, and Reese is in St. Mary's. What's up, buddy? How are you?
What's up, Reese?
All right. How y'all doing?
Good, thank you.
All right. I got a couple points to make. Terry, 30 years old, he didn't play as much in college as a number 1. So he ain't got the wear and tear on his body as a 30-year-old. My 2 point is, like Kyler Murray. When they had Kyler Murray looked like this all-star pro. And 2 years ago, he was the baddest thing on the planet, right? But then you take his weapons. So how would y'all feel? This is the question I got to ask y'all. If Terry McLaurin don't play, just say we don't sign him or whatever, and then Jaden Daniels get hurt, or he can get hurt anyway, or he don't shine like he's supposed to shine. Adams Peterson take a hit because he did the same thing with Terry McLaurin. So this ain't all about Terry McLaurin. It's about him, too. If he fumble that ball and Terry McLaurin, I'm going to go to one more. With Cincinnati, remember Cincinnati game with Terry, when he threw that pass for Terry in that corner? Who else do we have to do that?
Well, nobody. I mean, thanks, Reese. You don't have anybody. Were you following his first point as it pertained to Jaden Daniels?
Not a whole lot.
Okay, I couldn't quite
By
track.
the way, as much as I love Terry, Jaden's going to be fine with or without Terry.
Well, I'd go back to the numbers I pointed out, though, about the reliance on Terry McLaurin. This could be something, if you feel that way, we should get into tomorrow, actually, because I think there's some meat on this bone. But will he be fine? Yes. He's not going to be an MVP caliber player without Terry McLaurin.
And that's been my point. It's just
number 3 duo, Toby.
Just because
EPA per attempt for a quarterback receiver, McLaurin and Daniels. Number 6 in terms of EPA over the season. Number 2 in tight window rate as a duo. Like without him I do think Jaden Daniels' passing production falls off massively.
Yeah, and it's always funny to me when people talk about, well, he can do it without him. Yeah, absolutely. I don't want him to be Superman all the time. That's what he did the second half of last year. He had to play Superman because he had no run game.
Well, you're out there at practice a ton, too. We are going nuts about the corner room and how great it looks. How sure are we it's not because they're covering KJ Osborne and Chris Moore?
It's true.
Like, this receiver room, I'm trying to think of who it was. One of the guys that was there for a day, if it was Kevin Clark or I don't remember who it was, but somebody was there for like a day coming through Ashburn, and they're like, wow, this is really the receiver group, huh? I'm like, you're looking at it. I mean, today, when the starters lined up, without Terry out there, Debo was in motion doing his thing in the backfield, running behind the quarterback, and you had Luke McCaffrey and Chris Moore split out.
Yeah, it's not great.
If the Giants game was Sunday, that would be your out wide receivers when Debo's in motion. I'm sorry. That you're just asking for problems offensively if that's the case. And you're putting way too much on Jaden Daniels' plate.
Correct.
If that's the case. Now, I always come back to the same resolution here, which is the Commanders don't have to do anything but put their feet up. Adam Peters can sip on a margarita in his office because Terry McLaurin's got to play football. He's got to show up. He's not going to hold out. I don't think he's going to go into the season. I was talking to somebody in Kansas City about the last time a guy actually had a contract dispute that went to the very end of camp and how it ended, and I think it could be related to Terry. And it was Chris Jones, the big D tackle for the Chiefs. I want to get into that next. Plus, you'll hear from Kane Madrano, the 6th-round pick, linebacker, going to be a big-time help on special teams, I think, out of UCLA. That's next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. And the NFL Commanders training camp continued today. Final practice in Ashburn before they head to Foxborough for the joint practice on Wednesday. The preseason opener comes up Friday night. Other NFL news, the Falcons agreed to a 2-year extension with Caleb McGarry, 2 years, $30 million. James Cook sitting out of Bills practices looking for a new contract. Bills wide receiver Khalil Shakir is week to week with a high ankle sprain, and the Dolphins signed defensive tackle Zach Sealer to a 3-year extension or $67.75 million, $44 million guaranteed. In the NBA, the Spurs signed guard De'Aaron Fox to a max extension, 4 years, $229 million. College hoops, the NCAA voted to keep March Madness at 68 teams for this season. Expansion still could come in upcoming seasons, but this year it'll stay at 68. In baseball, the Nationals were swept by the Brewers over the weekend. They were outscored 38-14 in the series. Nats have the day off today. They'll look to regroup against the Athletics with a 3-game series starting tomorrow night at Nationals Park. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
The Grant and Danny Show is brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad. They will help you with a last will and testament, a living trust, or a medical power of attorney. Whatever you need, they got you. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Toby Altizer's in for Danny Rouillet, who is out this week. He's in Scotland. Grant Paulson with you. We are kicking it until 6:30. Overtime with Nick Ashew in a half hour.
Who?
Nick Ashew.
Been a while.
It has been a while.
It's my guy.
Nick is back in the building.
Seen him around.
He's as handsome as ever, by the way.
Getting ready to roll.
He looks amazing. I could tell he's been lifting. Maybe even doing some chest presses from what I could tell.
Yeah. Looks in shape. Something that I can't say.
He's got gel in his hair.
Looks good. Something I can't say.
Yeah. Hopefully he's not going to report anything that I did to HR. I Christian Wilkins him when I saw him coming around the corner. Gave him a little smooch on the head, but it was very playful.
Hopefully it wasn't Ohio State Christian Wilkins.
If I was on the Raiders, I'd have been kicked off the team for what happened a few minutes ago.
You have to say allegedly when you say that. Alleged.
Well, it's me. I'm saying I did.
No, I'm saying we don't know what Christian Wilkins did. You have to say allegedly.
Oh, allegedly.
Yeah.
I thought it was reported that he smooched someone on the head. Is that not what he did?
I don't.
Allegedly?
I have no idea. I just stay away from that
Just
stuff.
so Darius is comfortable, I'll say it again. Allegedly. That's like earmuffs, basically, in old school. You can say whatever you want as long as you throw out allegedly first, I guess. Kane Medrano, linebacker, safety, tweener, can do a little bit of everything. Is he going to be able to make plays on an NFL defense? That's the big question. He went 205 overall, 6th-round pick by Washington out of UCLA, was 3rd-team All-Big Ten. Yeah, that's right, Big Ten in 2024. UCLA for Kane Medrano. You've seen him out on the practice field. He's long, man. He's like 6'3" and about 225 pounds. The problem is he's very slender. And I asked him about that in the interview. I don't know how he's going to be able to anchor and not get blown off the ball at that size, because the problem isn't just that he's not thick, which is an issue, but it's how long he is, I would imagine, makes it difficult with leverage and getting low, and makes technique that much more important. But he can run, and he's going to be able to help on special teams for sure. One of the guys I'm really excited to watch play the New England Patriots. This was my conversation with former UCLA Bruin Kane Medrano after practice today.
I actually didn't really talk to him much during that process. Me and Coach Norton had a beautiful, lovely connection before this from being at UCLA. And so it was just, it was kind of, he was telling me, like, just keep your head down, continue to work, and everything will work out how it's going to work out. And that was said at the very beginning of draft process. And I really had nothing else besides talking to some scouts.
So they call your name.
Yep.
You refamiliarize yourself with him. And how quickly was it when you got into the building here that you figured out how they viewed you and what they wanted you to do? Because you're a bit of a tweener who can play a lot of positions.
I kind of knew that, obviously, coming in as a linebacker, that's what they want me to play, right? But then I also know just where I was with Coach Norton playing in UCLA's defense when he was there, I kind of knew how he had me moving around and stuff. So when I got that call, just kind of leading up to getting here, I was just trying to get my mind right. I can play linebacker. I can also cover, right? So I'm just ready to do whatever they call me to do.
What's the key for a guy? You're tall, you're long, you have good size, but you don't look physically like a normal linebacker. In terms of anchoring and being able to not get knocked off the ball, for someone who's as fast as you, that's going to be the strength. How do you make sure physically that you hold up in the trenches? And what's the key to that?
Just I think I'm believing in my technique and relying in my technique. We got great coaches out here that teach great technique, and so it's just being able to rely on our technique and be in the right positions with the right hand placement and the right footwork. Even though I might not seem strong, it'll come off different.
And I would imagine that you are strong. You say you don't seem strong. But, that normally the linebacker's a little bit squattier. The position's changing, though. Yeah. We see that all the time, especially in this defense with guys like Tyler Owens and yourself. They're playing multiple spots. Is that a trend in the league? Is that more of a DQ Joe Whitt thing? Like, how do you do that?
I don't know. I don't know what it is. And, I kind of see it happen in the league, too. So it could be a league thing and it could be a DQ and Coach Whitt thing. But, I'm just here to play ball. Wherever they want me to play, I'm going to play. It doesn't really matter where. I just want to be on the field and help the team in any way possible.
What has surprised you about camp so far in terms of the speed of the game? What's going well and where are areas where you think you got to keep honing in?
Yeah, I think, just being, as far as areas to hone in, I just, continue to hone in on block destruction and, making sure my tackling technique is right because we don't tackle. So it's, just making sure that technique is right. And then, it's just been super fun to be able to be out here with all the guys and just, put in this sweat and this hard work to continue to get better as a team. And I think the best thing about it is everybody is one. There's not like, an off group here, an off group here. We all brotherhood and we all get together, and so it's a fun group to be around.
Kane Medrano of the Commanders. We're well over a week in. You guys are about to hit the road, though.
Yeah.
You finally get to leave. You're playing New England. You get those joint practices. What's your level of anticipation for that, and how much of a different look will that give you, do you think?
Yeah, I think it'll give me a good look because it's going to be the closest thing that you get to, obviously, a game as far as joint practice and then game one. So, just that joint practice, just, going in there, being aggressive and just playing my style of football. And then also, just continue to be where my feet are and just take it one day at a time. And when those days come, then I know I'll be prepared.
Do you view yourself like going into this preseason game? Like, I got to make plays on special teams. That's a way that I can really lock in, or are you kind of focusing more on trying to stand out on the defensive side of things to climb the depth chart?
No, I'm trying to, contribute on special teams as much as I can. And I know being a late round pick that's what it's going to have to be. So, just being able to focus on special teams and give my all to the special teams units, and then, when my number's called on defense, make plays on defense.
Lastly, just to let some listeners find out about you a little bit, Kane Medrano out of UCLA. So let's talk non-football. What are the things you care about? What makes you go?
Yeah, my family, and my loved ones for sure.
What kind of hobbies do you have when you're not on the field?
Golf. I like to golf. I'm an outdoors guy, so I like to, golf, hunt, fish, be outdoors. And, I'm blessed to be out here in Virginia where you can get a lot of that done. So
you're not a big, TV show binger, movie guy?
With my girlfriend, when we want to watch some shows, we'll binge some shows, we'll binge some movies. But other than that, we both like to camp. We both like to be outdoors and golf and stuff like that. So it's fun.
Lastly, food. Your cheat meal. You get the best meal, whatever it is. No one's judging you. What are you eating?
I'm going back home to Colorado and get some Mexican food. I'm going to go ahead and put it out there. I think we got some of the best Mexican food down in Pueblo that I've ever had. So, that's my cheat meal.
Kane Medrano of the Commanders after practice today. Back live in studio, Grant and Danny with Toby in for Danny. We're taking you up to 6:30 on the Fan. Before we get back to the phones and finish up with Terry McLaurin, a lot of people have been waiting. The Micah Parsons holdout in Dallas that rivals what's going on with McLaurin is actually pretty fascinating. It would be great if Washington wasn't in this boat with Terry, because then you could just watch the world burn over there and feel like it's comical that Jerry Jones is running this thing into the ground. But I do think that the Micah situation is way worse. And here's my logic on that. McLaurin's standoff with Washington is pretty easy to understand. The player thinks that the negotiation should be based on the fact that he's played 6 years in the league and he's going into year 7. The team doesn't want to pay him because of his age, and he's about to be 30 at a position where 30 is when you start to fall off. The Micah Parsons dispute has nothing to do with age.
No.
Not to mention, Terry McLaurin is a good player. Now, you and I can disagree over where he would rank in the top 20 among wide receivers. You have him fringed, top 8 to 10 or whatever. I'll have him in the 13 to 15 range.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't really matter. I mean, it's semantics. But the point is, Micah Parsons is a DPOY candidate.
Correct.
He is one of the best players in the league at his position. He's a perennial all-pro candidate, something that won't happen for McLaurin, who's awesome. But he's not one of the top 5 players on his side of the ball in the sport like Micah Parsons is. So for Dallas to not be paying him in the prime of his career at the first contract where Washington got the deal done with Terry, not the second, is staggering. And here are some of the statements that he made going back to the weekend. I no longer want to be here, talking about the Cowboys. I no longer want to be held to closed-door negotiations without my agent present. Like, that was a comment that he made. I no longer want shots taken at me for getting injured while laying on the line for the organization, our fans, and my teammates. And then finally, something that Micah Parsons said over the weekend, I've made a tough decision. I no longer want to play for the Dallas Cowboys. My trade request has been submitted to Stephen Jones personally. This is very, very different than what feels like the technicality of Terry McLaurin saying, I'd like to request a trade. What he has not said verbally is, I no longer want to play for the Washington Commanders. I don't want to be here. Now, the trade request, you could say, suggests that. But actually coming out and saying those words and name-checking the guy you're negotiating with, this would be like Terry saying, Adam Peters' name, doesn't want to be a Commander, get me out of here, stop taking shots at me. This is a way worse situation.
Yeah, you don't generally request a trade and then come out and hug the quarterback's mom and dap up the owner if you actually are frustrated versus what Micah Parsons has said, right?
What did you think about all of that discussion? I found that to be silly over the weekend. You think that the idea that he said hello to Regina, Jaden Daniels' mom, I think her last name's Daniels, but his mother, Jackson, okay. Mm-hmm. So you think that him saying hi to Miss Jackson and then dapping up the owner means anything in terms of his discord with the team? I think he's just a dude that saw 2 people he knows and said hello.
Correct. I mean, I think we've seen through this whole Terry situation that he has no problem with anybody. He has an issue with the contract negotiations with Adam Peters. That's about it.
And it's not even personal with Peters.
I don't think so.
It's literally the business of what Peters is saying.
Like, I think that's part of the reason he showed up to sign autographs is because they're doing the negotiation tactic. Part of it too is he loves fans.
Yeah.
Like there's no one on the team.
He's definitely putting on a bit of a dog and pony show.
100% he is, but he also loves being with the fans. So it works twofold. He gets to have good nature with the fans, sign autographs, but he loves being there, and then also him being around.
If Peters was Harris in that situation where he's next to Jaden Daniels' mom, so people haven't seen the video, I'm sure there's a few of you driving around. After practice on Saturday, I think it was, Jaden Daniels comes down to the field to do his normal bit where he signs autographs for 30 minutes. He sees Jaden's mom. He goes over and gives her a big hug. Mm-hmm. And Josh Harris just so happens to be standing next to her. And by the way, Josh Harris has not been at many practices. He's been out and about and not around. But he gave Jaden's mom a big hug. I think it would have been awkward for him to not have acknowledged Josh Harris.
If he just walked by and didn't say anything.
So he just kind of gave him what was a very cordial, kind of friendly enough little dap, and they kept it moving. But if that was Adam Peters, I think he would have done the same thing. Like, this is not some...
Yeah, I don't know that it's like a dap up and a hug, but maybe like a handshake or a fist bump or something.
I think it would have been identical. They are not personally at odds. They walk by each other in the hallway
and by
every
the
day.
way, both sides have been very careful not to say anything that can't be walked back.
Of course. Because they both know how it's going to end.
Exactly. So, like, Terry, everything that he said at Eastern Motors, as soon as he signs the contract, if someone asked him about it, he'd be like, yeah, I mean, that was that time. Right? Like, I didn't say anything about the team. There's nothing been negative about how he's talked about it versus Micah Parsons is saying, I hate this team, basically.
Well, here's what I'll have to say. I didn't feel valued before they gave me the contract.
Correct.
Now, I mentioned Chris Jones. Chris Jones' agent and the player, Jones himself, held out until after week 1 with the Chiefs a couple years ago.
Mm-hmm.
You guys remember they had the opener with Thursday Night Football with the Detroit Lions?
Yes.
Chris Jones was in the suite watching and then signed a couple of days after that. And didn't
Was it
play.
after or before?
It was right after that.
Okay.
That he signed his contract. He signed for not what he was asking for. Like all the big holdout, game of chicken, all the stuff that happened, he did not get what he wanted. And him and the agent would have looked really bad if they didn't ultimately negotiate a new 1-year deal for that season. Because like McLaurin, he was going into the final year of a deal. And what they did was they renegotiated that season's deal for the potential to make more cash with escalators and things like that, to the point where he ended up playing in week 18 in the final week to try to get an extra $1 million and do a couple of other things. But my point is, this is actually how I think this McLaurin thing could end, the more I think about it. If the Commanders stay super dug in and McLaurin is not budging and what have you, if you're the agent, Buddy Baker, or the player, Terry McLaurin, you risk looking awful. If you just come back with nothing, you held out, you dragged your feet, you threw your tantrum, you did all of this stuff, and you got nothing out of it. It's a gigantic L for the agent.
Mm-hmm.
I think what you do is you go to the team and say, let's rework this year, where everyone talks about the cap number of $25 million. McLaurin's got $15.5 million in cash. Now, I get it. It's a lot of money, but play along with me here. It's the NFL. That's not a lot at wide receiver one. They could either rework the deal with incentives for this year so he could make up to 20 or 22. And then some of this is just about optics now that you can't back down because you've already stuck your flag in the ground.
Mm-hmm.
He and Buddy Baker can go out and say, all right, we got a new deal for this year. They could sell it as a win. They could pretend like we did really well by us holding our ground. We were able to get Terry a better deal for this year. Because I think to some extent, that's what it becomes about ego. It becomes about optics. It becomes about not losing the game of tug of war. And so that's how I think this thing could end. I'm no longer as confident that they get the long-term deal done, although there's certainly a good chance of that because they have the leverage of the franchise tag in the future. But I could definitely see to end up getting him signed a la Chris Jones, just a new, fresh 1-year reworked deal where at least it allows him to save face and say, all right, this was worth it. I got my quote-unquote money.
Yeah, and you both sides get what you want, at least in this year, right? That you play, you get a little more money, but the team gets you to actually play, and you go out there and – because that's the thing is how long are they going to pull this charade of the PUP? And I think we all understand that his ankle's probably fine, right? So
Quinn today's being asked about his ankle again, and he's talking about all the hurdles he's got to clear to practice.
He's hitting all the markers. And stop. His marker is when he gets paid and signs the dotted line. That's the final marker he's got to hit. But, yeah, I think that could be an option. In that case, what are the chances that he's around past this season? I don't know. If that is the way that they decide to go, that'd be an interesting thing.
All right, let's wind down with a few calls on McLaurin here. Mark's in Landover Hills has been waiting patiently. Grant and Danny with Toby in today. What's up, Mark? How are you?
I'm doing fine, Grant. How about yourself, buddy?
Doing well. Thanks for the call.
Hey, top of the day to you and Toby. Great points, Grant. You did not take his side, buddy. I've been listening to you the whole show. You're just presenting the points that are going on.
Well, I actually feel bad, Mark, in the sense that normally I feel like I do have a real strong opinion on these things. I've kind of been on the fence the entire way because I see both sides of it. I really believe that from a sheer numbers standpoint, Peters is more right. I actually tend to think they should overpay a little bit for McLaurin, but I have a hard time picking a side on this one.
Exactly, Grant. And you've been nothing but a gentleman about it, along with Toby. And Toby made a really good point as far as the percentage going up over the years, being a little over 30. You have to take that into account. And also, Grant, I think what all of us and why you feel the way you do is after the dumpster fire that we've dealt with over the last 25 years, we all realize that when you have something as good as they had last year, that is, if you take Terry out of the equation, what we're going to be breaking up, or they'll be breaking up, is the synergy. Now, if synergy wasn't important on a football team or any team sport, well, then anybody that's watched football for a long time knows that there have been teams that were loaded with top-of-the-line personnel that didn't even make the playoffs. Now, I don't think our personnel last year was the reason we made our playoffs.
Yeah, that brotherhood angle, the synergy as you're calling it. Yeah, I think Dan Quinn would be the first one to acknowledge that it's real. And I think it was significant to them last year.
Big
that
time.
And Jaden Daniels being awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Those were the key ingredients. Let's go to Ken, who's in the district on G&D, listening on the Fan. What's up, Ken? How are you?
Hey, doing good, Grant. Both you and Toby do a great show, and sorry Danny's not here to take for the first time call I am, but I think it just comes back down to the realization that this is a business, and as much as we hear the culture being talked about, I think we as both fans and even teammates and the likes have to get used to the standard. And I think that what we're not really paying close enough attention to, Adam Peters has not dropped the ball yet, not once. And he's not going to drop the ball this time either. I think what you have to also know, you don't think that he's communicating, consulting with his peers, people that he's, his mentors, et cetera, et cetera. Of course he is. This is a very delicate situation, but what it comes down to is the brass tacks of business. The season won't end with the Terry McLaurin signing. It won't end with the next person signing. It goes on and on and on. And he's got to look way past today. He's got to look into the future as well. But with all that said, I just go back to say we're seeing for the first time AP's craft at work. But I still believe that he's consulting with not just the in-house person he has to consult with, but he's looking at outside help as well to help get him through this. He's a second-year GM. He's not going to make a mistake. He's doing it the right way because, after all, he realizes this won't be the only situation that rivals Terry McLaurin. I'll let you go, Grant. You guys do a great job. Thanks.
It's a good phone call. Thank you, buddy. We appreciate it.
Yeah, and I think the interesting part is maybe in the end they get something done and it is in the, say, 26, 27 range, which would be more on the team side. Say they do get all that done. Is it worth it? I think that's the real question at the end of this.
Well, to me, heck no.
And that's the whole point of this, right? Is if the deal is you had to go up to 30, like just hit the 30 threshold to get Terry, or you can get this thing done maybe if you continue to wait this out and get it down to 26, 27, I just don't think it's worth it. I just don't. And if you do, okay, fine. And I don't think that it's going to somehow ruin relationships with people currently in the locker room when they come up for a contract. I don't know that that's going to suddenly be, oh, I'm not signing because Adam Peters screwed Terry. I don't think that would be the case. But I just don't think that this whole extra bit, and also if it continues on and we're getting into the middle and late part of August, now you're affecting the early part of this season.
Well, here's the one thing you run a risk of is if this is how every negotiation goes with a guy at 30 or so, then age is more important to you than worth to the organization and like overall value, just as a human as to what you've meant to the program. That would become an issue. Well, if it's Terry now and it's Luvu next year and then it's the, whoever the next guy is after that. Like if you're constantly saying, once you get to 30, we don't give you the big money, which is a hilarious thing to think about considering they've signed Wagner and Von Miller and Zach Ertz and all these other guys who are as close to 40 as they are 30.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go to Richard in Rockville on the Fan. Hey, Richard.
Hey, Toby and Grant, great show today. And I agree with what Orlovsky said at the beginning. I'm glad you played that soundbite. Listen, I'm looking at this from history. And I saw, when you call it synergy, chemistry, I saw something last year on the Commanders that I haven't seen in a long time. And the quibbling over the price of this contract to me is wasted energy and effort. I would sign the guy, make him feel happy, and let the other people know that when you perform at the level he performed at last year, it's worth it. And I'm looking at other teams that I watch trying to fill receiver spots. It's hard to come up with good receivers. It really is. Like guys that are team players,
Well, especially, I'll say this, Richard, like receivers that act like Terry McLaurin in terms of not being divas, not being demanding. When they don't get the ball, it's not a problem. Generally, when you have a number one wide receiver, you got to deal with the Stephon Diggs, Antonio Brown, Keyshawn Johnson, A.J. Brown. Yeah, give me the damn ball stuff. You get none of that with this guy. Zeke, you get the last word. Southeast D.C., what's good?
What's up, Zeke?
All right, how you guys doing? Yeah, I don't think it affects the chemistry because of the brotherhood, because it's a veteran team. They all been through contract negotiation, and they know it's a business. So, but I just think that Peters is holding ground because he has all the cards. I mean, you're under contract, right? And
yeah, eventually you got to walk back through the door. You got to play.
You got to play. So why would I do anything? If you don't play, listen, if you don't play, then you're taking money out your pocket. And I'm going to tell you another thing is if he let the rookie Jalen get on the field, he may be in more trouble.
He's having a good camp. He's got a long way to go to get to Terry's status. I mean, but let me ask you this, Zeke. You say there's nothing you need to do because he's got to show up and play. I get that. But there is a diminishing return to the point of, Chris Canty, you don't have to win every negotiation, right? And
Right.
Like some of what has happened already, I don't know what it's worth, but the lack of practice time, not being on the same page with Jaden Daniels yet that he's going to have to get onto at some point, the ramp up that could now take into the season depending on when he comes back, the distraction of fans chanting his name, and the hours and hours of us covering that instead of all the positive things about your organization as a media. Like whatever that is, there's a price for it. Is it worth a handful of $1 million per year? He would say yes. It sounds like you would say yes. I would say probably not.
Yeah, because I think you guys are missing the point. I don't think it's the difference between 24 and 30 million. I think he wants another maybe 20 million guaranteed. And
Well,
I
yeah,
think that's
the difference. Thanks for the call. The guaranteed money is the most important thing, right? I always come back to this. That is the only thing that matters in NFL contracts is the guaranteed money. But the AAV is what we talk about as a tangible thing that is where the guaranteed money comes from, essentially. So the guaranteed money is just how many years of a 5-year deal, let's say a 4-year deal, does the team actually have to pay you before they're able to get out of the deal? So tangibly speaking, if he wants $65 million guaranteed and they're offering him 40, it's a difference of $25 million. But the AAV matters because we're trying to figure out over 4 years, you just do the 25 divided by 4. That's the difference in the AAV. All of our camp coverage on The Fan is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. We're back at it at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Toby, you'll be back in the saddle again, correct?
Yes, sir.
Very well done. And tomorrow, we'll get to go over to Nats Park to see the Nationals play the A's. That'll be fun.
I think Gore's pitching tomorrow against Severino, so a good pitching matchup.
So you're saying there's a chance. Mackenzie Gore's pitching?
I need first half Mackenzie Gore back.
Yeah, well, second half Mackenzie Gore is still the best thing they got cooking over there on that pitching staff. Thanks much for hanging out with us today. Overtime comes your way next with Nick Ashew. For Ryan, Darius, Ben, Toby, I'm Grant saying so long.
Thank you for coming.